Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. All people transfer. Crazy, do you call this a shield? Chapter 81. Perhaps because Yangshan was completely unblocked, there were a lot of professionals coming here today. Even Luo Chanu met a few familiar figures on the road, that is, the team that used to kill monsters in Yangshan before. Except for Zhou Xiaoying, who was not there, everyone else worked hard to team up to kill monsters. Such a hot scene may be what the real professional world should look like. Hometown revisit. Luo Chanu didn't feel much emotion, and now he only wanted one thing. Revenge. After entering the mountain road was difficult to navigate. Luo Chanu unsparingly opened the tap to the air, leisurely strolling in the air and flying in the air. In an instant, the speed was raised a notch again. When the professional who was conscientiously fighting monsters saw the silhouette flying in the sky, he was shocked. FK, someone dares to fly in Yangshan, courting death. No, if you can fly, you are a boss-level character. You don't know the unspoken rules of Yangshan. Could it be that is a 7th-order powerhouse? There are only a few 7th-order powerhouses in Longshan City, and they must be so busy now, how could they come to Yangshan? Could it be a foreign high-level professional? It's not impossible, the probability is very low. It's very likely that I just got the ability to fly, and I want to try it out of excitement. This explanation is even more outrageous. Who doesn't know that flying wild in Yangshan will usher in the siege of the wild beasts, and even attract the king of wild beasts? Is he tired of living or has a hole in his brain? To be honest, I want to follow along to see. Do you want to pick up a bargain? Yes, you must think so. Old iron is too much, see through and don't say anything. In the sky, Luo Chanu used two things in one mind, and surrounded the package given by Tian Najalin with his back. He didn't check it when he was driving before, maybe it was the sequelae of his previous life, and he was very attentive while driving. Just remembered at this time. The package is very simple. Luo Chanu opened it easily, and the contents inside came into view. It turned out to be a strange 523 gem. A thought moves. A virtual panel of items appears in front of you. Open black lens bracket treasure melting crystal find close black lens bracket. Quality: Grade A. Type: Special treasure. Effect: Treasures of rank A and below can be fused, and the main treasure must gain an additional feature of the sub-treasure optional. Essence: 50% chance to improve the quality of the main treasure. Note: the secondary treasures disappear after fusion, and each treasure can only be used once. Luo Chanu narrowed his eyes. This kind of thing is very valuable. It can fuse two treasures into one, and even have a 50% chance to improve the quality of the main treasure. In his opinion, this is much more valuable than a Tyrant Sword's skill book. Mainly, he can use it. The treasure, steel armor, even if it is an SSS rank treasure, he is not going to replace it. To have one more steel shield, such an effect would be of great help to him. Perhaps this is a treasure that he will carry for the rest of his life. Didn't think much about it. Take out the two treasures, steel armor and thorns, and fuse them directly. Ding. Do you select steel armor as the main treasure for fusion? After fusion, the treasure thorns will disappear. Sure. Ding. Fusion begins. Ding. Please select the additional features reserved by thorns. Article 1. Accompanied by a shimmering ray of light, the two treasures began to fuse with each other under the action of treasure melting crystal essence. After a few seconds, ding, the fusion is successful, triggering the essence effect. Your steel armor quality has been improved to a rank, and the effect has been greatly improved. Luo Chanu was excited. Today's luck seems to be very good. Not only has the quality improved, but also improved by 2 levels. Can't wait to check the properties of steel armor. Open black lens bracket steel armor melting close black lens bracket. Type: Treasure anti-war. Quality: Grade A. Limit: Level 10, 1 turn. Additional effect 2. Steel shield. The damage absorption shield value is increased by 50%, and the skill cooldown is reduced by 20%. Additional effect 2. Steel shield stackable times +2. Additional effect fusion reverse damage shield. The rebound damage ratio is increased by 25%, and the damage received by the shield and the real damage received by itself is reduced by 8%. Note: each professional can take effect up to 3 treasures. Good guy. Luo Chanu is overjoyed. The stacking times have been increased. That is to say, he can now have 3 steel shield effects on his body, and one can adapt accordingly. Just 8 seconds of cooling, it's cool to think about. Break 1, throw 1, and save 1. Luo Chanu has already begun to fantasize about the wonderful scene in the future. #T. At this moment, in the distance, countless wild beasts had already vacated and flew towards him. Following in the footsteps of Luo Chanu, the picking team gloated. The boss definitely doesn't look down on the old beast's corpse. As long as the corpse is not damaged too seriously, it will be a good income. Ale, you're only here for the Wildkin's corpse. Ah, isn't it? I'm expecting adventurers to be crushed by the Wildkin King. FK, I'm calling you a good guy, you are too black, I like it. Shish, it was my brother who told you. Understood, I am short-sighted. However, in the next second, they were completely stunned, only to see a sudden throwing action in the hands of the flying boss. Immediately after, it seemed that a transparent circular energy was thrown out of his hand. All of a sudden, the wild beasts that came were smashed, but this was the beginning. Boom! Violent energy waves rush, setting off a booming sound. Countless wild beasts vanished into ashes. No bones left. The army of picking up leaks. FK. Wildkin. FK. Luo Chanu. FK. No one expected such an effect. Even Luo Chanu was like this. When the steel shield left his hand, he found that he could actually control the steel shield explosion. The damage of the first smashing monster is very confusing. It is much higher than the normal attack with the additional shield value percentage, but it is not as good as the explosion damage, nor is the shield value equivalent damage. The second explosion damage is unchanged. However, in Luo Chanu's view, the effect is much better than before. The biggest advantage, the manipulative attack range is increased. Luo Chanu also felt that after the shield was used to smash people, it could be recovered. This feeling, so amazing. Immediately, he saw that there were many wild beasts flying from him, and he was instantly happy. The new steel shield appeared, like a big hammer, one piece at a time. After a period of testing, Luo Chanu also discovered the mystery of injury. The percentage of the shield value of steel shield plus normal attack with blade storm damage. Although the attack speed is very slow, the longest attack distance is even more than 200 meters. This is just a normal attack. On the ground, the pickup army stared at the figure wearing a hat and sunglasses in midair in amazement. What kind of magic operation is that? The attack distance and range are so terrifying. You must know that the attack distance of high-level mages is generally more than 100 meters, and some are even less than. That mysterious boss is nearly 200 meters away. It seems that it is still a physical occupation. Outrageous. Among the ordinary physical occupations, the one with the farthest attack distance is undoubtedly the wave that awakened the talent of the shooter among the hunters. But the effective attack distance is not so terrifying. Have you noticed that the figure of the big guy is a little familiar? Indeed, I seem to have seen it somewhere, but I can't remember it. I also feel this way, but I can't see the face, I can't recognize it. Don't think about this, the king of wild beasts is here, hurry up and stay away, its 7th order plundering wind gust is too terrifying. In sight, the king of wild beasts with wings covering the sky and the sun flew quickly from the depths of Yangshan Mountain, followed by a few slightly smaller wild beasts. Luo Chanu also seems to sense energy fluctuations in the air. Cannot help but turn around and look. Finally come. The corners of Luo Chanu's mouth rose slightly, the old-fashioned monster, the king of wild beasts, is here. Speaking of which, I would like to thank you. Without you, Rockheart would not be easy. If that's the case, I'll give you a treat. Jump. 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 Using it for 5 consecutive jumps, the figure is like Tianya, 100 meters in one step, and instantly comes behind the king of wild beasts. Looking at the huge body of the king of wild beasts, Luo Chanu showed a cruel expression. Then, savage charge. Before the Wildkin King could react, Luo Chanu was stunned, and his huge body fell to the ground involuntarily. Next moment, at the same time, a mysterious aurora fell in the sky, covering the king of wild beasts and the few wild beasts beside him with lightning speed. Aurora 532.522 million. Aurora 365.503 million, block. Aurora, crit 1.15 billion. A piece of damage appeared directly. Luo Chanu clearly saw the block damage on the top of the Wildkin King's head. So what? The King of Wild Beasts is only a 5th order abyss boss. Even if he possesses the power of blood and can cast 7th order magic, he cannot deal such terrifying damage. Ding, you killed the level 72 Nightmare Elite monster, Sun Moon Beast Guard, and gained 350,000 experience points. Ding, you killed the level 72 Nightmare Elite monster, Night Moonkin Guard, and gained 350,000 experience points. Ding, you killed the level 75 Abyss boss, King of Wild Beasts Amoka, and gained 5.7 million experience points. Ding, under the Aurora, all Wildkins within 150 meters were killed, and even the corpses were annihilated by the terrifying Aurora. The Aurora shone brightly. Spoon funeral, to an ex-enemy. Luo Chanu's thoughts turned, and he put away the dropped items. Unfortunately, the attack was too violent to destroy the corpse, otherwise the corpse of the King of Wild Beasts should be worth a lot of money. Helplessly shook his head. He also ignored the swarms of Wildkin beasts retreating in droves, and looked towards the direction where the King of Wildkin beasts flew. Walk away, leaving a confused professional. Seconds. What kind of skill is that? It's too terrifying, and what's even more terrifying is, I actually want to go in and see. I feel the same way. That beam of light is so beautiful. God come out to see the gods. Appears silently, disappears silently. Even the King of Wild Beasts disappeared without a sound. Is that a forbidden spell? God is such a forbidden spell. If it is a forbidden spell, I'm afraid we stand so far away, we have to go back to the furnace and rebuild it. FK, then, that boss is Luo Shen. What? How could it be Luoshan? I have a friend who was watching the play at the entrance of 9-layered abyss yesterday. He snarled at me in the morning. The effect of that skill is similar to at least the 9th layer he described. No way. Really, Luo Shen? Is it true that what was uploaded on the internet? Luoshan really has the strength to match the 7th order. Hey, this child is so terrifying. In the depths of Yangshan Mountain, there is the 5th highest peak in Longshan City. And this is the old place of the King of Wild Beasts. Luo Chanu stood at the foot of the mountain, looking at the scene in front of him, slightly stunned. Here. Why are there traces of human activity? As far as the eye can see, a man-made stone stair was hidden in the dense forest. If it hadn't landed here accidentally, he wouldn't have found it at all. Luo Chanu, who was full of doubts, couldn't help but stepped on the stone steps and got into the jungle. Haven't walked a few steps yet. Wind blades struck him from the dense forest on both sides of the stone steps. Swish, swish. Luo Chanu didn't dodge. The magic circle on the path couldn't shake his more than 500 million shields at all. Even because of the immune effect, it couldn't stop him from moving forward. There must be a secret here. It is said that 10 years. Very few people in Longshan City can come to the depths of Yangshan and escape unscathed, especially in recent years. Since the Yangshan regulations promulgated by Yinmen, no one has come here at all. It is very possible that Yinmen made it here. It is unreasonable to think of the items dropped by killing Yinmen before. Could it be that this is the treasure house of Yin Man? Luo Chanu suddenly became interested. For the money. He doesn't have any immunity. Immediately, he quickened his pace and walked quickly along the mountain road. Soon, he came halfway up the mountain. The steel cast gate came into view. However, what surprised him was that the steel gate was ajar, and a cool breeze came from the gap. The wind is full of cold breath and fishy smell. Something's wrong. The imaginary treasure house cannot be like this. Go in and have a look. Maybe it has something to do with field mice. Luo Chanu didn't think much, walked up to the steel gate, raised his leg and kicked violently. Boom. The terrifying power of nearly 20,000 points cannot be blocked by a steel gate. In an instant, the steel gate was blown away by the huge force. Boom. With the sound of the door falling, the dark environment suddenly became bright. Countless lights are focused, and all the bright lights are directed in one direction, which is the middle of the cave. A strange beast corpse lay quietly. The body of the vicious beast was not big, only more than 4 meters in size. It looked like a fierce tiger, except that it had a single horn on its head, and its fangs were protruding and sharp. The reason it was a corpse was because Luo Chanu could clearly see the rotted parts of the beast's corpse, and in some places even the bones could be seen. On the forehead, it is not Wang, but a capital, Lu. On the surface of the beast's corpse, red and black energy surged. This is zombies. These shuttled red and black energies are the same as the Cyclops zombies last night. I can't say they are similar, I can only say that they are exactly the same. Luo Chanu looked around, but didn't find any human traces. What he looked at was messy objects. Escaped, and escaped in a hurry. At this moment, Luo Chanu finally knew where this place was. The base for manufacturing zombies, and the corpse of this beast in front of you should be number 6. Luo Chanu held his nose and searched around the cave. Except for the destroyed instruments and incinerated materials, nothing of value was found. My aunt said that this thing is difficult to deal with, but I can't let it go. How about taking a photo and asking the seniors of the Legion? Think about it. He took out the token of the Primal God Legion and sent the environment of the cave to the forum, in the token of the Primal God Legion. The so-called forum is actually a special information space provided for members to communicate. After a few seconds, he received a message. Barbarian Legion number 325233, Yangshan, Longshan City. Senior Barbarian, I'm nearby, I'll be here soon. Luo Chanu, Senior, have you ever seen a senior who doesn't know how to deal with these weird things? Just when Luo Chanu was speechless, suddenly, a strange heartbeat was heard. However, he saw that the eyes of the fierce beast had been completely opened, one black and one red, exuding fierceness. Outside Donghai City, on a beach on an isolated island, Yi Xingtong wiped off Yu Zhao's sweat and looked tired, but a happy smile appeared on her face. Finally, level 20. This is her special training place, and it is also the special training place of the East Naval Academy, which is specially provided for the students who are specially recruited. In just 2 days, Yi Xingtong not only had to train some military knowledge, but also needed to upgrade. At this time, she hadn't closed her eyes for a long time. Tired, but seeing my own growth, the joy in my heart can't be restrained at all. Xiao Yu, don't be overtaken by my sister. Yi Xingtong smiled slightly. Luo Chanu's face couldn't help but appear in his mind. Right now, a voice suddenly came from behind her. Xingtong, sir, I have something for you. The smile on Yi Xingtong's face disappeared in an instant, and the icy look reappeared. The red lips parted lightly. Lang Taki, say it again, call me Yi Xingtong. After speaking, the figure disappeared in place, and reappeared already 100 meters away. Lang Taki watched Yi Xingtong leave, but he did not show any dissatisfaction, but instead showed a look of indulgence. Anyway, you are mine. Sir, Yi Xingtong is reporting. Yi Xingtong came to a simple military camp and gave a military salute to the instructor in the camp, very standard. After the instructor returned a military salute, he smiled and said, sit down and have a rest. There was a kind smile on his resolute face, and his eyes were full of appreciation. If you are seen by other students, I am afraid that your jaw will drop, and the devil instructor will actually laugh. Sir, I'm not tired. Yi Xingtong adheres to the military code, which is the code her parents imprinted on her. Xiaotong, I'm doing this with uncle too, really. The instructor shook his head helplessly and said, I'm looking for you this time, I just want to tell you 2 things. The first thing, the East China Sea beast tide is about to strike, the special training is over, and I'm ready to go back to school. After Yi Xingtong heard this, her brows furrowed, but she didn't reply, she just nodded. The second thing, about your acquaintance, I wonder if you are interested in hearing it. Report, sir, not interested. Yi Xingtong shook her head. Now her only thought is to prepare something and complete the rank 2 transfer advanced task. On the way here, she has accepted Ren Luo. SSS level difficulty Magic Tide. 12. This is not a random quest, but she uses special items and must accept the advanced quest of S rank or above. The first time as well, the second time as well. These are all good things that her grandfather prepared for her. Of course, before giving her 1,000 instructions, don't use it without absolute certainty. The instructor did show a mysterious smile. What if that person's name is Luo Chenli? Ah, The cold expression on Yi Xingtong's face instantly collapsed. Cough cough. What happened to Pan Uncle, Luo Chanu? When the instructor saw Yi Xingtong, who was nervous and uneasy, he laughed wantonly. If your parents knew that their daughter had been seduced by a reckless man, what would they think? They don't have time for me. Yi Xingtong shrugged, his face was indifferent. Indeed, the battle of the Great Wall of Blood is intensifying, and countless warriors are sacrificed every day. The instructor restrained his smile, sighed, and said, forget it, let's talk about Luo Chanu. What happened to Pan Uncle, Luo Chanu? Actually it's nothing, that little guy is now a veritable big star. No, his fame is now booming, and those fine-skinned and tender stars can't compare to him. The instructor's eyes also showed a mysterious brilliance. So, tell Yi Xingtong about the events of the past 2 days one by one. Yangshan Wild Beast Riot, Ghost Knife Guild Attack. 9-fold Abyss Record, Chase and kill the 7th Order Powerhouse. Smash the 8th Order Beast. Kill the fugitives. One by one, Yi Xingtong said that it was impossible, and the worldview collapsed. She did know Luo Chanu knew, but she didn't expect so many outrageous things to happen in just 2 days after she left. So, he will report to the school tomorrow. Yes, the instructor nodded, the smile on his face never stopped. Although he also felt incredible what Luo Chanu has done these 2 days, but Luo Chanu has become a big name in the East Naval Academy, which is the most exciting news. The most important is, Luo Chanu will represent Donghai College in the University World League in half a month. It is said that the final reward, even the 9th Order Powerhouse is eager to see it. However, Luo Chanu faces many difficulties. For example, the players participating in the league are basically the strongest college students in each country, with surprisingly many means. Pan Uncle, when are you going back? Facing Yi Xingtong's question, the instructor laughed dumbly, are you so anxious to see your boyfriend? Right, there was a slight blush on Yi Xingtong's face. In a building in Donghai City. Congratulations to the Deputy Hall Master. The guardians of the temples knelt down on the ground, with a reverent expression on their faces, even with blind worship in their piety. In front of him, sat a graceful woman, wearing a black tight skirt, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Everything is done. The guardians of the temples did not dare to look up, and only the toe of the woman's high-heeled shoes could be seen in his eyes. All the personnel of the number 6 experimental base have all been evacuated last night, and the number 6 experimental body is about to be fully activated. Even if it cannot destroy Longshan City, it will be able to defeat the high wall, leaving Longshan City exposed at night. Cuckoo. Hearing the report of the guardians of the temples, the woman's laughter echoed in the hall. The loss of the 6th experiment, you make up for it yourself. The smiling words revealed infinite coldness. The guardians of the temples could not help falling into a cold sweat. If he angered the deputy temple master, his life would come to an end. He hurriedly said, subordinates must make up for it twice. Giggle, you are very good at doing things. How is the progress of the other experimental subjects? Except for number 9, all others have been completed, and they have been on standby at the designated place, just waiting for the beast tide. Everything went according to plan. The woman tapped her finger on her thigh, and the corner of her mouth suddenly rose slightly, and said, send someone to grab Luo Chanu, so strong, giggling, it must be $70 But, the protector of the Temple of the Gods hesitated for a moment. He has been developing in Donghai City, and naturally knows the power of the Barbarian God Legion. If they do it, they will be greeted by the thunder pursuit of the Barbarian God group. Huh, the woman whispered softly and said softly, is there a problem? Such gentle words suddenly caused the guardians of the temples to fall into a cold sweat, shaking his head frantically, and said, no problem, this subordinate will let someone do it. When the protector of the temples left the room, the woman held up the wine glass, and there was a trace of blood-red mist in her eyes. Giggle, don't worry, soon. Alive. In the cave, Luo Chanu frowned, holding his mace in his hand. The Eye of Insight, obsolete again. Now this ability is really too wasteful for him. No strange properties can be seen. Since you can't see it, then be reckless. Luo Chanu didn't want to let this beast zombie do it first. The first to be strong, the necessary quality of the reckless man. Savage charge, shaped like a meteor, hitting the beasts and zombies. 12.566 million critical hits. True damage 268,864. M26884. The damage was terrifying and dizziness appeared, but Luo Chanu couldn't be happy at all, and even had a bad feeling in his heart. So hurt. The beast zombie actually lost less than 3% of its HP. If you let it go. Luo Chanu didn't know what to expect. Without much hesitation, directly open Black Dragon Battle Body and Abyss Battle Body, one enhances all attributes, and the other increases damage and ignores defense. At this time, Luo Chanu was caught off guard by a prompt, which seemed a little abrupt. Ding, your physique attribute has temporarily exceeded 100,000 points. Since your initial physique attribute is full, you have obtained the mid-level talent Solid Body of Earth. 100,000 attributes. At this time, Luo Chanu was not interested in researching this talent. Take advantage of the 300% damage bonus of Savage Charge to directly launch a lore strike. I can't bear that the child can't catch the wolf. Saved for so long, just to wait for this moment. Blast it. In addition to the newly added Steel Shield, more than 500 million shields were blasted out without hesitation. Boom, boom. The energy that destroys everything is turbulent, and time and space are flattened in an instant. A terrifying explosion sounded, and the power of endless destruction erupted. There is only a smear of blackness left between heaven and earth. Everything within the range lost its luster in the terrifying explosion. Minus 7.66 billion lore. In Luo Chanu's eyes, there is only this eye-catching number, everything else is not important. Not good. Luo Chanu screamed, his legs suddenly exploded with unprecedented strength, and quickly retreated. After a moment, endless white light shines. Mountain. Collapsed. Ground. Cracked. Boom. ZZ. Boom. The first peak in Yangshan and the fifth peak in Longshan City were cut off in the middle of this explosion. The terrifying tremor can be clearly felt even thousands of meters away. Shit, is there an earthquake? FK, what's going on? Hiss, that's Tianyang Peak, it's down. No, didn't Luoshan kill the king of wild beasts? Why did he still attack Tianyang Peak? How can you be sure that Luoshan moved his hand? Well, the probability of him doing it is 99%. After all, if the prince's money moves him, he will be able to destroy all people and hold revenge. Zhanfang collapsed the day before yesterday, and Tianyang Peak is gone today, and Luoshan is also present. He is poisonous, and it is very likely that he also made Zhanfang. Hurry up, the wild beast is rioting again. It's a good time, just to save the blame. Amidst the countless dust, a figure rose to the sky from the ruins. Stay in the sky above the ruins. Cough, cough, bad luck. Luo Chanu's face was full of lovelessness, and he secretly swore in his heart that he would never release a nuclear bomb in the cave, and almost buried himself. Fortunately, luck is not bad, less than 100 meters from the ground. When the boulder collapsed, he hurried out and was only submerged by sporadic rubble. He could only turn on space blockade to surround himself, and wait for Savage Charge to cool down before rushing. Came out. Hey, it's terrifying. Luo Chanu trembled at the thought of the explosion of the 500 million shield value. The scene just now, he really can't forget in his whole life, it's too shocking. Under the black and white energy, everything becomes nothingness. The tiger-shaped beast zombies also vanished under the blast, and even the black and red strange heart was blasted into slag, leaving no wreckage. Wait for your emotions to settle down. Luo Chanu hovered in midair and checked the information record. Immediately. Rejoice. Ding, you killed the level 130 special beast, spirit devouring tiger, zombie, and gained 153 million experience points. Ding, your level has been raised by 1 level, the current level is LV.51. Ding, your level has been raised by 1, the current level is LV.52. Ding, you completely destroyed the evil spirit's heart fragment and obtained the original will reward, level +1, Eternal Guardian Clue +1. Ding, your level has been raised by 1 level, the current level is LV.53. Fighting a vicious beast zombie actually raised it by 3 levels. It was incredible that such a good thing could happen after level 50. Now the upgrade experience is 80 million bottom. At this time, he also knew the name of the black-red strange heart, evil spirit heart fragment. So the question is, what is the evil spirit's heart? Can't figure it out, don't want to. Open the space backpack and turn your attention to the items that will be rewarded by the source will. Open black lens bracket eternal guardian clue close black lens bracket. Quality, taboo, type, special item. Effect, collect all clues to get special forbidden skills the treasure of eternal B23 protection. Forbidden skills, Luo Chanu is speechless, these rewards are too grueling, if you have the ability, you can directly give the whole book. At this time, he also remembered. Another good thing in the space backpack seems to be unused. The Shield of Inextinguishable, Quest Scroll the only taboo. A special reward from the 250th floor of 9-layered abyss. Also a taboo skill, still the only taboo skill. I was afraid that the mission had a time limit and didn't use it, but now it seems to be available. Then why are you hesitating? Ding, do you accept the taboo quest Indestructible? Luo Chanu's face was full of helplessness, because he couldn't see any situation of the task, that is to say, he had to accept it before he could see it. Forbidden mission. Grit your teeth and accept it directly. The task panel appears. Open black lens bracket Indestructible close black lens bracket. Mission difficulty. The only taboo. Quest description. The indestructible body, the indestructible soul casts the indestructible shield. The first stage of mission requirements. Find the land of God's battle. Mission reward. Level +1, start the second stage mission. Luo Chanu, God of War, never heard of it at all. However, the quest reward is indeed something, and it is still waiting to be upgraded by a level. This means that the task is not easy. Find it online. At this time, he could not leave without authorization. After all, the junior of the Barbarian God Legion was about to arrive. If he didn't wait for a while, wouldn't he lose his senior demeanor? So, he took out his magic mobile phone and began to search for information on the internet. After a few minutes, he gave up. There is simply no such information on the web. Right now, a figure striding forward appeared in the sky. Coming, Luo Chanu turned slightly and faced the figure. Senior Wild Bear. Before the person arrived, a thick and loud voice of doubt had come. Before Luo Chanu could react, the figure had come to his side. The speed is so fast that it is completely different from his body shape. This is also, Luo Chanu is the first time to see a body stronger than him. That pressure is really strong. Luo Chanu nodded and said, Wild Bear, Luo Chanu. What? The strong man was obviously stunned, and asked in doubt, You are Luotian. Are you not a reserve team member? How come you have a title? If it is a replacement, as for whether it is a reserve team member, the token of the Barbarian God Legion should not go wrong. Luo Chanu threw the token in his hand, speaking of which, you are the senior, ha ha ha. The strong man scratched his bald forehead and said, What senior is not senior, Luotian can call me King Kong, professional monk, 7th rank. Xuanlong Kingdom special occupation, monk. A rare job. Luo Chanu smiled and said, What Luotian is not Luotian, brother King Kong just call me my name, Luo Chanu, professional defense, 5th order. When King Kong heard the words, he looked around. Yaosho, do you call this an anti-war? What about the 5th rank? What a liar. King Kong already felt that his worldview was about to collapse. Within the range, there are no other professionals. If the scene here is not caused by Luo Chanu, he will not believe it. It was only a few minutes before he arrived. Originally, he was looking for the laboratory of the Palace of Gods near Yangshan, and when he saw the news from Senior Wild Bear in the forum, he immediately rushed over excitedly. I never expected to see such a doomsday scene. But based on the principle of getting to the bottom of it, King Kong still asked, Brother Luo, this. Where is that evil spirit's heart? I didn't do anything serious, I was shattered. King Kong, Amy is a Buddha. The evil spirit's heart, which even the 9th order might not be able to destroy, was shattered like this. It's such an understatement. Donor, be a person. But the terrifying energy explosion just now, even if he was a few kilometers away, could clearly feel it. The power contained in it is absolutely terrifying. This, shy, big boy in front of him won't carry a nuclear bomb with him, right? Of course, this is impossible. The nuclear bomb was abandoned hundreds of years ago. The damage of that kind of thing is good, but the pollution leaked out can make monsters go crazy and evolve. It's good to be broken, it's good to be broken. At this time, King Kong can only say that, open black lens bracket heart of evil spirit close black lens bracket can be exchanged for many barbarian god legion points according to the amount of energy in it. After all, this was also discovered by Luo Chanu, he just wanted to come over to help, by the way, to take advantage of the points. Luo Chanu was full of helplessness, and said, I can only work hard for the King Kong brothers to make a trip in vain. Let's go back to Longshan and have a good drink. Hearing the drinking, King Kong shook his head and said, it's not hard or hard, since the matter here is over, I'm going to hunt down the other ground mice. As for drinking, let's go back to Donghai City, then there are a few bottles of vintage. Okay then. Luo Chanu felt a little regretful, but he came to Japan for a long time and handled the relationship of colleagues well, and there will be time in the future. My mind suddenly remembered the previous task. He hurriedly asked, Brother King Kong, do you know the land of the Battle of Gods? The land of Gods battle. King Kong looked puzzled, shook his head in confusion, and said, I've never heard of it, what is that place? Luo Chanu also shook his head and said, I just asked if I didn't know. Brother Luo, when you return to Donghai City, if you contact me, I won't disturb you for now. King Kong looked around again, determined that the experimental base in Longshan City had been completely destroyed, and offered his farewell. Goodbye Donghai City. Luo Chanu thought for a while. This place is not a place to stay for a long time. After saying goodbye to King Kong, he ran towards the Yangshan parking lot. Great revenge. Now, it's time to find a secluded place to complete the third trial of the Ion Tower. He is very curious about the Eternal Arena. What is it that can make Barbarian God? Satuzan and Li Yunshi tell him that he does not have enough strength, don't lose it. Back to Yangshan parking lot. Luo Chanu drove the car all the way with one foot on the gas under the suspicious eyes of others. Soon after, he came to a lonely and uninhabited valley. Take out the Eternal Token and summon the Ion Tower. Drill right in. Next moment, the third trial appeared before his eyes. Open black lens bracket Eternal Trial 3 close black lens bracket. Trial content. Kill the 7th Order Special Beast Thunder Beast 0/1. Trial reward. All attributes plus 1500, random eternal items plus 1, the Eternal Arena function is open, the Eternal Arena store is open. Time limit. 60 minutes. The countdown is on. Luo Chanu looked at his shield value, Lin Laogu. The 500 million shield bombing caused 7 billion damage, and directly restored more than 700 million shields to him. If this still can't kill the 7th Order Beast, then he will live in vain. 3, 2, 1, roar. The roar echoed in the amphitheater. In an instant, dark clouds covered the sky, and endless thunder condensed. A purple animal shadow stepped on the thunder and walked slowly out of the dark clouds. At this time, Luo Chanu could see the appearance of the thunder beast. It was the size of a lion, the purple body shone with thunder light, and the 10 pure white horns looked unusually sharp. Such a terrifying beast. Is it only level 7? To be honest, Luo Chanu's real name is Envious. Before Luo Chanu could do it, the attribute panel of Thunder Beast automatically appeared in front of him. Open black lens bracket Thunder Beast close black lens bracket. Grade. Special Beast. Level. LV.75. Blood volume. 350 million. Magic. 100 million. Strength. 150,000. Constitution. 138,800. Agility. 127,500. Spirit. 115,000. Talent. Unavailable. Bloodline. Unable to view. Skills. Blade of Thunder Claw. Absolute Thunder Charge. Heavenly Thunder comes to the world. Profound Truth. Thunderbolt. Profound Truth and Thunder Battle Body. Strength. Level 7. Good guy. This is also the first time Luo Chanu has seen the attributes of a 7th Order Beast. Open black lens bracket Thunder Beast close black lens bracket. Although he is only level 75, that attribute is too terrifying. Even if he turned on the Black Dragon Battle Physique basic attributes, he couldn't compare it at all, plus the terrifying blood volume. How to fight with other challengers. Outrageous, no wonder Eternal Arena is so dangerous. Seeing that Thunder Beast did not attack first, Luo Chanu was also welcome. Abyss Fighter. This skill is really easy to use, although ignoring 50% defense may not be able to break the defense of Thunder Beast, but the damage increase effect is still very cool. Savage Charge. Boom. Under the startup acceleration, the speed has broken through the speed of sound. Without any accident, Thunder Beast was stunned. One hit. Thunder Beast's HP instantly evaporates by as much as 10%. Seconds. At this time, Luo Chanu thought of this idea, but he didn't want to waste the more than 700 million shields. #BT. Frenzy. Under the violent attack speed, the hideous mace instantly afterimages all over the sky. Each hit can take away 5% of the HP of Thunder Beast. If nothing else, be safe. Accidents often come so unexpectedly. When Luo Chanu emptied the HP of Thunder Beast, it turned into purple lightning bolts, and then recondensed, and the image of Thunder Beast had changed. It seemed that it was its profound skill, and it came out of the Peng War Zone. Instantly, the endless thunder blasted towards Luo Chanu. Numerous prompt messages appeared in front of Luo Chanu. 15. Immunity. Luo Chanu didn't have time to think about it. He switched to the defensive stance and activated the Shelter of the Goddess of Life with the endless thunder, frantically outputting. Kill. Toughness is his pursuit. After the transformation, the Thunder Beast has a greatly enhanced damage-free effect, and can recover HP after being attacked. In terms of hardness and rigidity, Luo Chanu's Slight takes the top spot. The ending, no surprise. Ding. Eternal Trial 3 settlement is successful. Ding. You get all attributes plus 1,500 points. Eternal Lightning Barrier plus 1. You have successfully opened the Eternal Arena Eternal Athletics store. Ding. You can stay in the Eternal Trial space for 30 minutes. Skill. Luo Chanu was stunned when he saw the reward. Don't rush to leave the trial space. Open the space backpack to check the reward items. Open black lens bracket Eternal Lightning Barrier close black lens bracket. Quality. SSS can be improved. Type. Special General Skill. Learning restrictions. Possess at least one SSS tier talent. Effect. Lightning Protection. Invulnerable to everything. Permanent shield. Resists damage and can cause lightning damage to the target, and has a probability to paralyze the target. Good guy. Attackable and acceptable. Lightning ability. A high-level power that very few professionals can master. Unexpectedly, he could even have a defensive battle. On second thought, if you feed it to Steel Shield, maybe he will evolve into Lightning King. Ding. Do you want to learn the special general skill Eternal Lightning Barrier? Note that once you learn this skill, you cannot forget it. Can't forget. Who can resist the temptation of a growing SSS tier skill? Study. At this time, Luo Chanu is looking forward to the action of his skills. If he is swallowed by Steel Shield, the effect is definitely worth looking forward to. 1 second, 5 seconds, 30 seconds. Luo Chanu couldn't wait for the change in his mind, and for a while, was speechless. And this time, the kind voice in my head was finally long overdue. Hint. Your skill, Eternal Thunder and Lightning Barrier, is directed by your skill, the Goddess of Life's Shelter, successfully transformed, and the skill effect is greatly increased. Close black lens bracket. Hint. Your skill, Eternal Lightning Barrier, greatly admires you, and I hope to get your praise. Close black lens bracket. Luo Chanu silently opened the skill panel. Open black lens bracket Eternal Lightning Barrier close black lens bracket. Skill level. LV.1 Absorb special items of Thunder attribute, Eternal Power can be upgraded. Active Mutation Effect. Consumes mana to summon a lightning barrier, obtains the effect of resisting damage according to the mana consumed, and causes lightning damage to surrounding targets controllable with a 5% chance to paralyze the target. Skill Consumption. Minimum 10,000 mana. Resistance Effect. Related to the consumption of mana, each point of mana can resist 10 points of damage including special damage, true damage, eternal damage, etc. Damage Effect. Related to Spirit and Mind Mastery, the basic damage per second is Spirit 5. Duration. 30 seconds. Cooldown. 15 seconds. Eternal Effect. Each time you upgrade your skill level, you can select a skill's power supply ability. Current valid times. 1. Fantastic. With such skills, Luo Chanu can't think of any other description except this word. The first shared object is none other than steel shield. Mind a move. Shared relationship generation. Hint. Your skill, Eternal Thunder and Lightning Barrier, has been praised by you, and I am very excited. I ask you to provide the items needed to upgrade to help it upgrade. Close black lens bracket. Hint. Your skill, Steel Shield, has a lot of affection for your skill, Eternal Thunder and Lightning Barrier, and I planned to accept him as a younger brother, but was rejected by him, and hid behind your skill, Shelter of the Goddess of Life. Close black lens bracket. Hint. Your skill, Asylum of the Goddess of Life, is jealous and very depressed for your sharing ability to Steel Shield. Close black lens bracket. Luo Chanu ignored the voice in his head. His eyes were completely inseparable from the steel shield on his body. Shimmering purple electricity. Light moves. Makes the ordinary shield with a mysterious effect. Handsome. Luo Chanu left the trial space satisfied. When he appeared in the valley again, the ion tower turned into white light and drilled into the eternal token. However, the eternal token disappeared directly into Luo Chanu's space backpack. FK, again. Luo Chanu was shocked. Open black lens bracket eternal token close black lens bracket has turned into a mysterious mark and appeared on his chest, dissipating in an instant. Ding! The special item, eternal token, is officially recognized. Immediately afterwards, countless information appeared in Luo Chanu's mind. Luo Chanu is silent. The so-called eternal token is not actually a game item, but comes from another mysterious place called Eternal Sanctuary. And its function is to select Tianzhao through Eternal Trial to participate in Eternal Arena. At ***, through subsequent trials, other magical functions can be unlocked. As for the function, we can only know after passing the trial. The Eternal Arena is the competition that Tianzhao who has passed the trial participates in. Every time they win a game, they can get a certain Eternal Arena points, which can be used to strengthen themselves or go to the store to exchange for goodies. Eternal Arena is also divided into many modes. For example, sparring, duels, deathmatches, matching. The mechanism is very complicated, and Lu Chanu did not study it for a while. But he already knew why the Lord of Flame Demon said that after he entered the Eternal Arena let him wait. Deathmatch. As long as you leave the 3-month novice period, there must be one passive deathmatch and one active deathmatch every year. Passive deathmatch requires other people to propose active deathmatch in order to start and cannot be refused. If the strength gap between the two is too great, Eternal Sanctuary will give some help to the weak, but generally speaking, this kind of thing rarely happens. After all, deathmatch also requires queues. You can let the chosen people choose for themselves. The victorious side of the death battle, live. The one who loses in the death battle will die and all items will drop. All the Flame Lord ran away after seeing the Eternal Token mainly because the token holders fought each other in the outside world, and they would be punished by the Eternal Sanctuary. The punishment is still severe. Interesting. The corner of Luo Chanu's mouth raised slightly, and then he opened the Eternal Taboo store. The things in front of him surprised him. $73. Chaos Combat Skill, Unique. Quality. Chaos. Redemption Restrictions. Eternal Lord Title. Redemption Requirements. 1 Eternal Arena Points. Open black lens bracket Eternal Mark Time close black lens bracket Unique. Quality. Holy Artifact. Redemption Restrictions. Up to 9 stars, with a winning rate of more than 90%. Exchange Requirements. 10 billion Eternal Arena Points, 10,000 Eternal Crystals. Eternal Mark and Space Jiao Nuo's Unique. Quality. Holy Artifact. Redemption Restrictions. Up to 9 stars, with a winning rate of more than 90%. Exchange Requirements. 10 billion Eternal Arena Points, 10,000 Eternal Crystals. Open black lens bracket Eternity Extinction close black lens bracket. Quality. Super Artifact. Exchange Restrictions. Diamond 9 stars, win rate over 60%. Redemption Requirements. 100,000 Eternal Arena Points. Opening square bracket. 012311112113463331. Eternal, Absolute Heaven Battle Shield. Quality, Artifact, Redemption Restrictions. Platinum 5-star, Eternal Nova title. Redemption requirements. 20,000 Eternal Arena points. Open black lens bracket Eternal Roulette close black lens bracket. Quality. Special. Redemption restrictions. None. Redemption requirements. 100 Eternal Arena points. Such an outrageous exchange interface really makes Luo Chanu call it impossible. Artifact. In the Eternal competitive store, it is simply unimaginable that there is only a little minion. It is interesting. Luo Chanu looked at the dazzling array of exchange products, and he was full of interest. Would you like to try? If he does not try, although there is a 3-month novice protection period, he will still be forced to participate in the battle after 3 months. Even, it is likely to be a death fight. Think for a moment. Luo Chanu finally made a decision. Reckless. Try to participate in more battles in 3 months, and strive to improve your strength. Strength. Before entering, raise the level of the little girl in red, so she can't waste her fighting power. Think about it. Luo Chanu closed the Eternal Athletics store and went directly to the nearby valley to find monsters. On the way, Luo Chanu summoned the little loli in red out of the donkey. The cute little loli appeared and threw herself directly into Luo Chanu's arms. Baba, Luo Chanu, call big brother. The little loli in red stared wide-eyed and called out obediently, okay, Baba. Zhaohong, do your previous memories still exist? Open black lens bracket name genius close black lens bracket Luo Chanu was very curious about the origin of the lady in red, and asked the little loli in red sitting on his arm, Little Hong. The little loli in red made a contemplative look. Kui Shengsheng said, Baba, what is the memory of the past? It's, before you became a child. The little girl in red shook her head and said, I don't know, I just remember Baba. Luo Chanu, being able to become a taboo existence, the origin of the lady in red is definitely not simple, but the little girl in red doesn't know, and he can't find it. Take a step by step, I hope you don't get into any trouble. For children, Luo Chen in the previous life was both love and hate. Love because they are cute. Ruthless, because he is afraid of making trouble. Now the little loli in red is very well behaved, so she sits in his arms with peace of mind, except for the occasional call of Baba, there is no other extra action. At this time, Luo Chanu also found a place where monsters haunt. A level 20 monster, Rabid Boar. At this time, he wanted to try the effect of Lord of Thunder. The power of lightning on the steel shield, as long as it is within the attack range, he can control it at will. Lightning flashes on the shield. Luo Chanu's thoughts moved, and purple thunder light surged, and the electricity went straight to the raging wild boar. Minus 242,635 lightning damage. The aroma of meat wafts away. Kill easily. Ding, you killed a level 20 ordinary monster, Raging Boar. Your level is too high to gain any experience and drops your pet Phantom Heart, gain 800 experience points. After the pet is summoned, experience can be obtained. Even if Luo Chanu is more than 30 levels higher than Raging Wild Boar, but after he kills it, he will not get experience, and the little girl in red can also get 80% of the monster's experience. After the level is high, it is quite fast to upgrade the pet. While releasing the power of lightning, Luo Chanu clearly felt a brief stagnation. That is, he controlled the power of lightning, but like the description of the effect of Eternal Lightning Barrier, it could only trigger damage once per second. After the test, he also found some interesting things. The initiative can be single or group. The harm is the same, but the effective attack distance is different. The single unit is a little further away, and the group is the same as Eternal Lightning Barrier. However, the damage effect of Blade Storm cannot be issued. Haha, it's not bad to install a hidden professional Minecraft in the future. Then Luo Chanu was amused by his own thoughts. 720. He, a reckless man, has never tried anything like pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. In this forest, there are not many pig populations. Luo Chanu just got the power of thunder and lightning, and he started to play, constantly testing how to use the power of thunder and lightning. He also attached the power of thunder and lightning to the mace bastion, so the effect has not changed much, but the special effect is full. More than an hour later. Ding, the level of your pet Phantom Heart has been increased by 1, and the current level is LV.10. Ding, your pet phantom heart automatically turns, and its growth has improved. Ding, your pet phantom heart comprehends the special skill possession. Luo Chanu touched the head of the little loli in red, and saw that she was squinting, looking like she was enjoying herself. Baba, Zhao Hong has become stronger. Hurry up and get bigger, ahem, become stronger, I can help big brother in the future. Luo Chanu struggled from start to finish. He really can't bear the title of Baba, he is still an 18-year-old child. Shaking his head helplessly, he checked the attributes of the little girl in red. Open black lens bracket phantom heart, little red, close black lens bracket. Quality, taboo. Type, boss pet. Level, LV.10, 1 turn. 35,000. Mana, 145,000. Constitution, 350. 350. Agility, 400. 700. Talent taboo, lack of source power, open. Feature taboo, omitted. Skills, void body passive, soul drain, active phantom, active possession, active. Taboo, abandoned by the gods and demons. As expected of a taboo pet, this growth is too terrifying. If this goes on, when the red-clothed little loli reaches level 50, the attributes will almost break through the sky. And the new skill, possession, is very interesting. Open black lens bracket possession, close black lens bracket, special skill. Skill level, LV.1. Active, consume 10,000 mana points, select a target possessed master or enemy. If the target is the master, increase the master's basic attributes by 50% and passive evasion rate by 50%. If the target is the enemy, completely control the mental attribute below the target of your own body. If the target's mental attribute is higher than your own body, the target will enter the chaotic state for 3 seconds. Duration, master, unlimited. Duration, enemy, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Contraindications. If the master's blood volume is lower than 30%, the possessed state will be automatically released, and the master will be restored to full BCFA blood. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing the word infinite, Luo Chanu has already planned to abandon the idea of letting the little loli in red give up the possessed enemy. Wouldn't it be nice to add attributes to him? RB. He was also reluctant to let the little girl in red go to drill someone else's body. Go to Eternal Arena and try it out. Southwest border, Nanu City. In a fortress, boom. The wine glass was smashed to the ground and smashed into countless pieces of scum, and a rough-looking strong man was full of anger. He is a demigod, Feng Ji. The existence known as the first person in the southwest, guarding the southwest frontier and resisting the beasts of the endless forest of the southern barbarians. Barbarian god, you bastard, Dong Xuanmo, the old immortal, dare not say a word, UTM and labor and capital or blind BB. UTM keep the labor and capital from moving Luo Chanu, and the labor and capital won't move. TMs, that kid has risen so fast, he must have obtained the blood of violent gods, or else. Luo Kuang, what do you think, why is the violent blood in Luo Chanu's place? FK, a bunch of trash, they have been feeding dogs for 10 years. If the labor and capital get the blood of violent gods, after the second career breakthrough, is it still far from becoming gods? If you tell me not to move, I won't move. A furious voice echoed in the room. But nothing came out. Even the guards at the door couldn't hear it. The telegram sounded for a long time. Finally, the demigod Fengji fell silent. Barbarian god, Luo Chanu in Donghai City. He, the labor and capital really can't come, but those guys can still take advantage of it. Mysterious space. Luo Chanu looked around curiously. This is the exclusive space of the Eternal Arena. There's nothing magical about it. The surrounding space is white, and nothing can be seen at all. There is only one virtual panel in front of you. Open black lens bracket nickname, undetermined close black lens bracket. Number, 9,881,314 can be hidden. Open black lens bracket name, none close black lens bracket. Rank, black iron sporadic, 0-100ths. Open black lens bracket winning rate, none close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket points, 0 close black lens bracket. Ding, please confirm your nickname as soon as possible. Luo Chanu thought about it and wrote 2 big characters. Reckless Bear. Ding. This nickname has no repetition, it has been confirmed. With the disappearance of the mysterious sound, Luo Chanu found that the virtual panel in front of him had 3 more functions. Shop, competition, friends. Hehe, I finally have a feeling of playing games. Luo Chanu smiled, opened the competition function, and directly participated in the match. Competitive rules. The match is generally the same rank match, and there is a small probability of matching to a higher rank opponent. In Eternal Arena, there is no match based on strength. So Luo Chanu didn't know what his opponent was. Matching opponents is very slow. Luo Chanu was not idle either, checking the items in the Eternal Athletics store one by one. Suddenly, there were 3 mysterious beeps in his ears. Broadcast. Player Yetian Emperor kills player Void Shadow in an epic rank match, and an additional 10,000 points will be awarded. Broadcast. Player Yetian Emperor kills player Void Shadow in an epic rank match, and an additional 10,000 points will be awarded. Luo Chanu sighed slightly. The matching mechanism, the danger is actually similar to deathmatch. Match can throw in the towel. Deathmatch is not possible. The danger of Eternal Arena is indeed very high. Sometimes, before you surrender and admit defeat, you are killed. After a few minutes, finally, the match was successful. Change of sight. As far as the eye can see, in the endless square, the bluestone floor is full of traces of time. 100 meters away, stood a strange creature. Seeing this, Luo Chanu frowned. The opponent. Not human. With a humanoid shape, but with a head similar to a centipede, what impressed him profoundly were the 8 pairs of green eyes and clip-like jaws. At the same time, the basic information of the opponent appeared in front of him. Nickname: 1000-foot noodles. Number: hidden. Open black lens bracket. Name: none. Close black lens bracket. Rank: black iron 5 stars. Open black lens bracket. Winning rate: 81%. Close black lens bracket. 81% win rate. The strength is not bad. The players who can participate in the Eternal Arena, if you guess correctly, everyone's trials should be similar, and their strength must definitely exceed the 7th order beast. When Luo Chanu muttered, a strange scale came to Luo Chanu's ears. Indeed, the opponent Kionzumian spoke. Obviously he couldn't hear Kionzumian's words, but he understood what he meant in his mind. It seems that my luck is very good. I met a new, 5th order human race in my first match today, and it's still a defense. Ha ha ha. Luo Chanu was stunned for a moment. From Kionzumian's tone, he felt his contempt for human beings. Eye of insight. However, what makes Luo Chanu speechless is that he still can't see any information. So here comes the problem. How did Millennium find out about his information? Logically speaking, his information should be hidden by Eternal Token. It's not easy. Luo Chanu sighed inwardly, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and said, hopefully, you can still laugh later, little reptile. Strength unknown. However, in the face of players of the same rank, the momentum cannot be lowered. Back. The human race should be damned. You were unfortunate enough to meet me, your eternal mark, I accept it. You have the last 10 seconds, any last words? Kionzumian laughed wildly. 8 pairs of green eyes rolled, and finally focused on Luo Chanu's body. No fun. Luo Chanu is too lazy to talk nonsense. It is useless to talk too much. Whoever has the bigger fist is the one who will stare. So full of spirit. Skills are added one by one. The first, PK, is mainly for stability. The countdown is over. Luo Chanu instantly turned into a flash of purple lightning, as if crossing time and space, and appeared in front of Cheng in an instant. Boom. A violent crash sounded. Luo Chanu was stunned for a moment. Barbaric charge was actually cracked. Not only was there no damage, but instead his own shield dropped more than 700,000. What weird ability. And this time, 1000-foot Mian's heart was also full of horror, and his life-saving ability was suddenly beaten out. What the hell? That is the life-saving ability of the artifact, and the artifact's rebound effect didn't actually cause any damage, just some negligible damage. This cute new anti-war has a strong attack ability. Could it be that he also has artifacts? And is it an attack weapon? Everything is unknown, but he knows that if he does not use the ability to press the bottom of the box, he may lose this time. In an instant, his 8 pairs of emerald green eyes condensed 8 rays of light, which directly hit the humans in front of him. HMPH, with my natal talent, you are a lamb to be slaughtered. And yet, the next moment the millipedes collapsed. The natal innate ability still did not cause any damage, and even the real damage and destruction damage carried did not take effect. The damage was still absorbed by that weird shield. KR. Before Millipede could exit, a huge black mace hit his head. Boom. With a powerful blow, 1000-foot was knocked to the ground, and more than half of its blood volume disappeared. Cast. Before he could speak, the power of lightning struck him suddenly, paralyzing him, and he couldn't even say the word, surrender. And what greeted him was a violent mace. Bloodlock. Facing the violent continuous output, the continuous paralysis effect will not have any effect at all. Kionzudian's heart was ashamed. Before dying, there was only one question in his mind. You call this anti-war? Ding, you defeated the Black Iron 5-star player Kionzumian in the matching battle, and you will get 5 points of eternal competition points, winning +1. Ding, you kill the target in the battle, you will get 10 points of eternal competitive points, +1 eternal imprint and randomly get 2 items from the Millipede space backpack. Luo Chanu wiped away the sweat that didn't exist. Finally, I laughed. Don't look at how easy it is for him to kill Kionzuman. Actually, it was indeed very easy, except that Brutal Charge froze a bit after being broken, and was hit by a skill, but he didn't receive any threats at all. But just that skill just broke his Eternal Lightning Barrier shield. These guys are still mysterious. After returning to the mysterious space, Luo Chanu didn't match up immediately. Instead, open the backpack and check out the items dropped by Millipede. Only 2 pieces. Open black lens bracket magic energy bomb close black lens bracket. Quality: SSS grade. Type: engineering creation. Unique effect: cause huge mixed damage to all targets within 10 meters, and must add 1 million absolute damage that cannot be reduced. Number of uses: 1/1. Note: this item cannot be used in Arena of Eternity. 1000-legged ghost centipede summoning scroll. Quality: SSS grade. Type: summoning item. The only effect: summon the 150 level 9th order void zerg 1000-legged ghost centipede which lasts for 30 minutes. Number of uses: 1/1. Note: this item cannot be used in Arena of Eternity. Looking at the 2 items in front of him, Luo Chanu couldn't help but feel happy. SSS grade disposable items. There will definitely be different surprises at critical moments. At this time, Luo Chanu also discovered another limitation of Eternal Arena, that is, other than treasures in the backpack, other things cannot be used at all. It may not be good for others, but, for him, this is great news. If Millipede can use these things, he will definitely lose. Just one magic energy bomb can kill him instantly. Absolutely hurt. Unless you have absolute damage reduction ability, how much damage is the amount of damage? Even if it is the ability to lock blood, it can be broken directly. After a short rest, Luo Chanu continues to start matching. Broadcast. Player Meng Shang kills player 1000-footed noodles in the Black Iron rank match, and an additional 10 points will be awarded. Broadcast. Player Meng Shang kills player 1000-footed noodles in the Black Iron rank match, and an additional 10 points will be awarded. Broadcast. The continuous broadcast made the players in the Eternal Arena stunned for a moment. Immediately, his brows furrowed. That's all. Generally speaking, there are very few kills in matchmaking. Because the players who can join Eternal Arena are very good, which one has no life-saving ability. Public chat channel. As the only public chat area of Eternal Arena, it has gradually become lively. Rand 6. Even if the Emperor Yi Tian came out to do things, even the Black Iron stage appeared to be killed. Today is what happened. Sacred King Tianyu. Meng Shang, wouldn't he be a newcomer to the Bear Clan, is he so ruthless? Kianzu Silicon. The little guy in our group was killed, and the Bear Tyrant came out to speak, is it your choice? Close black lens bracket. Shangba. Impossible, we haven't seen Eternal Token in our realm for a long time, and there are no players who have fallen to the Black Iron rank. Close black lens bracket. Wei Yi. Recently, the Black Iron rank is very interesting. There was just a 100-game winning streak player in front of him, and now there are still bugs, ha ha ha. Emperor Yi Tian. The Zerg deceive the human race too much. When one encounters one and kills the other, as I said, no one can save it. Close black lens bracket. Insect Valley God. Yi Tiandi, wait for this emperor next time, see you in the death battle. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Emperor Knight. Spicy chicken, line up, close black lens bracket. Ghost 1. Human race should not exist in the eternal arena. Close black lens bracket. Since the appearance of Yi Tiandi, there have been many public chat channels. The human race seems to have become the existence of everyone shouting in the eternal arena. Certainly, these Luo Chanu didn't know either. At this moment he had already started the second match. In front of him is a player who resembles Avatar. The battle hasn't started yet. Avatar frowned tightly and said suspiciously, "Bang Shong, the ants of the human race are here again." Such a murmur reached Luo Chanu's ears. Moment. Luo Chanu was furious. How can it be repaired? Why do all the players I meet discriminate against the human race so much? At this moment, in his eyes, the Avatar opposite was already a corpse. The countdown is over. Open black lens bracket Savage Charge, close black lens bracket start. Longshan City. And Chen came to the office of the director of the Department of Education with ease. Set up school. The director of the education department hurriedly stood up to greet An Chen. An Chen is not only the principal of Longshan No. 1 Middle School, but also an evergreen tree in the education circle of Longshan. If An Chen is not unwilling, the position of director of the education department is definitely his. When I saw An Chen, the head of the education department couldn't help but feel tight. An Chen usually doesn't come to the Department of Education unless he wants to bleed. And this time period must be for the Luotian thing. After all, there are 2 geniuses in Longshan City this year. Yi Xingtong had already gone to Donghai City. Now there is only Luo Shen left, who was also specially recruited by the Eastern Naval Academy and is about to leave Longshan City. Excited, of course he is. In order to reward Luo Chanu, he gave up the only 9-layered abyss quota in the education department, and An Chen played a key role. It hurts, it really hurts. But he couldn't stand An Chen's persistence. Fortunately, Luo Shen is powerful, directly breaking through the 400th floor, surpassing the Patronus, and becoming the number 1 existence on the list. Moreover, he also knew one thing, that is, that 9-layered abyss only has 400 floors. Deficit. Surely you won't lose. Longshan City has produced a Luo Shen, which is his greatest political achievement. It is also the foundation for him to enter Donghai City. This wave of operations is enough for him to blow for a lifetime. Director, I won't say much gossip. I'm here this time for Luo Chanu's business. After An Chen entered the door, he directly pointed out his purpose. Tomorrow, I'll take him to Donghai City. You'll go through some of the formalities, and does the Department of Education also want to express it? The head of the education department was full of helplessness. Because he doesn't know what Luo Shen needs. If the reward is too shabby, the face of the Longshan education department will be lost. And school, let's sit down and drink tea. The formalities are already being done, and we will deliver it later. He warmly welcomed An Chen to the sofa, and asked curiously, "And school, we have known each other for so many years, can we get to the bottom of what Luotian needs?" An Chen showed a mysterious smile. It's actually really easy. After leaving the Department of Education, An Chen hurried to a place to pick up wool. Ahem, it should be said that they should say what they promised. Ding, you defeated the Black Iron 3-star player, Shui Yingui, in the matching battle, and obtained 5 points of eternal competition, and the victory +1. Ding, if you kill the target in the battle, you will get 10 eternal competitive points, +1 eternal brand, and 2 random items of Shui Yin Ghost Space Backpack. Ding, you get 5 consecutive victories in the matching battle, and you will get an extra 25 eternal competitive points. Ding, your points have reached 100 points, the rank has increased, and the current Black Iron is 1 star, and you can unlock new products in the mall. Eternal Arena Space. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Luo Chanu's mouth. 5 fights, killing 5 players in the Black Iron stage, Each of them has great malice towards the human race. Kill. Kill without hesitation. Not only can you get extra rewards, but you can also express your unhappiness. But speaking of, the players who can enter the Eternal Arena are all very powerful, and each player's abilities are all kinds of strange. If it weren't for the extra damage of his shield, it would be really difficult to kill the target. After tasting the sweetness of the kill, what he wants is not victory, but a showdown. 5 kills, get 3 SSS quality items in total. This explosion rate is really outrageous. 2. The level of these players is not high, and he can use the dropped things very quickly. This is much better than fighting bosses. Go ahead, kill yourself today. A dedicated competitive space. After killing his opponent in a matching battle, Yi Tiandi, who was covered in injuries, was not happy, but frowned. In the eternal world, when will the human race truly rise? This question is not only him, but also the common expectation of all the human races participating in the Eternal Arena. Eternal invasion of all races, where will the future of the human race be? Emperor Yi Tian's strength is very strong, and he is also a super powerhouse in one world, suppressing countless gods and demons. He still felt endless pressure. The Eternal Arena is the only way for him to break through himself, but after so many years, he has gone through countless death battles, and he is only fascinated by the epic rank. To know, Eternal Arena's rank division, although the epic rank is very high, it is still in the upper middle range. A sigh, endless confusion. Right now. Another prompt appeared in front of him. Broadcast. Player Bang Shong kills player Shui Yin Ghost in the Black Iron rank match, and an additional 10 points will be awarded. Reckless Bear. Yi Tiandi's expression became more solemn. In just 10 minutes, there were 5 kills. Although he was in the Black Iron rank, Meng Shong's combat power should not be underestimated. Most importantly, no one knows Meng's race, identity. Players who have seen Meng Bear are dead. If they want to know the information of Meng Shong, they must wait for him to advance to the golden rank, at least a few months. Back then, he made great strides all the way, it took half a year to hit gold. It was also at that time that the truth of the Eternal Arena was learned, and the truth of the human race was being targeted by all races. Meng Bear sounds like the ID of the orcs. Alas, if he is a human race, how good it would be. Broadcast. Player Meng Shong kills player Dark Sky Eating Tiger in the Black Iron rank match, and an additional 10 points will be awarded. Broadcast. Player Meng Shong kills player Soul of the Stars in the Black Iron rank match, and an additional 10 points will be awarded. Accompanied by the broadcast of killing information. The players in the Eternal Arena couldn't help but raise their curiosity. Eternal Arena, here comes a ruthless person. Who is Meng Bear? From where? What race is it? The number of people killed in a row, where else? These questions are lingering in the minds of countless players. Emperor Yi Tian. Ha ha ha, a group of worms and small chops, it's good to die, it's good to die. Close black lens bracket. Insect Valley God. The face of the villain, there are many arrogances in our clan, and if you have the ability, you can kill them. It's just a reckless bear, and it can only be fierce in the Black Iron stage. Close black lens bracket. The giant king of the mountains. The strength of Meng Shong is very good, and the successive kills have not appeared for a long time. Close black lens bracket. Supreme Flame Demon. Reckless Bear, could it be a human race? Shongba. After the identification, is the evil pen upstairs also suitable for the ants of the human race? Meng Shong must be a member of my bear clan. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Supreme Flame Demon. Big Bear is right. Close black lens bracket. Emperor Yi Tian. Ha ha ha, this little flame demon is really interesting, with a well-known name and a cowardly one. If you are wrong, I will come to your world and let's have a good chat. Close black lens bracket. Insect Valley God. Joke, does Emperor Yi Tian dare to leave your world one step? As long as you dare to leave, my Zerg army will surely devour your world. Close black lens bracket. Qingshu Taoist. The Zerg deceive the human race too much. Close black lens bracket. Shongba. Make a fuss, and it's over when you see the human race killed. Now I only care about the identity of the bear, how far he can go. Close black lens bracket. Supreme Flame Demon. Yes, I only care about Mengshong, there are very few such fierce newcomers. When countless people are looking forward to it. Luo Chanu quit Eternal Arena. He found that, after the 9th kill, the difficulty of matching increased sharply, and within an hour, there was no match for an opponent. TLF. Those players in the Black Iron stage are deliberately avoiding him. And, Eternal Arena, there is a strange stipulation in the rules that the Platinum rank can only be increased by up to 3 stars one day before, and there will be no additional benefits after that. In other words, he will kill the player next. Except for the fixed 5 Eternal Arena points, all other benefits are. Department was cut. Now he is a Black Iron 3-star, so. He also didn't want to waste time here. After leaving, Luo Chanu looked at the time and chose to go home. On the way home, Luo Chanu pondered for a long time, and there was a question in his mind that kept haunting him. FFLX. He desperately wanted answers. He took out the magic mobile phone and dialed a number. Auntie, can I trouble you with one thing? After the call was connected, Luo Chanu didn't have much to say and started to ask directly. Xiao you say it. Li Yunshi's voice came, also, don't say trouble to your family. A smile appeared on Luo Chanu's face, and he said, I want to pay respects to the savage gods, if possible, tomorrow. Ah, it seems a bit difficult, the boss of the gods has gone overseas, and he doesn't know when he will come back. Overseas. Luo Chanu was slightly taken aback, isn't that a restricted area for humans? But after thinking about it, it is also reasonable. This is the majesty of the boss of the Barbarian Legion. Okay, if the barbarian boss comes back, remember to contact me. There is a very important thing about Eternal Arena. What, did you go to the Eternal Arena? Li Yunshi's voice suddenly increased several decibels. Didn't you say to let your strength improve a little bit before you go? The boss of the barbarian god said that the Eternal Arena is too dangerous and everyone in it is a monster. Go and try. Luo Chanu thought of the various abilities of those players, and agreed with Li Yunshi's words in his heart. He has the unreasonable skill of Savage Charge. Stun, kill, it's that simple. Even if they had life-saving skills, they couldn't last 3 seconds of stun. Except for 1,000-foot noodles, no other player has cracked this mutation skill. Xiao you are very powerful, but don't be so reckless. Li Yunshi thought of Luo Chanu's character and couldn't help but remind her. Luo Chanu, good guy, Mew. As a barbarian dragon of barbarian god army, my aunt could actually say this. Simply incredible. As a junior, Luo Chanu can only nod and agree, okay, auntie. If there is news from the big god, just let me know. No problem, wrap it on my aunt. Just hung up the phone. Luo Chanu's cell phone rang. After seeing the caller ID, he was slightly taken aback. Why is it her? Sister Yu, why do you have time to call me? Brother Luo, at 6 o'clock, in box number 3, Huaifeng Building, my sister invites you to a big meal. Yu Lingsu directly explained the purpose of the call, and continued, sister has something to do right now, see you later. The voice just fell. Luo Chanu was speechless when he heard the beep beep on the other end of the phone. Huaifeng Building, located in the city center, is the most luxurious restaurant in Longshan City. It is said that a meal costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Luo Chanu doesn't have much requirements for what to eat, and never thought to consume it after hearing such a price. 182. When someone treats a guest, he will certainly not hesitate. All the way, sparks and lightning went straight to the Huaifeng Tower. 5:40. Luo Chanu came to Huaifeng Building on time, parked the car and walked towards the magnificent gate. The Huaifeng Building has only 7 floors. In the city center with many buildings, it can only be regarded as a little existence, but the ancient architectural style is the only one. In front of the gate, the sea of prisoners is like a tidal wave. A row of sweet-looking Miss Heisei greeted her with a smile at the door. A loud, welcome, let people experience what is the ultimate enjoyment. Tisk tisk tisk. The clubhouse is not so good. Luo Chanu didn't wear brocade clothes like those guests, but dressed in ordinary casual clothes, with a hat and sunglasses, and walked towards the door in the strange eyes of the surrounding. In various film and television dramas and novels, those brainless villains, who love provocation, did not appear. under the leadership of Miss Haisi Yingbin. He came to box 3 on the 7th floor. The moment he entered the box, Luo Chen's eyes dropped slightly. In the box, at this moment, there is only a young man in a suit. Didn't Yu Lingsu treat him to dinner alone? What is the purpose of her invitation? Who is the handsome guy in the suit and leather shoes? Questions appeared in Luo Chanu's mind instantly. And this time, the handsome guy in a suit and leather shoes looked at Luo Chanu curiously, his eyes full of scrutiny and doubt. Luo Shen, I have been admiring you for a long time. After a while, the handsome guy in suit and leather shoes stood up, with a kind smile on his face, walked towards the antique door of the box, stretched out his delicate hand, and made a gesture of shaking hands. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lingjie, a level 67 4th Order Sky Swordsman. Reach out and don't hit the smiling face. Luo Chanu smiled slightly, stretched out his big hand to gently hold it, and said, Mr. Ling, hello. Ha ha ha, Luoshan is very different from the rumors. Lingjie let go of Luo Chanu's hand, and said with a smile, please come in quickly, stand at the door, and let Lingsu know that you must blame me. Lingsu, it's so affectionate. Although Luo Chanu was puzzled about the relationship between the two, he didn't ask, but asked with a smile, what do I look like in the rumors? Brutal, powerful, outrageous, addicted to two. Words came out of Lingzi's mouth one by one, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise as he spoke. He stared at Luo Chanu's expression. But Luo Chanu didn't have any other expressions at all, but his smile was even brighter. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect my image to be so deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Hear such words. Lingjie couldn't help giving him a thumbs up in his heart. With such a heart, he doesn't look like an 18-year-old fledgling professional at all. On the contrary, he looks even more like an old fritter who has been in society for several years. Shen Luo, please sit down, can you tell me how you killed the Wang family? Luo Chanu was slightly taken aback, saw the cigarette butt next to Lingzi's position, and immediately handed one to him, and lit one for himself, and said mysteriously. I have a story, do you have wine? Lingjie was also stunned holding the cigarette. 787. Smoking, drinking, you call this a high school student? Why don't you burn your head? Hey, you two had a great chat. At 6 o'clock, the door of the private room was pushed open, and Yu Lingsu, who was dressed in a red dress, arrived on time. Seeing the two talking and laughing, the smiles gradually spread. This situation is indeed beyond her imagination. After all, the difference between the personalities of the two people is really not that big. Sister Yu is really on time. Luo Chanu looked at the time and admired Yu Lingsu's stepping point. With his character, only early and not late. Yu Lingsu came to Luo Chanu's side with graceful steps, sat down slowly, and said, my sister always wears makeup when she comes to see you. Sister Yu is naturally beautiful, so makeup is just a cloud. At this time, Luo Chanu was observing Lingzi's expression. The expression didn't change much, but there was a hint of shock in Lingzi's eyes. Luo Chanu couldn't help guessing the relationship between the two. After all, he had tried Lingjie before, but he dodged him cleverly. Yu Lingsu caressed his lips and chuckled, enjoying Luo Chanu's compliment, and said, my brother's mouth is so sweet, I don't know how many little mushrooms I will deceive in the future. Just to be honest, my brother looks like this, it's pretty good if someone looks at him. Tisk tisk tisk. Yu Lingsu looked at Luo Chanu with strange eyes, made a strange voice, then pointed to Lingjie who was opposite, and said, Lingjie, you should know him, he is my big brother, and he will be in charge of everything in Longshan Trading Company from now on. Something happened. You big brother. Luo Chanu looked at Lingjie in surprise, and murmured, it's not like. It's just a half-brother. My sister will go to Donghai City the day after tomorrow. Today I will introduce you to each other. In the future. Before Yu Lingsu finished speaking, he was interrupted by Luo Chanu. Sister Yu, I'm leaving for Donghai City tomorrow. Ah, Yu Lingsu was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing, sister, it's really unnecessary. No way, brother Lingjie is a nice guy, I am very happy to know him. However, Yu Lingsu's next actions surprised Luo Chanu. I saw that she was not clear, and said, what's going on here, you should know how to do it. Seeing Yu Lingsu's appearance, Lingjie shuddered and said, understood. Immediately, Lingjie got up and said to Luo Chanu, Luo Shen, next time I have a chance to eat together, I will retire first. Good guy. Yu Lingsu's majesty is so high, it can make his big brother so afraid. And Lingjie is also a coward. After Lingjie left, Luo Chanu asked curiously, the East China Sea is about to erupt in a beast tide, what did my sister do in Donghai City? Actually it's nothing, get back what belongs to you. Yu Lingsu smiled slightly and said, as for the beast tide, it may also be an opportunity for me to quickly improve my level. Oh, how do you say that? The beast horde is ferocious, but in some areas, the level of monsters is not high and the number is very large. It is very real to find a powerful team and gain experience in the early stage. When Luo Chanu heard the word experience, he couldn't help it. What he wants most now is grades. 4 turns, 5 turns. Every time he changed jobs, he could greatly improve his strength. And 4 turns, you need 100 levels. At this moment, a bold plan came into his mind, a plan to quickly reap the experience. And this plan requires several teammates who are absolutely trusted to execute. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Chanu said, Sister Yu, when the beast swarm is waiting, let's form a team together. And Luo Chanu didn't know it was, this decision made him numb. You failed again. From a certain building in Donghai City, the cold voice of the deputy hall master of the Temple of the Gods came out, causing the guardian of the Temple of the Gods who was kneeling on the ground to tremble. He really didn't expect that after the barbarian dragon and barbarian tiger of the barbarian god legion left, there would still be an existence in Longshan City that could withstand the number 6 experimental body. Even killed at the experimental base. The destruction of test subject number 6 has not yet begun, and the middle road collapses. And the initiator, most likely Luo Chanu. The moment he heard the news, his resentment towards Luo Chanu was full, and he wanted to tear him to pieces. Deputy Hall Master, give Xiao Xiao another chance, Xiao Xiao will definitely catch Luo Chanu for you. Chance. The Deputy Hall Master's scarlet lips were slightly raised, and he said, Fang Tu, I can really give you another chance, if you fail again this time, giggle. I will make you a man and put it on me, in the collection room. People of the 8th Order, I don't have many collections, cluck. Fang Tu, the guardian of the temples, fell into a cold sweat, but in the face of the coercive power of the 9th Order powerhouse, he could not refute at all. In the Holy of Gods, several of the Deputy Hall Masters are extremely cruel existences. If he really messed up, I'm afraid, I really want to become a man and live in a glass dish all my life. Vice Hall Master, don't worry, if you can't complete the task, no, the little one will definitely be able to complete the task. Fang Tu was on his knees, the tip of his nose was already on the ground. The majesty of the protector. There is nothing in front of the Deputy Hall Master. There are hundreds of guardians in the temples of Xuanlong Kingdom, and there are only 8 Deputy Hall Masters. Each of them is a 9th Order existence. The strength is strong and no one can stop it. The position of the Dharma Protector can be changed if one is changed. For the Temple of the Gods, it is very important. He swears, you must do it yourself. Let Luo Chanu take a good look at what is the real 8th Order powerhouse. Those failed experiments, no matter how strong their attributes are, and without domain ability, are not really rank 8. The next day, Luo Chanu got up early, cleaned up briefly, and went directly to the high wall. 27. 10 minutes in advance, he came under the high wall, ignoring the gazes around him and put the off-road vehicle into the space backpacker. Right now, and Chen's voice came from Luo Chanu's ear. Your space pack is huge. I'm lucky, I got a lot of space origin stones to expand the space, and I just fit the military uniform into it. Luo Chanu didn't want to expose the existence of the heart of space-time, so it was right to push everything on the original stone. You kid. And Chen laughed dumbly, and said, Little Lingsu, you can tell me, you sold a lot of things with her, and now a proper local tyrant, did you buy a high-level origin stone? Ah, Luo Chanu scratched the back of his head and stopped explaining. Okay, since you're here, let's go. And Chen did not delve into these trivial matters, and turned around and walked outside the high wall. He's here. Luo Chanu was very curious as to who was going to Donghai City with him, so that Chen could hide so mysteriously. Here, she's looking forward to going with you. And Chen looked back at Luo Chanu, leaving an inexplicable smile. I am looking forward to. Luo Chanu stepped forward and followed. At the place where Yi Xingtong had said goodbye before, an off-road vehicle was parked there, and a shadowy figure came out from behind the car. She stood on tiptoe and waved vigorously, with a happy smile on her face. Student Luo Chanu, here. As soon as these words came out, all the eyes in the vicinity followed the girl's direction, all focusing on Luo Chanu. All of a sudden, excited crowd, fiery eyes, excited emotions. Damn it, it's really Luoshan, wearing a hat and sunglasses. If the little beauty didn't say it, she wouldn't be able to recognize it. Hey, what a strong body, that explosive power sense, solid body, worthy of being a defensive body, because it is fierce. I noticed him before. The pressure on his body was too great, and I didn't dare to look at it. I didn't expect it to be the idol Luoshan. Luo Shen, look here, I'm a fan. That's principal and of Longshan number 1 middle school. Where are they going? Punch area. Can you blow up Yangshan without being fierce? Yangshan is now in ruins, and there is one less pillar industry in Longshan City. What kind of a pillar industry? The intelligence department released news yesterday that the Earth Mouse did an evil experiment in Yangshan and was destroyed by Luoshan in one fell swoop. He is the hero of Longshan City and the future of Longshan City. Luo Chanu squeezed his hat. In addition to being speechless, he was actually a little happy. Is this what being famous feels like? Not bad. Zhou Xiaoying, that little mushroom cool, is also true. She wanted to hide it, but was destroyed by her words. Expose him to the public eye. Fortunately, those onlookers, fans, were very rational, which saved him a lot of trouble. If you let others know what he thinks. Law, reason. In the face of such a terrifying sense of oppression, who would dare to go blindly chasing stars? Who dares to be irrational? The shadow of the tree and the brightness of the man. Luo Chanu's fame is not a vain traffic, but a real record. And this is just the deeds that have been exposed. The most important is, the character of revenge will make them very afraid. Let's go. And Chen shook his head helplessly, quickened his pace and came to the off-road vehicle, opened the door and took the co-pilot position. Luo Chanu and, mysterious guest, Zhou Xiaoying were in the back row. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the off-road vehicle started slowly and disappeared into the green field. After Luo Chanu left, some dark corner took out the magic phone. 2. When he left the dark place, the personnel of the intelligence department surrounded the thin middle-aged man. Department of Intelligence, come with us. This little mushroom is cool. After just over half an hour, Luo Chanu silently looked at Zhou Xiaoying who was leaning on his arm and fell asleep. When getting in the car, Luo Chanu curiously asked Zhou Xiaoying why she went to Donghai City. He didn't believe that Zhou Xiaoying didn't know that Donghai City was going to make a beast tide. At this time, he chose to go to Donghai City. The purpose of it, he really couldn't guess. From Zhou Xiaoying's mouth, finally found out why. Zhou Xiaoying was also recruited, and her school was next door to the East Naval Academy. Actually, he didn't. Zhou Xiaoying's mother was actually also in Donghai City, and she was also a high-level staff member of the intelligence department there. Stunned that there is no wood. Intelligence department family. And Chen saw the appearance of the two young people in the rearview mirror. I laughed secretly in my heart. The traveler thought how could he not understand, but Chen did not refuse his request. Luo Chanu, as a wild bear of the barbarian god army, will definitely have to deal with the Donghai City Intelligence Department in the future. If someone can help him, it will definitely save a lot of trouble. And the traveling wife has this ability. Zhonghu is not fighting and killing. Rivers and lakes are sophistication. I don't know how long it took, the journey is already halfway through. And Chen turned to look at Luo Chanu who was bored, and said, Xiao Yu, after Donghai City, accompany me to a place. Okay. Luo Chanu nodded, a little curious, but there was no need to ask. Don't you want to know where I'm going? As soon as it arrives, you'll know. And Chen, a good young man, why is there no curiosity about the unknown 2.3? Okay, let's go to the Magic Guild. Luo Chanu was stunned for a moment, which really aroused his curiosity. Magic Guild, what are you doing? The Magic Guild only recruits mages, known as the House of Mage, and there are countless high-level mages among them. Both of them are physics department occupations. Why go to the magic guild? Those masters always feel superior to others and look down on other professions. And Chen gave a wretched smile. As long as it arrives, you'll know. Luo Chanu, good guy. The Morong family's unique learning, use his way to return to his body. Just when Luo Chanu wanted to get to the bottom of it, a dignified look suddenly appeared in his eyes. Headmaster, there is someone ahead. His voice was heavy, a lot of people. And Chen was slightly taken aback. He actually didn't perceive anything, but Luo Chanu knew. He knew that Luo Chanu would not lie, and there was no need to lie. So the question is, who will gather in this wilderness? Switch. And Chen ordered the driver beside him without hesitation. Principal N. There is no need to make a fuss, this road is the safest. The driver is an old driver. If you want to change lanes, at least half of the distance is required, and the middle is full of unknown dangers. This place has left the scope of Longshan City, and the strength of wild monsters has also increased significantly. Among them, there are some territories of high-level beasts. For this road, he is familiar with it, and he will not change it. And Chen was about to speak, but Luo Chanu's voice already came, don't change, they're here. Accompanied by Luo Chanu's words. In sight, one after another silhouettes rushed from the dense forest on the road. The goal is exactly their direction. And in the sky, there were also several black figures. Luo Chanu, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You finally came. Following the words of the man in black, the gray magic circle quickly spread, covering an area in an instant. 2. There are more and more people in black in the barrier. Earth Mouse. And Chen murmured solemnly, his eyes focused on the man in black at the head. A strange sense of oppression came, and he couldn't help but panic. Xiao Yu, they are ground mice, that person. The strength is so strong, at least the 7th rank, or even the 8th rank. 8th order ground mouse. This, what should we do? At this moment, and Chen and the driver were already panicking. The ground mice that are usually like looking for a needle in a haystack, now there are hundreds of people, and they are out in full force. Don't worry. Luo Chanu's expression remained unchanged, and he instantly took out the token of the barbarian army. Next moment, his face changed slightly, the signal was blocked, and the barbarian god legion token of Baxing Bailing was invalid. That is, now they have to rely on themselves to resist these holy temple ground mice. Headmaster, stay here. In just an instant, Luo Chanu made a decision. Anti-war, one husband as the gate, 10,000 people or not open. If you want to hurt his teammates, you have to step over his corpse. Gently put the sleeping Zhou Xiaoying in place. Luo Chanu finally opened the door and got out of the car. Jia, you are finally willing to come out. The black-clothed man at the head walked slowly in the direction of Luo Chanu, and every step made the space tremble slightly. This guardian is very curious, are you this year's awakened professional? Luo Chanu didn't answer, but turned on Tap Kong like the man in black, stepped into the sky and hovered over the off-road vehicle. Staring at the man in black in the distance. Guardian, what the hell is that? To be honest, Luo Chanu didn't know the division of positions in the Palace of the Gods, but the sense of oppression given to him by the man in black in front of him was probably a real 8th order powerhouse. Because the 8th order ground rat at the entrance of the 9-layered abyss did not oppress him so much. Even if his strength has increased significantly, he can still feel the gap between the two. However, you filthy things really haunt you. Dirty. This world is a dirty world, only the gods can lead me to a pure world. The tone of Fangtu, the guardian of the temples, did not change at all, revealing infinite yearning in his eyes. Gods, their beliefs. Among the divine halls one can go against the deputy hall master, or even the hall master. But, absolutely cannot go against the gods. As for Luo Chanu's words, he was not present at all. And, in his eyes, Luo Chanu is already a turtle in a urn. Under the 8th order magic circle, no one can get in, and no one can get out. Pure world, ha 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 ha. Luo Chanu laughed and laughed wildly. Why are you laughing? The laughter interrupted the beautiful yearning of the protector of the pantheon. I laugh at your naivety, ground mice. Luo Chanu chanted, and quietly cast steel shield covering Chen and Zhou Xiaoying in it. As for the driver, I can only say sorry, I can only give him a small, weakened version of the shield. Talking room. Luo Chanu moved. The black dragon battle form is on. The abyss battle body is open. The purple lightning flashed all over the body, and the person also turned into a purple lightning, rushing towards the direction map. Catch the thief first, catch the king. Eternal truth. Childish. The perception of the 8th order powerhouse is simply terrifying. Facing the lightning-quick, barbaric charge, with just one step, he evaded Luo Chanu's attack. When Luo Chanu stopped, a handle of gray energy had already appeared from his side, banging on his shield. Boom! Luo Chanu was shocked beyond words. Not only Fang Tu's damage ability, but his terrifying reaction history. When Black Dragon battle form is turned on, Savage Charge is cracked for the first time without using skills. Superior. As Fang Tu waved his hand, all the men in black moved. The target, of course, was not Luo Chanu, but the 3 people in the off-road vehicle. There is Fang Tu's shot. Luo Chanu is already in their pocket. Catch him, just watch Fang Tu, play or not. Hearing the voice of the man in black, Luo Chanu frowned. Fight. The man in black in front of him, except for the Lord of the Flame Demon, is his most fishy. It is also the strongest enemy he has ever really challenged. Space blockade. Goal, buggy. Judging from the situation where open black lens bracket Savage Charge close black lens bracket was dodged, it was basically impossible for his attack to hit the protector of the Temple of the Gods. The only way at present is group attack skills. The artifact skill Pillar of Aurora was released slower than Savage Charge and the probability of being dodged was extremely high. FFLX. Shield Blast. Currently, he has 3 steel shields stacked on top of each other. Since it is going to explode, under the 300% damage bonus of Savage Charge, the most cost-effective is of course the thickest shield. 700 million shield value. Since the awakening of Steel Shield, the effective range of the explosion has greatly increased. Moreover, there is no delay in the shield explosion at all. As long as it explodes, no one can escape within the range. Boom! A terrifying burst of energy. The violent energy swept through everything, directly drowning all the men in black, including Fang Tu, in the 8th order magic circle. Mushroom cloud rises. Within the explosion range, everything turned into nothingness, and even the 8th order magic circle was shattered in this terrifying explosion. The outside is roaring, but the interior of the off-road vehicle is unusually clean. In addition to the rapid breathing of Chen and the driver, there was only the sound of Zhou Xiaoying's sound sleep. Shocked, completely stuck, having witnessed everything in front of him, and Chen finally understood why Luo Chanu could grow so fast in a period of time. Such a terrifying energy storm, even the 8th order can't release it. After living for so many years, Luo Chanu's ability was completely beyond his imagination. In sight, a huge crater like a crater. Few figures were suspended in the midair king. The black clothes dissipated, leaving only the broken equipment to cover the body. One by one with their mouths open, full of horror. Xiao Yu, are you really human? In just 1 second, his worldview completely collapsed. However, Luo Chanu frowned at this moment. He didn't expect his most powerful damage ability to not kill several other people in seconds. In everyone, the pollen strike was activated. Shield. Invincible. Bloodlock. What's more, the blood volume of the Guardians of the Pantheon is as much as 20%. It can only be said that it is worthy of being an 8th order powerhouse. Now that he is invincible, Luo Chanu's idea of continuous bombardment is also stuck. Is this a forbidden spell? Fang Tu's eyes were dull, and his face was full of disbelief. As a powerhouse at the peak of the 8th order, he was actually blasted with a life-saving skill by Mengxin, who had just awakened a few days ago. Even a 9th rank powerhouse could not do it without releasing the ultimate move. Except for the forbidden spell. There seems to be no other explanation. But he suddenly woke up. Luo Chanu, he is a defensive fighter. Just like in Chen, Fang Tu's worldview collapsed. Talking room. Luo Chanu is moving. A ferocious black mace appeared, rushing towards the nearest man in black in a bloodlocked state. Don't think about it. Fang Tu deserves to be an 8th order powerhouse. Seeing Luo Chanu going to clean up his subordinates, he roared, and the gray energy spread rapidly from his body. Corrosive field. The realm that corrodes everything. Luo Chanu was startled. His movement speed was rapidly decreasing, and prompt messages appeared in front of him. Ding! You are in the corrosive field, your movement speed is reduced by 80%, your control resistance is reduced, and you take 5% of the current blood volume of corrosion damage every second. Immune defense lowering effect. Too late to take a closer look. Air force, non-existent. Now that he is ready to take action, he cannot give up. Aurora pillar. Originally I planned to use Bashan, but now the attack distance is not enough, so I can only waste a big move. Actually, it's not a waste. Within the shrouded range of the pillar of Aurora there is a rat with remnant blood. Call out. The beam of light falls. Destroy everything. Except for the invincible paladin, the other two died directly. Damn you. Fang Tu wanted to block, but it was too late. Control the power of corrosion in the field of corrosion and attack Luo Chanu frantically. However, immediately afterwards, a bad premonition appeared in his heart. Luo Chanu withstood his attack. Although his HP was decreasing, most of them were blocked by the strange shield. The most important is, control effects do not take effect. Instead, his skill damage bounced back and was blocked by the invincible shield. This shield is outrageous. Damn, how dare you ignore this protector? Fang Tu looked at Luo Chanu, who was constantly attacking his subordinates, and immediately became angry. If this goes on, he will become a bear commander. Each of these subordinates is his confidant, and it is also a solid backing for him to become the person in charge of Donghai City. It can't go on like this. Fang Tu knew that if he did not activate his explosive skills, it would be difficult to limit Luo Chanu. Luo Chanu is dead. He will be blamed by the Deputy Hall Master again. If he fails, he will surely die. Who lives and who dies? There is no choice for him. Next moment, a gray crystal ball appeared in his hand, and all the corrosive power was not attacking Luo Chanu, but was absorbed by the crystal ball. Just a few seconds, the gray crystal ball has become the size of a finger. All the forces of corrosion are condensed. Go to hell. Fang Tu's voice sounded, awakening Luo Chanu, who was in a state of reckless husband. Luo Chanu didn't pay much attention. Just silently turn on defensive stance and shelter of the goddess of life. Today, he has to turn over all the ground mice of the Holy of Gods, and again, he is still completely tireless. At this time, Fang Tu's attack has arrived. Luo Chanu directly turned on dynamic, dodging the gray energy arrows. 2. The gray arrows were like the touch of a Tarsus, turning a corner and continuing to chase Luo Chanu. At the same time, Fang Tu once again controls the corrosion field, delaying Luo Chen. Feather dodged footsteps. He is very confident in his ultimate move. As long as he hits, the terrifying real damage can definitely kill Luo Chanu completely. Finally, under the siege of more than a dozen arrows, Luo Chanu finally couldn't avoid it. And this time, a shield filled with purple lightning suddenly appeared on Luo Chanu's body. Boom, boom, all gray arrows hit. A smile finally appeared on Fang Tu's face. And, the next moment, his smile suddenly disappeared. Luo Chanu's health is still as much as 50%, except for the purple lightning shield, the other shield still exists. Quote. Fang Tu watched his confidant's subordinates being smashed to pieces by Luo Chanu, and his heart was full of horror. Proud of two big tricks. It was completely unable to cause fatal damage to Luo Chanu. To know, these skills are accompanied by the power of corrosion, which can permanently corrode defense and the upper limit of HP. But it has no effect on Luo Chanu, which is unbelievable. Run. At this moment, a terrifying thought appeared in Fang Tu's mind. This guy doesn't make sense. At the peak of the 8th order, he couldn't kill him. In fact, what Fang Tu didn't know was that Lu Chen's heart was bleeding at the moment. In order to resist attacks and pursue other men in black, more than one SSS quality one-time item has been wasted, and those are all good things dropped by Eternal Arena. West. When Luo Chanu killed the last man in black, Luo Chanu turned around and faced the face chart. You, finished. An icy voice resounded above the crater. Will you play? It's still rank 8. The defense of the Lord can't be broken. Have you lived on a dog all these years? Fang Tu. You. What are you? You are called grandpa. No, you don't want to be a grandson. Until this moment, Luo Chanu did not wait until Feng Tu's invincibility disappeared. Without hesitation, the strongest shield, direct bombing. And this is also the last steel shield on his body, with a shield value of only 230 million. He was attacked for a round just now, and his shield was worth tens of millions of drops. The damage is ridiculously high. Boom. Hidden skills, even the powerhouses who are the peak of the 8th order can't find it. Unprepared, it was blasted away in an instant. Block 8.729 million. Huge damage emerged, and Feng Tu's HP was finally emptied. Luo Chanu frowned. He didn't see the prompt message, which meant that Feng Tu was not dead. I really like these old six. There are so many life-saving skills. If the idea is known by Feng Tu, go berserk. In terms of defense, this is the Iron Tortoise. He is an 8th order peak powerhouse, and neither explosive skills nor domain skills can knock down 50% of his HP. Who would believe it if he speaks out? And this time, Feng Tu was completely stunned. Such a big move. Can it be used with such a short cooldown? The plugin is definitely open. Run. At this moment, he really didn't want to play, and had no other idea except running. As soon as the idea comes out, a black scroll appeared in his hand. However, before he could start using it, Luo Chanu made a preemptive strike, and a steel ball appeared in his hand, already heading towards him. What is this? This is also the final idea of Feng Tu. Boom. A terrifying explosion sounded, flying countless gravel. Boom. The violent energy set off an energy storm, and the off-road vehicle without the protection of the space blockade barrier finally fell to the bottom of the crater. What happened? What about classmate Luo? Zhou Xiaoying's dazed voice came, which awakened Chen and the driver, who were in shock. What happened? The two melon eaters who witnessed the miracle also wanted to know what happened at the moment. That continuous explosion of terrifying energy completely shattered their cognition. Anti-war, nuclear war is almost there. And Chen wanted to explain to Zhou Xiaoying, but found that it was impossible to talk about. In just a few minutes. More outrageous than his entire life experience. Xiao Yu, he's not a human being. In the end, Chen could only say one sentence. Principal, it's not right to speak ill of me behind my back. Luo Chanu's rich voice sounded in the ears of two shocked monsters, and a confused little mushroom Liang, and the voice was full of excitement. Xiaoying woke up. The driver uncle drives steadily and sleeps well. Zhou Xiaoying looked out of the car window in a daze. Then she froze. Here, what happened? How does it feel like the ground has been washed by bombs? There are ruins everywhere. In this battle, Luo Chanu finally understood the stage of his strength. As long as the shields stack up, generally the 8th order powerhouse can fight. But be unprepared. The attack ability of the 8th order is too terrifying. The previous hundreds of millions of shields were attacked for a few seconds, and hundreds of millions were lost. If it wasn't for the Goddess of Life's asylum and defensive stance plus a few more one-off treasures of S-rank quality and above, he simply can't carry them. And, in the end, in order to end the guardianship of the temples, he even used up the magic bomb. Use absolute damage to crack the bloodlock ability. Only this battle. He also knows how to specially improve his strength, the history of the Vietnam War. Speaking up, killing so many ground mice of the Holy of the Gods, although several disposable treasures of S-rank quality and above were used, it is definitely not a loss. No wonder it says, the way to make money is written in the line method. Killing professionals can indeed bring great rewards, especially these ground rats, all of them are very rich. It's just an anonymous bank card, and there are more than 1 billion Xuanlong coins in it. Besides, there are also a lot of materials, equipment, treasures, special items. Several of them caught Luo Chanu's special attention. Open black lens bracket, evil mysterious realm teleportation order, close black lens bracket. Quality: SSS grade. Type: special item. Restriction: available at level 100. Times: 2/5. Effect: after use, it can be sent to the special secret realm, evil mystery realm, and rich rewards can be obtained after completing the secret realm quest. Open black lens bracket Feiyun evil arrow close black lens bracket 8th order special general skill absorb all nearby power and condense 3 fell energy arrows to attack the target must hit causing huge mixed damage and 20 times the true damage of spirit and permanently reducing the target by 3% defense value. Open black lens bracket the radiance of star falling close black lens bracket. Quality SSS grade. Type special enchanted stone. Restrictions Grandmaster Enchanter. Effect add an enchantment to the ring, and you will definitely get the Starfall Glory skill. Summon the power of stars to protect yourself, increase your damage-free ability by 20%, and you will definitely get a layer of radiant shield when you take fatal damage during the duration. 9th Order Agility Gem. Quality SS. Type Rare Gem. Effect Agility attribute plus 16%, and increase leg explosive ability by 30%. Quantity 1. The value of the 4 items even exceeds the value of Xuanlong coins in those anonymous bank cards. Moreover, every piece of Rongchen can be used. After 2 days of PK experience, he found that the role of agility is actually more important than strength and physique. Just like the Guardian of the Temples, with his super agility attribute, he can easily dodge the savage charge and even Luo Chanu's normal attack is difficult to attack him. This is the effect of high agility. As for the other items, they seem to be out of use at present. Just like the enchanting stone, it must be operated by a master-level enchanter. Enchanting is a very popular occupation in life, but it is not so simple to become a master, at least several decades of experience and the accumulation of countless wealth. At least he knew that there were absolutely no master-level enchanters in Longshan City. When the time comes, he will go to Donghai City to see if he can get an enchanted stone. He can have one more defense skill. Xiao Yu, will the barbarian god army really come to deal with it? And Chen still couldn't believe what he had seen before, so he asked again in a daze. Yes, I told my aunt, she will send someone to deal with it. Luo Chanu nodded and continued. It's a pity that the head protector was blasted into scum. I don't know what his identity is. Quote. It seems to be true. It seems that as long as Luo Chanu makes a move, it is very kind to keep the body intact. It was too violent. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaoying fell asleep just now, otherwise she would have been terrified. And Chen couldn't help looking at Xiao Guliang who was beside Luo Chanu. At this moment, she was also dazed, staring at Luo Chanu with wide eyes. In the future, forget it. And Chen originally wanted to remind Luo Chanu, but thinking of his berserker-like fighting style, it would be too difficult to change. Come into the high wall, let's go directly to the Magic Guild later. At this time, Luo Chanu also noticed that they were almost at Donghai City. Look far away. The sky-high wall stretches endlessly. The number of vehicles passing by on the road gradually increased, and it looked bustling and lively. Donghai City is really big. Of course, as the gateway to the east of the Xuanlong Kingdom, Donghai City can be said to be the second imperial capital of the Xuanlong Kingdom. Its role is not only to resist endless sea beasts, but also the hope for the ancestors to build up little by little. And Chen stared at the sky-high wall of Donghai City, with a look of nostalgia in his eyes. From now on, this high wall will be your most solid backing. It is also an object worthy of our blood and sweat. No matter how many times he came to Donghai City, and felt this way in his heart. When he was young, he grew up in Donghai City, and then went to station at the Great Wall of Blood. Apart from the shock, Luo Chanu didn't really feel much. But in his mind, he remembered the symbol of the civilization inherited from the previous life, the Great Wall. How similar are the two? As he got closer to the high wall, Luo Chanu's sense of shock became stronger and stronger. The hundreds of meters high wall may only be built successfully with the participation of professionals. It is said that there are countless magic circles engraved on the city wall, and all the magic circles can form a super composite magic circle. After hundreds of years of wind and rain, it is still strong. When you were about to get close to the high wall, there was a trace of hesitation on Zhou Xiaoying's face, but she finally said, "Student Luo, my mother is already waiting for me at the high wall. I can't accompany you to the Magic Guild." Luo Chanu smiled slightly, nodded and said, "It's okay, didn't you say that? Our school is very close, we will go out for dinner together then." "Okay, I want to eat sweet and sour pork. Zhou Xiaoying smiled like a flower, as if the wind was blowing and nourishing the earth. No problem. Luo Chanu couldn't help admiring Zhou Xiaoying's smile. In terms of youth and cuteness, Zhou Xiaoying really surpassed Yi Xingtong. At that time, there is one more thing I need your help with. Zhou Xiaoying fluttered her big eyes, full of curiosity, and said, what's going on? Secret it, you will know when the time comes. Under the huge high wall of Donghai City, a gate opened, and there were a lot of people passing by, and the bustling scene was clearly revealed. Luo Chanu waved Zhou Xiaoying off. Go back to the car with Chen. Xiao Yu, you're doing well. The look in Madame Zhou's eyes is, tisk tisk tisk. The mother-in-law really looks more and more pleasing to the eyes when she looks at her son-in-law. As soon as Chen got into the car, he began to tease Luo Chanu. Just as Chen said, Zhou Xiaoying's mother's enthusiasm for Luo Chanu has simply broken through the sky. He even invited him to be a guest at home, saying that he would cook in person to welcome him. Luo Chanu could hardly hold back. Fortunately, Chen was there to explain, otherwise, they might be forcibly taken away. Principal, don't make trouble. Ha ha ha. The speechless Luo Chanu made Chen smile very heartily. But don't underestimate this Mrs. Zhou. Her ability and relationship will definitely benefit you a lot. At least there is no intelligence about Donghai City that she doesn't know. Seeing her now is the first thing I've done. Luo Chanu nodded. He finally knew that Chen's purpose in coming to Donghai City was to arrange these relationships for him, so that his future road would be smoother. Sometimes, it's much better to make a door trip than to make numerous phone calls. For Chen's gratitude, Luo Chanu kept it in his heart, this is a trustworthy elder. Let's go to the Magic Guild. It is good. After entering the city, looking at the bustling street, Luo Chanu looked around curiously like Grandma Lu visiting the Grand View Garden. Compared with Donghai City, Longshan City is the countryside. And he is a countryman from an unknown city. Even if he lived in a big city in his previous life, he had never seen such a prosperous scene. In the huge city, he even saw cars suspended in midair. Full of sci-fi. According to Chen, these levitating cars are luxurious items produced by the Magic Guild and the Magic Technology Guild. The average person struggles for a lifetime and cannot afford a single tire. Over there is the Hunters Guild. Here, this is the Priests Guild. When you go out on an adventure in the future, you can come here to recruit priests. Their fees are generally not very high. The one in front is the Summoner Guild. If you want to hatch pets, you must look for them. It may also make the hatched pets stronger. This is the Assassins Guild. Haha, don't get me wrong. They don't really go out to assassinate people. Their main business is to find treasure chests in the wild and scout for news. But if you want news, you can go to the intelligence department directly. Find Mrs. Zhou. Along the way, Chen gave Luo Chen an overview of the power distribution in Donghai City and their main functions. If you don't listen, you don't know. When you hear it, you will be shocked. It turns out that there are so many functions in these places. After Chen's introduction, Luo Chanu has roughly understood some things, many things he can really use, not now, but in the future. At this time, Chen pointed to a tall building and said, that's the branch of the Adventure Guild in Donghai City, most of the materials are produced by them. Adventure Guild, ha ha ha, I will have a chance to see you in the future. Luo Chanu showed a murderous smile. The so-called knowledge. It also allows them to see their own strength. The Wang family is from the Adventure Guild, he doesn't believe that they have nothing to do with Donghai City. Seeing this, Chen was immediately speechless. They have nothing to do with the Wang family. It's just that there is a driver next to him, so Chen can't say much. People don't offend me, I don't offend others, I understand. Quote. Believe in your evil. Now in Longshan City, no one knows that you are a student who will get revenge. He was beaten by the Owl Beast King, not only killed it, but also destroyed its lair. After more than an hour, the scarred off-road vehicle finally came to a tower-shaped building. It's here, let's go. After Chen told the driver to wait, he took Luo Chanu to a tall building next to the tower building. Immediately afterwards, Chen began to popularize the Magic Guild to Luo Chanu. To Luo Chanu's surprise, The tower-like building in front of me is really a mage tower, which belongs to the boss of the Magic Guild. The mage tower has great power. It can not only provide many buffs, but also increase the mage's skill damage and so on. In the mage tower, only mages who have the qualifications to enter can enter. Others, even high-ranking figures in the Xuanlong Kingdom, are not allowed to enter. And the building they went to was the office of the Magic Guild. In the lobby, the reception staff of the Magic Guild came to the two of them. "Two gentlemen, what business do you need to handle?" And Chen shook his head and said, "I have an appointment with the vice president, please lead me down." After speaking, and Chen took out a token and handed it to the staff. When the staff saw the token and the word, Tian, on the token, they couldn't help being surprised. It turned out to be true. He didn't believe it before, but he didn't expect that the slovenly old Mr. actually had a token from the vice president. "Sir, this way please." Luo Chanu followed behind, watching the alliance curiously. The gathering place of the mage is really extravagant. He has seen the hangings on the wall more than once along the way. They are all real equipment. Judging from the appearance of the equipment, the grade is definitely not low. The group came to the front of the office on the 8th floor of the building. "Sir, the vice president is now receiving distinguished guests, so." "It's okay, thank you for leading the way." And Chen dismissed the staff, came to the door with a smile, and knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened a crack, showing a cold and stunning face. Next moment, the desertedness dissipated in an instant, and his face was full of surprise and excitement. Huge big brother. Luo Chanu's face was full of surprises and surprises when he saw that face. "Xiao Tongtong, why are you here?" "Hey, slow down." Looking at Yi Xingtong hanging on Luo Chanu like a koala, and Chen was speechless. Speaking of, he was still standing in front. Yi Xingtong didn't seem to see it. He flew over in front of him, and took off directly. Is this still the flower of a middle school with the label of high coldness? Shaking his head, without disturbing the two young people, he pushed the door straight in. Inside the room, there were also two figures sitting, drinking tea with each other. Seeing the two of them, and Chen laughed immediately. "You two old boys, you have a comfortable life. And madman, you are too embarrassed to talk about labor and management. Among us, you are the one who lives the most carefree life, knowing that I also went to Longshan City to be the principal. Mad, I haven't seen you in a few years, stay safe." Seeing and Chen's arrival of Zhao's, the two stood up with excited smiles on their faces. And Chen took firm steps, walked in front of them, and hugged them one by one. "Lao Tian, Lao Mu, long time no see. Long lost meeting. Make these old comrades extremely excited." At this time, the old man called Laotian turned his eyes towards the door and asked curiously, "Where's the girl, Xiaotong, why didn't you come in?" And Chen suddenly laughed and said, "You're old, you can't even perceive." Lao Tian looked at Chen speechlessly. "Damn you, who is messing around with perception in his office, and the labor and management didn't drink too much." Laotian involuntarily turned on his perception ability. Everything around him came into his mind. All of a sudden, "FK, my little padded jacket is gone. Ha 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 ha." And Chen and Lao Mu suddenly laughed. Lao Tian's face was full of wrinkles. He sighed and asked, "Is that kid, Luo Chanu, the grandson of Lao Luo?" "It's him, that little guy, Xiao Yu, that's incredible." "Oh, isn't that just breaking the record of the patron saint and defeating a few tiers of spicy chickens?" "Why is it incredible?" Lao Mu looked at Chen curiously, but saw that Chen's face was gloomy. "Old wood, labor and capital are seriously suspicious. You are including labor and capital." "Ha ha ha, it only contains you. How spicy, you can't beat the labor and capital. Go away." And Chen was furious, and then he said in a negative way, "On our way over, shall you smash the ground mouse's protector, you say, is it fierce?" Hear this. Laotian and Laomu were slightly stunned. Law enforcement. As we all know, the existences who can be called guardians or at least the powerhouses in the 8th order. Was it blown up by that hairy boy who just became a professional? It won't blow up. Just when the two were speechless, two figures came out from behind the door. It is Luo Chanu and Yi Xingtong. They are holding hands, their faces are full of happiness. "Grandpa, uncle, he is Luo Chanu, my boyfriend." Luo Chanu and Yi Xingtong stood at the door with happiness on their faces. No vigorous experience, no ritualistic confession, or even any superfluous words. The relationship just came naturally. Now Luo Chanu has a smile on his face, but his heart is rarely nervous. Yi Xingtong didn't even tell him that it was her grandfather in the office, seeing her parents. Whether it was in this life or in the past, it was the first time. Besides, it was so abrupt. Cough cough. Grandpa, uncle, the first time we met, my name is Luo Chanu. Well, it's Xiao Tongtong's boyfriend. Even though he was nervous, Luo Chanu still bit the bullet and went over. As long as he is not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed. At this moment, Lao Tian really had mixed feelings in his heart, and his little cabbage was bullied by a man with the blood of a reckless husband. Back then, he also laughed at the reckless Fuluo who was single all his life. Unexpectedly, now the clown turned out to be himself. He, your name has been so loud these past 2 days that this old man's ears are getting calluses, little guy. Lao Tianpi smiled but didn't smile, opened his mouth with yin and yang, and kept his eyes fixed on the hands of the two young people. Seeing this, Luo Chanu couldn't help but glance down at Yi Xingtong beside him. In his opinion, only Yi Xingtong would recite his name every day, and the happiness in his heart was beyond words. Yi Xingtong also looked at Luo Chanu with love in his eyes. Lao Mu smiled and didn't speak. Together with An Chen, become the melon eaters. Laotian, chilling cold, come in, sit down and talk. Yi Xingtong felt relieved when she heard these words, took Luo Chanu's hand and walked towards the sofa. After sitting down, Luo Chanu smiled slightly, took out 2 items from the space backpack, handed them to Laotian and Laomu, and said, the boy came in a hurry, and I didn't have enough preparation, please forgive me. When things happened suddenly, he was really caught off guard. Only 2 mage-specific items can be selected from the inventory to send. Laotian and Laomu looked at each other. They all saw surprise in each other's eyes. This little guy is very mature, he doesn't have the youthful 18-year-old at all, but is more like an old fried dough stick in the society. Ordinary young people have more or less kind of virtue after becoming famous. The Luo Chanu in front of him looks very fierce, but there is no such sequelae at all. You kid, it's not bad. Lao Tian muttered with a sullen face. He was welcome, took the gift from Luo Chanu's hand, and looked at it. Next moment, he was stunned for a moment, and his heart was full of surprise. The source of magic 223. Quality, SS grade. Type, special treasure. Restrictions, level 100, 4th turn, legal profession. Additional features. Every time you release a magic skill, 50% of the mana consumed will be returned immediately, and all the mana will be returned with a certain probability. Additional features. The effect of meditation is increased by 100%, and a new passive effect is added. When the skill is not used, you can passively enjoy 30% of the effect of meditation. The newly awakened professional can actually take out the treasure of rank 4, and it is also a special treasure of SS rank. The key is that he has been begging for this treasure for so many years, but he has not gotten it. Now, but so easy to get. Sit down, have a heart. Although the hurdle in his heart has not completely passed, his affection for Luo Chanu has indeed improved greatly. Seeing this, Lao Mu did not hesitate to take the gift to check. Tisk tisk tisk. The boy is still a local tyrant. Lao Mu put away the gift, but there was an extra light golden book in his hand, put it on the coffee table, and said, I just got a special skill for anti-war a few days ago, and I want to exchange it for a mage. I didn't expect to use it just now, ha ha ha. With a high smile, Lao Mu also glanced at Lao Tian next to him provocatively. His own Ji Yu Liang was kidnapped, and he wanted to return the gift. Can't be repaired, but looking at Lao Mu and An Chen's provocative eyes, he was helpless and could only rummage through the space backpack. Immediately afterwards, he also took out a scroll and handed it over. Boy, it's cheaper for you. Luo Chanu never thought about their return gift. At this moment, he is not accepting, nor is he not accepting. And this time, Yi Xingtong poked his waist with his little hand, and said in a low voice, Thank you Grandpa and Uncle soon. Thank you Grandfather and Uncle for the gift. Luo Chanu suddenly showed a relaxed smile on his face, got up and took 2 items. I glanced at it involuntarily. Surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. Good stuff. Strong armor, absolute defense, tier 7 special skills. Get an absolute defense shield that lasts for 5 seconds, can resist absolute damage, and passively strengthen your own defense ability. He had never heard of this skill book. But absolute defense was the skill book he had been looking for. Today, the skill book given by Laomu is far better than absolute defense, and the pros and cons can be seen from the duration. Most likely, it is the advanced skill of open black lens bracket absolute defense close black lens bracket. Such a skill cannot be learned at the same time as absolute defense, so he doesn't need to look for absolute defense in the future. And another item from Laotian made Lu Chen's heart tremble even more. Open black lens bracket sky fire extinguishing forbidden curse scroll close black lens bracket. Quality: SSS grade. Type: special item. Restriction: more than 100,000 mana points. Effect: consumes 50% of the mana to summon the forbidden spell of heavenly fire extinguishing the world. The more mana consumed, the higher the damage. Times: 1/1. It turned out to be a group attack type forbidden curse scroll. And it is also a high-level SSS level scroll. Even SSS level quality items have different effects. The higher the level of SSS level items, the effect is also greatly improved. This skill scroll is of extraordinary value. In addition to the boss will drop, only the Magic Guild can describe it. Luo Chanu is not clear about the difficulty of the description, but in terms of the price on the market, the probability is definitely not high. Not to mention the Forbidden Curse Scroll. Laotian, it is very likely that he has the forbidden spell, Sky Fire destroys the world. The vice chairman of the Magic Guild had a really different shot. After Lao Tian saw Luo Chanu sitting down. You boy, you are very powerful, but, if you dare to bully Tongtong in the future, this old man will never let you go. How can it be? Luo Chanu waved his hand and said, whoever dares to bully Xiao Tongtong must step on my body. As soon as this word comes out, not only Yi Xingtong, but even the 3 old comrades in arms looked at each other silently. Yi Xingtong is simply moved. And the 3 old comrades did recall the past. Once, they have also heard this sentence, from the Great Wall of Blood, the last sentence before Luo Kuang's fall. A long time, Lao Tian said slowly, recently, you should be more calm. I heard from Laoan that you have provoked a lot of mice. Those guys are not normal humans at all. Be on guard at all times. Yes, although I don't know which protector you encountered on the road, but there is more than one protector in Donghai City. It is said that a big mouse came to Donghai City, and he will take action against you if the protection is not complete. Laomu also spoke to remind. Luo Chanu made a promise at first, and then smiled. I wish they would come to me. As a member of the army of the barbarian gods, the ground mouse is our real target. Old Wood. Good guy, this guy is really confident. However, there is no doubt about the strength of the protector who can kill the 8th Order guard against the body of war. Or, the barbarian god Legion is a cat that specializes in catching ground mice. Young and vigorous, don't underestimate the ability of the ground mice. Over the years, countless annihilations have been launched around the world, and they are still active in various places. The backside is not that simple. Lao Tian's tone was as cold as ever. This hurdle in my heart will not be able to pass in half a day. Boy understands. Just understand, there is one more thing. Now that countless sea monsters are gathering overseas, the monsters from the early beast tide will not be too strong. You bring Tongtong to upgrade. Great. Luo Chanu hasn't answered yet. Yi Xingtong over there is already cheering and laughing. Those people arranged by grandfather can't compare to big brother you. Laotian. This has not been married. The heart ran away. At this moment, his resentment towards Luo Chanu is getting deeper and deeper. Immediately, Lao Tian took out a few scrolls and put them on the coffee table, and said, use these things, save it. This stuff is not bad. Grandpa is the best. Yi Xingtong took the scroll and smiled happily. Then, divide the scroll in half to Luo Chanu. Laotian. Ha ha ha. And Chen and Laomu laughed wildly when they saw the speechless old comrade in arms. Tongtong takes that kid for a walk. Some of our old comrades in arms BCBG are going to get together and come to the house for dinner at night. Open black lens bracket absolute experience scroll close black lens bracket. Quality. SS grade. Type: special item. Restrictions: none. Effect: increase experience gain by 100% after use, and reduce team level experience by 20 for 60 minutes. Times: 1/1. Quantity: 9. Luo Chanu burst into laughter when he saw the items in the space backpack. Before, he had seen similar items in the Eternal Arena store, but it was only S rank, and the effect was far inferior to Absolute Experience Scroll. Originally, he wanted to spend some Eternal Arena points in exchange for some to implement his plan. Unexpectedly, now got more. In this way, his plan is more stable. Xiao Tongtong, your grandfather is really generous. Luo Chanu stroked Yi Xingtong's head beside him with love on his face. 2 lifetimes. Finally free. Grandpa is the best for others. Yi Xingtong squinted to feel Luo Chanu's big hand. Big brother you, don't blame Grandpa for his attitude, he is the kind of person who likes to ignore everyone. Ha ha ha, of course I won't be surprised. Luo Chanu's heart is like a mirror, and he naturally knows why Laotian's attitude is. Come on, go shopping with me. Okay. Yi Xingtong straightened her hair, took Luo Chanu's arm, and left the office building of the Magic Guild under many surprised eyes. In the office building of the Magic Guild, after the 3 old comrades in arms communicated with each other, and Chen smiled and said, "What do you think of this little guy Luo Chanu?" As soon as Lao Tian heard this, he suddenly became angry and said, "No, he looks like a gangster." Sample. Ha ha ha. Lao Mu smiled. Frog is really jealous, that's your granddaughter. But then again, if the rumors are true, the little guy will grow up to be a savage god again. And Chen heard the words, a smile on his face. He has grown up completely, don't you know it? I was stunned on the way just now. The ground mouse attack only took a few minutes, and hundreds of people were killed by Xiao Yu. The ministry was killed, and even the guardian did not survive for a minute. Quote. FK, true and false. Lao Mu's stunned mouth revealed infinite doubts. If it was as Chen said, Luo Chanu's strength was already approaching that of a 9th rank powerhouse. Old Tian's expression was the same. Can you benefit from cheating your labor? And Chen took a sip of tea, and continued. He just joined the barbarian army, and won the title of Barbarian Bear, which is the title of one of the strongest combat forces. Hiss, it's terrifying. HMPH. While horrified, Lao Tian spat out disdainfully. Under the demigod, they are all ants. When he reaches the demigod, let's talk about the strongest. Besides, the one in the southwest is still coveting the Luo family's treasure. His life is not easy. Ah, hearing Lao Tian's words, and Chen could only sigh. In the face of demigods, these people are powerless. Under the demigod, they are all ants. Old Tian, I brought him here this time because I actually want to ask you for help. At this time, and Chen also revealed the real purpose of coming here. About that kid. Otherwise, HMPH, let's listen to it, let's talk first, just listen. And Chen looked at Lao Tian who was like a child, and suddenly burst out laughing. You are the vice president of the Magic Guild, and you have a lot of contacts in Donghai City. I want you to help me get a token of the Tower of the Gods. Are you crazy? Hearing this, Lao Tian frowned. Let's not talk about the difficulty of the Tower of the Gods token, just based on his level, after entering, he can't even pass the first level and he will definitely die. No. You don't understand Luo Chanu. And Chen shook his head, and continued. Don't think that he is a descendant of Luo Kuang, that he is a reckless man, his wisdom is actually very high. Besides, it's not about telling him to go in now. When he turns 4, it's almost the same. After thinking for a moment, Lao Tian slowly opened his mouth. I'll pay attention. As for whether you can find it or not, it depends on luck. On the magic off-road vehicle, Yi Xingtong in the passenger seat was speechless. Shop. Luo Chanu, a scumbag, even said to take her to a trading house. Sure enough, the straight man of steel. However, she really couldn't beat Luo Chanu. Donghai City is not like Longshan City, there is only one Longshan trading house, and there are many trading houses here. What Luo Chanu was going to was the Lingyun Pavilion that Yu Lingsu had mentioned. It is said that Lingyun Pavilion is one of the top 3 trading houses in Donghai City, and it has countless rare treasures. He just wanted to go and have a look, to find some anti-war skill books. By the way, change the equipment on your body again. Little Tong Tong, speaking of which, how was your special training 2 days ago? Luo Chanu could feel some changes in Yi Xingtong, that military-like demeanor. Tired, but fulfilling. Yi Xingtong smiled slightly, and said, closed training is completely the training method of the army. In addition to the inherent daily training, you also have to face countless attacks from sea beasts. Among them, bow. There are also a lot of SS, otherwise it is impossible for people to rise to level 20 in just 2 days. Quote. Awesome. Luo Chanu was not stingy with his praise. How can you be better than you? He became a Luotian. After only 2 days away, you are now a big star, and the trending search is still on the list. The troubles of being famous, I don't dare to show my true colors. You're the only one who is bragging. Yi Xingtong was speechless, and directly changed the subject. You are also a special recruit of Donghai Academy, when are you going to report? I don't know either. I'll see my aunt later and let her make arrangements. Auntie. Yi Xingtong's face clearly showed doubts. After being a neighbor for so many years, she has never seen any relatives of Lu Chanu. Now, why did a little aunt suddenly appear? My aunt's name is Li Yunxi. She's my mother's cousin, and now she's the barbarian dragon of the barbarian army. Yi Xingtong's expression suddenly changed. There was an excited expression on his face. It's her, that's her idol. Let's go there now, okay. Quote question mark. Quote. The dignified and cold school flower, planting a tomb. Compared with Luo Chanu, Yi Xingtong's knowledge is obviously much wider. Just like the story of Li Yunxi. The Tianzhou in Donghai City became the most eye-catching existence in the college entrance examination that year with the lowest score, and later became the top 109 layers of Abyss. Afterwards, he marched forward all the way, and joined the army of the gods every day. The record is extremely terrifying. Through her grandfather's channels, she even found out that Li Yunxi was the legendary savage dragon that made gophers run away with their heads in their arms. Doesn't this kind of idol follow? She is not those ignorant little mushrooms who go after those little fresh meats with thin skin and tender meat. Chasing stars, she is serious. Only chasing strong women. Don't worry, my aunt is busy during the day, and she will contact me when she finishes her work. He had contacted Li Yunxi before, and now she has gone to another city to perform a mission. It is said that she is hunting down a beast that is at least 8th level, and she said that she will be back at night. What a pity. The excited expression on Yi Xingtong's face disappeared, and he lost his way. I don't know if she will dislike me. What's going on in your head? Luo Chanu was very speechless. Li Yunxi must be overjoyed that he could find such a beautiful girlfriend. Following the navigation, the two soon came to an antique building complex. This is one of the largest trading houses in Donghai City, Lingyun Pavilion. Go shopping. Although she was visiting the trading market, Yi Xingtong was still very happy except for a little disappointment. After all, it was her first date with Luo Chanu. Putting on a hat and sunglasses, Luo Chanu opened the car door for Yi Xingtong in a very gentlemanly manner. The simple casual clothes did not seal Yi Xingtong's charm. When she got out of the car, she attracted countless eyes. Boom, boom, telephone pole. First of all, I didn't mess with anyone. Billboard. Me too. Luo Chanu laughed. It seems that it's not me who wants to pretend. Yi Xingtong, who turned into the goddess of frost, gave Luo Chanu a sneaky look. Just have fun. Next moment, Luo Chanu held Yi Xingtong's Ruyi. Let's go. In the parking lot, looking at the two people who left, it seemed that there were countless heartbroken voices from young boys. Mama, I seem to be in love, but my heart suddenly hurts. Who is that man, to be favored by such a goddess? He must be richer than billions. Nima, that man is so fierce, that smile looks so cruel. My goddess, wow, if you get kidnapped, squeak. By the way, that man's car isn't very good either. How could he be favored by the goddess? A car worth more than 50 million yuan is not good for me. Brother, give me one, tonight. Don't slap your face, don't slap your face. Speaking of which, the dog man looks very familiar. I don't know where I saw it. Did I remember wrong? I also think it looks familiar. I'll look for it. Damn it, it looks like Luotian. You read the headlines, don't they look alike? Damn it, it's really that murderous person. don't dare to provoke him, don't dare to provoke him, please leave. Who is Luoshan? Naturally, Luo Chanu didn't know that his identity had been discovered again. Of course, there is nothing you can do if you know it. At this time, they have come to the front of a quaint attic. The welcoming lady in the blue-green ancient costume came forward, bowed and said, Lingyun Pavilion welcomes two distinguished guests. A flash of white flashed by. Luo Chanu focused his eyes, and hurriedly looked at Yi Xingtong beside him. After seeing that she didn't notice, he slowly took out a silver white card and said, take us to the low-level skill area. The building in front of him is the VIP area of Lingyun Pavilion. His membership card was given to him by Yu Lingsu, and it is said that he can enjoy different treatment. Dear guest, this way please. The young lady in ancient costume turned around gracefully, moved her lotus step slightly, and walked forward slowly. A young couple followed. You want to buy a low-level skill book, you shouldn't need it with your strength, right? Yi Xingtong asked Luo Chanu curiously. Low-level skills didn't help her much at all, and she didn't learn anything except those skills that she would use all her life. Generally speaking, the skill bits of each professional are fixed. Unless it is the kind of skills that you comprehend or create yourself. I have too few skills. Let's go and see it first, and then prepare a high-quality anti-war suit later. Less skills. Yi Xingtong was speechless and condensed. What skills this guy wants, a shield feels enough. Okay, really not much. However, if you think about what skills you want, it's best to cooperate with your shield, but unfortunately, few low-level skills can defend against true damage and special damage. Facing Yi Xingtong's words, Lu Chanu didn't know how to explain it now. He didn't plan to tell anyone about the mutation of his skills. Now, he just wants to let Steel Shield swallow some skills to improve the comprehensiveness. For several other skills, they also have their own upgrade paths. But the easiest to upgrade is Steel Shield. Just swallow it. Let's take a look first. If you have any special skills, just accept them. Go all the way. The ancient costume lady brought the two to a VIP room, and after serving tea, she said softly, Dear VIP, please rest here for a while, the supervisor will come to receive you immediately. Xiaoyu is right outside the door, waiting at any time. After Luo Chanu waved, the lady in ancient costume bowed and left. The door closed softly. Is it white or not? Yi Xingtong's voice suddenly echoed in Luo Chanu's ears, almost choking Luo Chanu who was drinking tea. What is white or not? Ha ha. Yi Xing gave Luo Chanu a white look, people's eyes, Yumyu. As the name suggests, your eyes are like the stars of the sky. I have never eaten pork, but Luo Chanu has seen pigs running, and this kind of words come easily. Character is like steel, but some things can be taught without a teacher. While chatting, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Following Luo Chanu's words, a middle-aged man in a gorgeous black robe pushed in the door with a different smile on his face. Dear VIP, welcome to Lingyun Pavilion, my low-level skill item supervisor, Ling Tianyu. Excuse me, what do you need, distinguished guest? Luo Chanu looked at Ling Tianyu in front of him, and couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. In the eyes of the other party, he saw inexplicable vigilance, or hostility. Did Ling Tianyu recognize him? Or is this guy implicated in a ground mouse? I don't know why. However, he still told Tian Lai about his needs. After Ling Tianyu finished listening, he took out the magic tablet and quickly found out what was in it that met Luo Chanu's requirements. Dear sir, these are all the low-level defense skill books and general skill books available in Lingyun Pavilion. Luo Chanu took a look and didn't have much expression, but he was very pleasantly surprised. These skill books, very complete and all good. From the lowest level, Steel Shield, Magic Shield, Slash, to the 5th level, Execute, Shield Mastery, Absolute Defense, everything. Among them, there are several special skills that make Luo Chanu's heart move. Open black lens bracket, jump slash smash, close black lens bracket. This is an advanced special skill of the first order skill, Smash. The effect is similar to the combination of jump slash and smash. Elemental Antibody enhances all magic element resistances and reduces damage type passives. Ice Bodyguard, an ice shield that reduces damage while reducing the target's attack speed and movement speed. Luo Chanu was dazzled by each skill description, and his heart was boiling. I wish I could all move home. After he saw the prices of those skills, his heart suddenly became half cold. It's really black. Although it is cheaper than the Longshan City Trading Bank, the price is still beyond his imagination. The price of the 5th level skill has exceeded 20 million. Not to mention those special skills. Suddenly, there was a commotion in Luo Chanu's mind. Hint, your skill, Steel Shield, is eager to devour more skills to help it grow quickly. Close black lens bracket. Hint, your skill, Steel Shield, means that as long as he devours the skill, he can share the source of the skill and help other skills grow. Hint, your skill, Fortitude, requests Fusion Skill, Element Antibody, to improve its comprehensiveness. Luo Chanu. Good guy. These two skills are going to make him completely pauper once he returns to the pre-liberation period. However, it is rare to see them take the initiative. Luo Chanu didn't hesitate either, and clicked a few times on the magic tablet. Don't want these 4, the others will be taken care of. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Ling Tianyu. What kind of a scam did he encounter? Generally speaking, when buying things in the VIP room, he always chooses 1 or 2 things, and the pictures are only 4 or 5 times. Now, it feels like a certain nouveau riche went to the mall to buy things. No matter how good he is, he bought everything. Everyone has limited skills. Generally speaking, except for the skills that are automatically comprehended, others are carefully selected to form their own unique skill system. Some people even forget all the skills of automatic comprehension, and then learn other skills. This reckless man in front of him must have poor academic performance. However, this business is still quite big, and it is impossible for him to give up. Sir, are you sure? Luo Chanu nodded and said, of course I'm sure, you just go and get it, don't be afraid that I don't have any money. Please wait. Ling Tianyu left in a hurry and went to prepare things. Yi Xingtong looked at Luo Chanu speechlessly, and said, are you really planning to learn more than 20 skill books? How is it possible? I'm going to prepare first. It's necessary to study when the time comes. Luo Chanu spread his hands, and continued, besides, I'm a defensive player, so it's normal to learn a few more life-saving skills. Yi Xingtong. Normal. So normal. I have learned all the low-level skills, and I am eager to see the high-level skills. Take it easy, many people have great expectations for you. Seeing this, Luo Chanu patted Yi Xingtong's shoulder and said, don't worry, I won't mess around with the future. Soon, Ling Tianyu hurried over with a smile on his face, and put a stack of skill books in front of Luo Chanu. Dear guest, these are your skill books, a total of 21. Since you are a distinguished member, you can get a 25% discount, totaling 875,000 square meters. Luo Chanu was stunned when he heard the price. Good guy. The harvest of these days, let's take a look. More than half of the sub was removed. Fortunately, there are a few boys giving money on the road, otherwise he really couldn't afford it. It's no wonder that many professionals spend their entire lives without learning all the skills, and the skill books are really too expensive. And this is still a low-level skill book. If you switch to high-end, simply unimaginable. This also reflects from the side how expensive Lao Emu's 7th level special skill book, Strong Armor Absolute Defense, is. This favor, I owe a lot. He took out a stack of anonymous bank cards and put them on the table. Swipe the card first, and I'll make up if it's not enough. Looking at the various bank cards in front of him, Ling Tianyu fell into deep thought. This guy, hats, sunglasses, wouldn't it be a robber who robbed a house? However, how could it be related to the people in Longshan City? For a moment, he wanted to call the law enforcement team and ask them to come over to identify whether he was a fugitive. Ling Tianyu swiped his cards one by one with an uneasy mood. Finally, after more than 20 anonymous bank cards were maxed out, all the Xuanlong coins were finally collected. Successful transaction. Ling Tianyu took a deep breath and said again, Dear VIP, do you have any other needs? 0. Show me the rank 3 anti-war suits and mage suits. Luo Chanu thought for a while, and said again, there are also treasures for anti-war and mage, as well as some special items. Yi Xingtong was stunned for a moment, and said lightly, I don't need it, my grandfather has prepared it for me, enough for 4 turns. Luo Chanu. Is this the rich woman? This thigh, he hugged. Ling Tianyu was also stunned when he heard Yi Xingtong's words, "This beautiful and outrageous girl's family is very unusual." However, as the regional director of Lingyun Pavilion, he did not think much about it now, but found out what he needed for Luo Chanu. "Dear distinguished guest, take your time to watch, I am waiting for you at the door." After speaking, Ling Tianyu turned around and left. Luo Chanu looked at the magic tablet in his hand and began to check the selected items. Ji Yu Linlong suit, a level 100s rank anti-war suit, can be equipped with 3 turns, but unfortunately the level is too high. Luo Chanu can't use it temporarily and the price is not Luo Chen. If you can accept it, the price is 500 million Xuanlong coins. Under it, almost every 10th level has a suit, which is basically an S-rank suit. The price is not much different. Luo Chanu thought about it, and chose the cheapest set, the level 55 sharpness and brave suit. The additional attributes are very high, but the sharpness characteristics are not suitable. Anti-war, so the price is low. Not suitable for other defenses, Luo Chanu is an exception. Edge features. The damage of each normal attack is increased by 30%, and additional damage can be increased. The normal damage doesn't matter, the additional damage is awesome. Now he, and level 53, is only a little short of being able to equip it. After choosing, look at the treasure. Then Luo Chanu was disappointed. There is no treasure that suits him, even the treasure that strengthens fortitude and unyielding. In his opinion, it is a spicy chicken, and he does not need it at all. Yi Xingtong quietly looked at Luo Chanu who was focused beside him. Didn't bother him. When Luo Chanu put down the magic tablet, he said, "How is it?" Luo Chanu shook his head and said, "Not much to gain. Buy a set of equipment and prepare it, and the other barbarian god legion will do it later." Jealousy blinded my eyes. I am so envious that you can join the barbarian god army. Luo Chanu smiled slightly and said, "How about, let my aunt find a way for you?" "I don't want it, people have to rely on their own strength to join the barbarian god legion." Yi Xingtong is very confident in his own strength. The second rank SSS level transfer and advanced task has increased her strength several times. As long as she emerges in the Eastern Naval Academy, one day she will be able to join the barbarian god army. Then we will be able to act together with Luo Chanu. And this time, there was a commotion outside the door. "Dear VIP, there are guests inside, you can't go in." The voice of the young lady in ancient costume sounded, and there was some panic in her tone. "This young master is looking for him, get out of the way for this young master, I want to see Luoshan, I want his autograph." "It's not obvious in the VIP room, are you mistaken?" "How is it possible, he must be inside." "No way, Director Ling, stop him now." The commotion outside made Luo Chanu speechless for a while, the current groupie is so crazy. Yi Xingtong frowned. The owner of that voice, she knows her husband. Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. All people transfer. Crazy, do you call this a shield? Chapter 91. Luo Shen. Ling Tianyu murmured. His eyes could not help looking at the door, and suddenly his eyes lit up. The image of the gangster in the impression overlaps with the previous image. Stone hammer. The man inside is really Luo Chanu, a being called God. Master Spirit. The young lady in ancient costume tried her best to block the young star chasers in front of her, and called Chong Tianja for help. Ling Tianyu immediately reacted when he heard the call. One stepped in front of the young man and said, "VIP, please don't disturb others, this is Lingyun Pavilion, not a place to chase stars." The young man's face turned cold when he saw that the two were so persistent. Lingyun Pavilion is so majestic. In the whole of Donghai City, this young master can go wherever he wants, and you dare to come out and stop my young master's footsteps. Quote. Ling Tianyu's brows suddenly wrinkled. He had no impression of the extraordinary-looking young man in front of him, but he did not believe that someone who dared to be so arrogant in Lingyun Pavilion had no energy behind him. If the youth is an ordinary wealthy family, he will definitely not be afraid. The bad is that he can't see the depth of youth. The unknown is the most terrifying. Who are your parents? He, a mere side member of the Ling family dares to ask this young master's parents. There was a playful look in the young man's eyes. He was not without brains, and the reason why he dared to make trouble here is naturally emboldened. Even if it attracts the top management of Lingyun Pavilion, there is no fear at all. Chase the stars. He is serious. Get out of the way, or you will anger this young master and make you unable to eat and walk around. Right now. The door was opened. It's very majestic. Yi Xingtong's figure appeared at the door, and behind her stood the burly Luo Chanu, wearing sunglasses so he couldn't see his eyes clearly. Xingtong. The young man was overjoyed, and his eyes could no longer be separated from Yi Xingtong's face. Why are you here? Yi Xingtong said coldly. 860, say it again, call me Yi Xingtong. It's you. With such a playful image, does the instructor know? There is no difference between knowing and not knowing. The young man smiled slightly and continued. The East Naval Academy is just a stop in my life. My goal is the Sea of Stars. Really, you are so arrogant, do your parents know? At this moment, Luo Chanu's rich voice came, attracting the young man's eyes. Not only was the youth not angry, but the joy on his face became more intense, but before he could speak, Lu Chanu's voice came over again. Little Tongtong, who is this kid? Luoshan, Luoshan. You are my fan, ba ba. Luoshan, I'm your fan. The moment he saw Luo Chanu, the young man ignored Yi Xingtong, stared at Luo Chanu with piercing eyes, and said excitedly, my name is Su Feng, Su means Su, the majestic wind. You are too fierce. Not only did you break the record of the patron saint, but the battle against the 8th order beasts and zombies alone was so ferocious, it was even more berserker than a berserker. Luo Chanu. Good guy. This is a fan, obviously a fanatic. Yi Xingtong looked at Su Feng speechlessly, stretched out his hand, pointed to his head, and whispered, this guy has a problem here. Hey, Yi Xingtong, don't slander Ben Shawaldehyde in front of your idols. Su Feng seems to have forgotten that the girl in front of him is the goddess he has been pursuing, but has not been able to reach. That tone was like facing an enemy. Immediately, he looked at Luo Chanu, affectionately, and said excitedly, Luo Shen, can you sign my name for me? In the face of such a fanatical mindless fan, Luo Chanu is really angry and funny, this guy is weird enough. Helplessly spread out his hands, no shui. Hearing this, Su Feng immediately faced Ling Tianyu who was stunned to the side, now you know the name of this young master. Ling Tianyu snapped back to his senses, his eyes were full of terror and a hint of happiness. Hearing Ling Tianyu's words, he hurriedly nodded and said, young Master Su, you don't remember the villain's deeds, Yuan has the same knowledge as the villain. Donghai Su family, one of the 10 most powerful families in Donghai City. Basically monopolizing magic energy technology, and also a partner of the military. All family members protect the calf, and they are one of the most not offended families. As Tong Su Feng said, his Ling family's collateral is not qualified to inquire about Su Feng's identity. But here comes the problem. He had never heard that the Su family had such a playful child. However, in Donghai City, there is only one family with the surname Su, and there is no semicolon. Seeing that Ling Tianyu was still talking nonsense, Su Feng scolded, go and get a pen for this young master. Ling Tianyu. Inside the VIP room. Luo Chanu can no longer look directly at the fanatical fan of Su Feng. Since entering the door, Su Feng has been asking questions, and if Ling Tianyu hadn't arrived in time, he would probably have been in a fit of rage. It's so annoying. After Luo Chanu signed Su Feng's name, he began to calm down. But still lingering, even if Yi Xingtong was furious, he couldn't drive away this fanatical fan. Student Yi Xingtong, only you can be worthy of Luoshan in the whole world, you should cherish it well. Yi Xingtong. In one sentence, Yi Xingtong's mouth was directly blocked. HMPH, that stupid pen of Leng Taki, the toad still wants to eat swan meat, he just doesn't know whether to live or die. Cold Taki. Luo Chanu looked at Yi Xingtong suspiciously. Who is he who is bothering you? The same batch of special recruits, annoying guys. Yi Xingtong's introduction was very simple, she didn't want to express her emotions in front of outsiders. Luo Shen, I know. Su Feng raised his hand, like a student who begged the teacher to name him in class. Say, Leng Taki is the grandson of the Leng family. When he was in school, he used to look like the boss of the sky and the second child. Behind his back, he was a wretched villain who peeked at the little girl in the school all day long. However, that guy's strength is quite strong, and the novice dungeon almost got an SSSS rating by him, ha ha ha. In the end, he didn't lose to me. Seeing his urinal-like expression, I almost died of laughter. Luo Chanu listened to Su Feng's words and immediately ate a whale. This guy doesn't seem to be reliable, but if it's what he said, I'm afraid his strength is really unusual. It is very likely that the novice copy evaluation is also the existence of SSSS level. And the cold tacky in his mouth. Also a genius. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. If that guy dared to draw Yi Xingtong's attention, he would definitely let him taste what cruelty is. But then again, Su Feng also seemed to admire Yi Xingtong before. Would you like to give him a set of Iron Fist package to relieve his fatigue? Tuk tuk tuk. There was a knock on the door, interrupting Luo Chanu's thoughts. Ling Tianyu walked into the room, came to Luo Chanu a little cramped, put the pieces of equipment on the coffee table, said tremblingly, Luoshan, this is what you want. Brave suit and special items. Swipe. Luo Chanu took out another stack of anonymous bank cards and put them on the coffee table, then put away the equipment and special items. This. Ling Tianyu's eyes flickered, and he suddenly laughed. It is an honor for our Lingyun Pavilion that Luoshan can come to Lingyun Pavilion. How can we still receive money? When Luo Chanu heard this, he immediately became interested. Then, can I get a refund for the money I bought for the skill book? Ling Tianyu, Yi Xingtong, Su Feng. Of course this is impossible, but Luo Chanu gladly accepted nearly 100 million free orders. If you can save money, why pay more? Moreover, when Yu Ling came to Donghai City in the future, many things in his space backpack could be handed over to her, so that she could make achievements. Lingyun Pavilion can't lose at all. After sending Ling Tianyu back, Luo Chanu argued with Su Feng for a few minutes before coming up with the idea of leaving. Su Feng said excitedly, Luo Shen, it's still early, why don't you go to my magic energy store to see if you like it, even if you don't need money? You want to disturb our two-person world? Ah, no no no. Facing Luo Chanu's threatening eyes, Su Feng hurriedly shook his head and said, then Luoshan, remember to contact my brother when you have time. We will meet soon. That's right, Luoshan is also a student of the Eastern Naval Academy, so I absolutely can't take a class tomorrow. Su Feng suddenly realized, his face was full of excitement. He is a special hidden profession among berserkers, berserker. What I like most is Luo Chanu's indomitable style, he said. Now that I can become classmates with my idol, I can learn his fighting style up close. No amount of money can buy an opportunity. Let's go. Luo Chanu took Yi Xingtong's Ruyi and left the quaint attic. However, when they came to the parking lot, the situation in front of them made Lu Chen furious. His magic buggy, smashed. A few young people, carrying unknown sticks, stood beside the tattered off-road vehicle and looked at Luo Chenli provocatively. The people watching the play around formed a circle, but no one stepped forward to stop it. Even the security of the parking lot. Are you that fart, Luoshan? A young man cocked his mouth and shouted with disdain. The laborers thought they had 3 heads and 6 arms, except that they were bigger, but they were nothing but a spicy chicken. The same is true, and they have made provocative words. Ha ha ha, Luoshan. Luo Gui is almost the same, a country bumpkin, with a little achievement, it's really a nuisance. Internet celebrity blog traffic, today our brothers will let you show your true shape. Spicy chicken, how can you get labor and capital for smashing your car? If you break a car, labor and capital can afford it. Come on, aren't you fierce? Come and fight Lautu. A sound of provocation resounded throughout the parking lot. Luo Chanu, who is not very rational, is already full of anger at this moment. If it wasn't for Yi Xingtong holding his hand tightly, I'm afraid those young people would already be lying on the ground. Big brother Yu, don't be impulsive, things are not so simple. Yi Xingtong is very insightful, she can see that these bad young people are coming out to pick things up. The purpose is to anger Luo Chanu. ... She couldn't see the people behind her. Hee, there is no one else for this little trick except Leng Taki's evil pen. A sneer appeared on the corner of Su Feng's mouth. The figure suddenly disappeared in place, rushing towards the group of delinquent youths. Luo Chanu was stunned for a moment, then immediately broke away from Yi Xingtong's arm, added his horsepower, and rushed over. As a reckless man, what kind of bad thoughts can you have? Just want to fight. It's just a rack. Boom, boom. The swift iron fist suddenly slammed into the stomach of the bad young man who was the first to speak, and who was also the most fiercely shouting. Killing people in the city, even if he is a member of the Barbarian God Legion, will be severely punished. The only reason he had left, let him try his best to control his strength. You are so full of feces. If you don't smash your mouth today, you won't be surnamed Luo. The speed of Su Feng was not as fast as that of Luo Chanu, so he could only be late. He is also extremely ferocious, hitting a bad young man in the face. It looks like a very small Luo Chanu. Just a few punches. Several delinquent youths all fell to the ground and moaned, and even 2 of their arms were completely abolished. Screams resounded through the parking lot. Luo Chanu stepped on the head of a delinquent youth and said coldly, "Tell me, who asked you to come?" Su Feng had a good look, and sneered, "It must be Lang Taki, he has done this before, so I almost joined the law enforcement team for tea." He. Luo Chanu sneered, anger in his eyes. ... He remembered it. The 2 murderous people left the surrounding melon-eating crowd stunned. All this happened too fast and too suddenly. Right now. A harsh whistle roared. Several uniformed law enforcement teams came from afar, holding special magic equipment in their hands. How dare you dare to commit murder in broad daylight? Hold your head and squat down. It's just you 2, don't let us out. At this moment, Luo Chanu's face was even more cold, and he looked at Guofeng. The 2 suddenly laughed. Such a poor layout is indeed worth laughing. You go back and tell Lang Taki's stubborn pen, you can do it yourself, these little tricks are useless to the master. Luo Chanu lifted his hat and took off his sunglasses. Immediately, the token of the Barbarian God Legion was displayed. He said sternly, "If he doesn't appear in front of the Lord within half an hour, the Lord will bring the Barbarian God army to his house as a guest, then don't blame his subordinates for being ruthless." Several members of the law enforcement team were stunned for a moment, and suddenly became furious. "Bastard, you still dare to pretend to be the army of the gods, you just don't want to live. How can you join the army of the Barbarian gods, beat people in the street, pretend to be the army of the Barbarian gods, add more crimes, boy, you are dead. Hands on." Before one of the law enforcement team members finished speaking, the whole person flew out backwards, and a few teeth flew out. "Again, only half an hour for you. Right now." There was a shrill whistle in the distance. Yi Xingtong frowned. This matter was poorly planned, but at this moment it was very unfriendly to Luo Diyu. He is too impulsive. It's okay to fight bad youth, but to fight the law enforcement team. This incident was beyond her 5.1 expectations. When she was about to call her grandfather for help, a roar resounded throughout the parking lot. "Who dares to pretend to be our savage army?" A figure galloped from the rear quickly, and it flew up quickly. In an instant, he appeared in the crowd. Who is it? Dressed in the costume of the Barbarian God Legion, a bright bald head. The people who eat melons are excited at this moment. Things keep changing. Various reversals are simply more exciting than the movie. Among the people who eat melons, there are also many reporters with long guns and short guns, constantly filming the scene. Luoshan beat people on the street, and also attacked the law enforcement team. I haven't seen something so exciting in a long time. Big news, big news. The next moment, all the melon eaters were stunned, including those members of the law enforcement team who arrived in a hurry. I see. The bald man of the barbarian army saw Luo Chanu for the first time, his face turned from cloudy to sunny. His face was full of surprise. "Brother Luo, when did you come to the East China Sea and didn't tell my brother?" There was also a smile on Luo Chanu's face. "Brother King Kong, wait for my brother to clean up these spicy chickens, let's talk about it." Then do you see anyone pretending to be our barbarian god army?" King Kong touched his bald forehead, full of confusion. Luo Chanu pointed to himself. "Those spicy chickens are slandering brothers, what do you say?" When King Kong heard the words, he was immediately angry. That old boy He Tian can't even manage his subordinates, so what's the use of him? Luo Chanu sounds like a familiar name. However, at this time, he could no longer manage so much. He took a step forward and grabbed one of the law enforcement teams by the neck. Say it again. Let Lang Taki's stubborn pen roll over, or you will be at your own risk. Luo Shen is really a member of the army of the barbarian gods. Let me go. Didn't he just change jobs a few days ago, so he has become a member of the army of the barbarians? He was unreasonable in the first place. How could Donghai City beat the law enforcement team in broad daylight? The big family game. We dare not move, but Luoshan has nothing to fear. This is the real man. Is it possible that the bald man is also a disguised member of the barbarian god legion, acting with Lu Chanu? Sand sculpture. Pound. Just now Luoshan called Lang Taki from the air. Could it be that Lang Taki is the mastermind behind this farce? Who is he, and why is he targeting Luoshan? Cold. Could it be the Lang family? Tisk tisk tisk. The circle is really messed up. Shen Yan, when you hear that you can't eat and walk around. At this time, public opinion in the parking lot has begun to erupt, and various speculations and truth emperors have spoken out one after another. Inside Lingyun Pavilion, a few figures just stood on the hidden windowsill, playing with everything that happened in the parking lot. Pavilion Master, do we really care about this matter? The middle-aged man in Huapao was puzzled and could not help but ask the white-haired old man beside him. 2. There was a hint of playfulness on the face of the white-haired old man, and he said lightly, "Are you trying to support the Lang family?" Pavilion Master. I didn't. Huapao's middle-aged man suddenly groaned in his heart, his eyes were messy, and he didn't dare to look into the eyes of the white-haired old man. Linglin, I'm old, but my eyes are not blind. It doesn't matter if you are close to the Lang family, but some of them are not you, nor can the Lang family offend. Today's matter, you can fight it yourself. I hope. The little guy Luo Chanu sees Lingsu's face, the adults have a lot, and won't hold you accountable. This. When the middle-aged Huapao saw the tough attitude of the white-haired old man, for a moment, he regretted it. His trust in the Lang family was still very high. No matter how rampant the barbarian god legion is, they wouldn't dare to attack the Lang family's mansion. That is one of the 10 strongest families in Donghai City. Master. The box door of a building near the parking lot was opened, and a middle-aged man hurried to the door. Failed. A sneer appeared on Lang Taki's face. That group of trash can't even handle a newcomer who has just arrived, let them fight it themselves. Master, something is wrong. The middle-aged man hesitated for 12 minutes, and continued. The young master of the Su family and Luo Chanu are walking together, they seem to have a very close relationship, and he has also shot Su Feng. The sneer on Lang Taki's face solidified, and his brows were tight. How could he be here? Isn't it only Luo Chanu and Yi Xingtong? I don't know either. But Luo Chanu is sure that he has become a member of the barbarian god army, and he also said that. The middle-aged man squeaked, but couldn't say anything. Barbarian Legion, so fast. What did he say? A look of surprise appeared on Lang Taki's face. For the legend of Luo Shen, he also read it as entertainment news, but he did not study it in depth, and thought it was a reserve member. I didn't expect to join the barbarian god army so soon. Luo Chanu said, let the young master go to apologize and admit his mistake, or else he will lead the army of barbarians to break through the Lang family. Ha 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 ha. Lang Taki didn't get angry but laughed, and laughed wildly. Where is the funny comparison? A newcomer who has just joined the barbarian god army, dare to say that he leads people to break through the Lang family. I thought he was just a reckless man, but he's actually a mental retard with no brains. Let the law enforcement team take action, send him in to cool off, mobilize public opinion, and completely blacken his reputation. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then tremblingly said, they have already shot, also beaten by Luo Chanu. Lang Taki. That fool's behavior was beyond his imagination. It always feels like it can be done easily without his follow-up actions. This is too unfulfilling. Thinking of this, the smile on Lang Taki's face became stronger and stronger. Right now, the luxurious magic phone on the table rang. Caller ID, old man. Lang Taki was stunned for a while, and hurriedly answered the phone. Hello, Dad. It's here at Lingyun Pavilion. How do you know? What? Let me apologize to that reckless man. Did I make a mistake? Okay, I see, I'll hold on for time. Lang Taki clenched his teeth and hung up the phone. his face suddenly became extremely gloomy, almost turning into the color of pig liver. Never thought that his father, who had been escorting him, would be cowardly at this moment. And, terribly so decisive. If he didn't go, he would no longer be the direct line of the Lang family. Time passes by every second. Luo Chanu stared straight at the members of the law enforcement team in front of him with a cold face, with countless doubts in his heart, but he could not get an explanation. Now he doesn't need those explanations either. The only idea is to vent the unpleasant emotions in my heart. Brother Luo. King Kong hung up the phone in his hand and said, the captain of the law enforcement team in this area will be here soon. He Tien, you know. King Kong was stunned. Did he mess with you too? Although He Tien is confused, he is upright and honest. You. Brother King Kong misunderstood. He Tien helped me a few days ago. He is very nice. Ha. King Kong exhaled, as if the whole person was relieved, and said, that's good. Seeing this, Luo Chanu was speechless. Also, he said that his heart is very small. And this time, Yi Xingtong stood behind Luo Chanu and didn't speak. She was more worried about Luo Chanu now, for fear that he would make things worse and end badly. How? Now she has no means at all to stop these conspiracies. Her grandfather might be able to, but in the face of these big families, even the vice president of the Magic Guild should give them some face and not make things worse. Yi Xingtong's eyes narrowed, and she couldn't help grabbing Luo Chanu's big hand. He came. Luo Chanu was stunned for a moment. His sharp eyes suddenly focused on the black-faced young man walking slowly in the distance, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Looks like that guy is catching a cat around here. You, don't be impulsive. Yi Xingtong hesitated for a moment and could only say this sentence. It was impossible to keep things calm, but in order not to make things worse, she still had to speak up to remind Luo Chanu. Hearing this, Luo Chanu bowed his head and smiled softly, and said, don't worry, I know what I have in mind. Lang Long's eyes have been focused on Luo Chanu. At this time, I saw Yi Xingtong's actions. His, Dao Xin, collapsed immediately, and he had never seen the gentle smile of his goddess, and Yi Xingtong actually took the initiative to hold Luo Chanu's dirty hand. Tolerable or unbearable, but his current situation has to endure. There was almost dripping ink on his face. Let those people get out. During the march, Lang Long noticed the reporters with long guns and short guns and the people eating melons who were filming with mobile phones, and hurriedly ordered the middle-aged people beside him. The middle-aged man did not hesitate, and quickly left Lang Taki's side to carry out his orders. Before the middle-aged man took a few steps, a bright light appeared in front of him, almost blinding his eyes. It's all coming. King Kong bathed in the sun and showed a gentle smile. Just watch the show. Lang Taki and the middle-aged man froze. People of the barbarian army. According to the clothes, the position will not be very low, so the actual experience will not be low. Lang Taki, your heart is so black. Lang Taki just wanted to speak, but a harsh voice came from a distance, causing him to turn his head to look. However, when he turned his head, his eyes suddenly condensed. The big fist of Sand Bull has appeared in front of his face. Boom, boom. Lang Taki's body flew out and slammed into a billboard, and the huge force made the billboard collapse instantly. Blood. Under the sunlight, it was extraordinarily gorgeous. Lang Taki's original position was occupied by a murderous body. This face is disgusting. Things happened so fast. Everyone didn't have time to react, and when Luo Chanu's words sounded, they suddenly woke up and burst into bursts of cries. Damn it, it's so cruel. Beating the young master of the Lang family in front of the law enforcement team, this is also so cool. It is worthy of being a reckless man who stubbornly hates the Eighth Order beast. You can't be tough in the world. Regardless of the consequences, let's talk about it after burying it. Sigh, Luotian is still too young and too aggressive. His young master of the Lang family, this matter cannot be resolved. Hiss, so cruel, it makes me hard to see. People don't talk too much, and they don't say a word to force lie. Let's talk about it after hitting. From now on, Luotian will be my true idol, and it will remain the same in this life. Suddenly found that Luotian is quite handsome. And this time, Yi Xingtong was completely numb. Do you call that knowing? He didn't even give a chance to explain, and he just rushed up and punched him in the face. Handsome is handsome, but the consequences are a bit serious. Even she has just come to Donghai City, but she knows about big families like the Leng family. They are families at the pinnacle of Donghai City, and there is no one to mess with. At this moment, she regretted letting Luo Chanu take her out for shopping. Up to now, only the public has been allowed to come forward. Ever since, Yi Xingtong took out her phone again. But when she saw Luo Chanu took out his mobile phone to answer the call, she hesitated again. Without it, Luo Chanu's phone call is from his aunt, Manlong Lianxi. Auntie, you're back, so fast. Me, here at Lingyun Pavilion, a fool surnamed Lang smashed my new car, and I'm teaching him a lesson. It's okay, brother King Kong is beside me. Ah, if my aunt dares to leave work, why don't you make a trip? A family as big as the Lang family won't beat up the younger ones, and just run out to the old ones, right? Damn it, there really is such a big family with no quality. Okay, I'll keep it up. Luo Chanu's voice on the phone was not particularly low, and the surrounding melon eaters could hear it. Hear Luo Chanu's words. Stunned, there is no one left to organize the super wealthy Lang's family in public. When Su Feng was on the phone with Luo Chanu, he had already come to his side, his eyes filled with endless enthusiasm. Seeing Luo Chanu put down the phone, he said excitedly, Luo Shen, you are so fierce, I can be like you anytime. No. You hit Lang Taki with such a bad brush, and the Lang family's face is embarrassing. They will never let it go. I have to let my father come over to support the situation. Luo Chanu, speechless. It's just a slap in the face, because one by one, and this time, untouchable, damn you. A roar sounded, and Lang Taki got up tremblingly from the ruins of the billboard. However, when he roared, he lost another tooth. Talking is a bit leaky. The forceful punch not only blinded him, but also caused him a lot of damage. In this life, it was the first time he had received such humiliation. Lang Taki was so angry that he threw all his old father's words behind him, and a strange scroll appeared in his hand. No, master. The middle-aged man held down by King Kong saw the scroll in Lang Taki's hand, his eyes widened, and he roared at the top of his lungs. BOJ. The 8th Order Magic Scroll. If it is used in Donghai City, even the Lang family cannot afford such a terrible consequence. Innocent. Luo Chanu frowned. He pointed his finger, and a red glow shot out from his finger, and plunged into the center of Lang Taki's brow in an instant. That red on is the taboo pet Phantom Heart. Little Lolita in red. Special skill. Possession. You can't kill people in the city, otherwise he doesn't want the little loli in red to be dispatched. Lang Taki at this time. His eyes were hazy, with a faint red shimmering slightly. He was completely controlled by the little loli in red. Throw that scroll, and do another bliss. As soon as the words fell, Lang Taki discarded the scroll in his hand, and then asked with a puzzled face, Baba, what is the Pure Land of Bliss? People who eat melons. What kind of operation is this? Just click a finger, and you will completely control a person. Even, Dad, was called. Is this the ability that defense should have? And this time, Luo Chanu was very pleasantly surprised. It turned out that this 180 is the control effect of possession, and it seems to be very useful. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a wicked smile. Pure Land of Bliss. Don't jump. Dance the dance you're good at. ... Under everyone's astonished eyes, Lang Taki's body began to dance, as charming as the dance was. With the blood on Lang Taki's face. Is there really something different, exotic? Ha 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 ha. Luo Chanu laughed frantically, and the depression that his car was destroyed also dissipated. Yi Xingtong's head is full of black lines. Big brother you. Originally, she wanted Luo Chanu not to go too far. But after thinking about it, since they have offended them to the end, this hatred can no longer be resolved. This situation is also normal. Immediately, Yi Xingtong also laughed and said, nice job. So. Luo Chanu smiled, shyly, turned around and called to the middle-aged man in the distance, Lao Peikai, you have damaged your car, shouldn't it be time to make up for it? As soon as this word comes out, immediately caused an uproar. Good guy. As expected of Luoshan, I couldn't think of the compensation for my car at this time. The middle-aged man's eyes were full of anger, but he dared not speak. Can only stare at Luo Chanu. At this moment, he just wants the big people of the Leng family to come over quickly, otherwise the whole Leng family will lose their face. No, it should be said that they have already lost their face. Leng Taki made such a big thing in order to compete for jealousy. Even if he is the young master, no matter how strong his talent is, his future in the Leng family will be completely ruined. Luo Chanu, do you know who you have offended? Cold home. Luo Chanu showed a disdainful smile. If you have the ability, let them come to the barbarian god army to find me. The trouble is so big. Do you think the barbarian god legion will hate the Leng family for your new member? You think too highly of yourself and underestimate the Leng family too much. Middle-aged people have completely let go of themselves. He couldn't escape the punishment from the Leng family. It would be better to show his attitude here, at least to save a small life. Ha ha ha. No, you overestimated Leng Jia. Luo Chanu used the fox and fake tiger power of the barbarian army. Not also. This is the confidence Li Yunxi gave him, and it comes from the confidence of the barbarian gods. But speaking of it, Leng Taki's body is quite flexible, and he can perform such difficult movements. Luo Chanu knew that the compensation for his car was completely hopeless. So he turned his head to look in the direction of Leng Taki, admiring his graceful dance. Tisk tisk tisk. It's amazing. In the parking lot. The most embarrassing person is undoubtedly the member of the law enforcement team. At this time, they didn't dare to go in, and they couldn't go back, it was just uncomfortable. They regretted why they were involved in something so outrageous. Suddenly, a figure came from a distance, making them see hope. Captain. You are finally here. What happened? He Tian was really dumbfounded. He just went to work today when he received a call from King Kong of the Barbarian Legion and was scolded. From beginning to end, he didn't know what happened. When I came to the incident place, I found that it was full of people, and a young man in the crowd was twisting his body with all his might, making enchanting movements one by one. It looks a bit like a cluboid juggernaut. Taking a closer look, the young man with blood on his face seemed a little familiar. Damn it, when did the young master of the Leng family release his nature, so awesome? Then, he saw Luo Chanu. Immediately there was a squeak in my heart. Rude. He team, you are finally here. When the members of the law enforcement team saw He Tian hurried over, they hurriedly surrounded him. The scene is out of control, we don't know what to do. He Tian frowned when he saw the appearance of several members of the law enforcement team. Where's your squad leader? Why didn't he do something so big? Team Meng has taken a leave of absence. He asked us to patrol here just now, and this happened. Hurry up and let Luo Chanu release young Master Leng, otherwise. Yes, Lao Chen was beaten by Luo Chanu just now, and he can't get up now. Asterisk. A few law enforcement team members, you said every word, some accused Luo Chanu, some softly reprimanded, some explained the reasons. After He Tian heard it, he ignored them. The black sheep of the law enforcement team would have been kicked out of the law enforcement team long ago if they hadn't been guarded by someone above. Now, and he's going to take the blame. Dream. After hesitating for a moment, he came to Luo Chanu. Xiao Luo, long time no see. When Luo Chanu saw He Tian, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, Senior He, didn't you just meet the day before yesterday? Are you here to intercede for that scumbag from the Leng family? He Tian was dumbfounded when he heard the words. I don't know about their affairs, but can I ask the young master of the Leng family to stop first? Due to his duty, He Tian had to bite the bullet and ask Luo Chanu to stop. Luo Chanu looked at He Tian's expression and immediately knew the reason. He Tian had a big black pot on his head. As An Chen's old friend, he also helped him. This kind of favor must be given. FFLX. Luo Chanu shouted at the middle-aged man, Lao Peikai, since Senior He pleaded with you, this face will definitely be given to you, as long as you compensate for your new car, I will let it go. You. The middle-aged man looked around, and then looked at Leng Taki who was still dancing, took out a black bank card and threw it to Luo Chanu. There are more than 300 million Xuanlong coins in it, you are about to release the aldehyde. Hehe, you say there is. Luo Chanu unhurriedly took out the magic phone and began to check the balance in the card. Such a move made many people feel ashamed. After he confirmed the balance in it, Luo Chanu snapped his fingers and let the little girl in red come back in stealth. This little girl can't be exposed now. The more mysterious the means, the stronger the deterrent. He seems to have a lot of enemies, and they are all hiding in the dark. If they don't hide some dreadful strengths, there will be a lot of small troubles. Moreover, if the little girl in red appears, that, Baba, absolutely let him die on the spot. What will Yi Xingtong of Exidang Niang think? It's scary to think about. When the little loli in red left Lang Taki's body, Lang Taki's eyes were clear from the haze, and a tear could not help shedding from the corner of his eyes. He can clearly perceive everything that happened before. His body was dancing in public, but he couldn't do anything. He knows. After the reputation, completely ruined. The road to the future is completely gone. Luo Chanu, I'm at odds with you, poof. A mouthful of old blood spurted out. Lang Taki closed his eyes and slowly fell down. Master. The middle-aged man broke free from King Kong's shackles, rushed over, and helped Lang Taki, who was in a coma. Very well, you are fine. Of course we are very good. The last time you did this to this young master, did you think about today, ha ha ha. Su Feng stood in front of the middle-aged man with a proud face, looking down at the two of them. It's not that the time has not yet come, but now the retribution is coming. Let Lang Longshapen go back and enjoy it. Rest assured, this young master will send his graceful dance to the school group. Get down. He is a professional, and the anger he received before is settled at one time this time. It will be difficult to see Lang Taki in the future. Immediately, Su Feng turned around and bowed deeply to Luo Chanu happily. Great revenge, good luck in life. Luo Chanu raised his hand, and said to the middle-aged man, are you still waiting to change your mind? He's waiting for me. Luo Chanu's voice just fell, and his cold voice echoed in the parking lot. Accompanied by the sound, a figure appeared over the parking lot, slowly descended, and came to the middle-aged man and Lang Taki. You're not leaving yet, are you waiting to die? When Su Feng saw the person coming, the excitement on his face disappeared without a trace, and he said softly to Luo Chanu, he is Lang Taki's father, Lang Zhen, the future head of the Lang family, a 9th-rank powerhouse. Beat the young, come to the old, the ancients will not deceive me. Luo Chanu didn't have the slightest fear, but laughed and said, you can't decide whether to leave or not. As for death, you dare to try me. Ha ha ha. Instead of being angry, he laughed coldly, you are brave, but it's a pity that you offended the wrong person. Since you don't leave, let the people from the barbarian god legion come to the Lang family to lead them. After speaking, Lang Zhen stretched out his hand and grabbed Luo Chanu. Fast. Luo Chanu didn't have time to react at all. The ice blue energy hand was filled with endless chills, and it was already close at hand. It's too late, it's too soon. A shadow fell from the sky, protecting Luo Chanu behind him. The big hand of ice blue energy also shattered. Cold array, you are so powerful, you dare to touch Xiao Yu of the old lady's family. Li Yunxi. Lang Zhen's expression changed slightly, and he said sternly, how dare you jump out to block the person I want to arrest, even in a mere 8th rank. Today, I must take this kid away. His tone was very strong, but there was a hint of warning in the depths of his eyes. Barbarian dragon, Li Yunxi. Once mad, even his 9th order hidden professional has to temporarily avoid the edge, and his strength is incredible. Take it away. Do you want to fight with the old lady here? Li Yunxi was wearing a white battle armor, full of heroic spirit, but in his expression, there was a violent and wild aura. Auntie, you saved me again. Luo Chanu finally understood at this time, the gap between him and these powerhouses. Faced with such an attack, there is no ability to react. Under the demigods are all ants. However, the cold formation of the 9th-rank powerhouse in front of him had already made him not resist Qin. So, how strong are the demigods? If the demigod Fengji personally took action to arrest him, what could he use to resist? There was a hint of urgency in his heart. Although currently, this battle may not be able to be fought, but to be on the safe side, he added a steel shield to Li Yunxi to enhance her combat effectiveness. Have a heart. Li Yunxi turned to look at Luo Chanu, the frost on his face melted in an instant. You step back and leave this to my aunt. Luo Chanu stared into Li Yunxi's eyes, sighed inwardly, turned and retreated a certain distance. You big brother. Yi Xingtong quickly came to Luo Chanu's side, tightly grasping his big hand. His eyes were full of concern. It's okay to have my aunt here. In fact, Luo Chanu was also a little apprehensive. What happened today was a bit big. Originally, I just wanted to vent my anger on my car. Since Leng Taki appeared, the direction of the development of the matter has been completely out of his control, so he can only bite the bullet and continue. Fortunately, Li Yunxi came in time. The consequences could be disastrous. Leng Zhen, my old lady is waiting for the boss of mansion, what are you waiting for? Li Yunxi looked at Leng Zhen with provocative eyes. Since she had Luo Chanu's steel shield, she no longer had any fear in her heart. The 150% damage bonus is so sweet, she wants to take Luo Chanu with her in the future and give her a special shield. Man God, hehe, senior man God is such a person, how could he come here in person for Luo Chanu, you think I'm so foolish? Leng Zhen stretched out his hand, and the cold frost condensed in his hand. Today, we must give our Leng family an explanation, otherwise no one will even think about leaving. Confession. Li Yunxi actually didn't know the specifics of the process, but seeing the smashed and disfigured magic off-road vehicle and the unscrupulous young man moaning on the ground, it gave some clues to what happened. Yu Leng's family is really thick-skinned. You bullied people in the street and were killed, and you pretended to be a victim. Why don't you go to heaven? That Leng Taki, that's what he did to me back then. Su Feng, who was not far behind Yunxi, interrupted at the wrong time. At the beginning, my old man came to find a place, and he was almost beaten up in anger. Hearing this, Leng Zhen was slightly taken aback. Only then did I discover that there was an accident factor at the scene. Su Feng, the young master of the country. At this time, the resentment towards Leng Taki in his heart quickly increased. If I had known this before, it would be better to send someone to arrest them directly, it would be easier and easier. For Luo Chanu, he is the real behind-the-scenes person. It was to take advantage of Leng Taki's affection for Yi Xingtong, justifiably lure Luo Chanu into action, and then bring him to the law enforcement team, thus pulling himself out of this matter. The world is impermanent. Luo Chanu is too reckless and too fierce. There are too many unexpected people. Even if he took action himself, he might not be able to take Luo Chanu away. Stealing chickens is not enough to lose rice. No, you can't even pick up rice now. Su Feng, when the elders are talking, you will interrupt. Now that the cold array is dispatched, it is absolutely impossible to be anticlimactic. Now it can only be tough to the end, so the target is temporarily turned to Su Feng. What can be said and what can't be said, think through it carefully, and then don't blame uncle for not giving your parents face. While Li Yunxi was surprised, he also laughed. Ha ha ha, it's really you who started to frighten the children, coldly, the more you live, the more you go back. His eyes turned cold. He trembled all over, his pupils constricted, and he looked at the sky involuntarily. All I saw was a figure appeared in the clear sky, and a reckless aura enveloped the earth. Really showed up. The next moment, a loud voice spread throughout Donghai City. The beast tide is ahead of schedule. It will land in the East China Sea tomorrow morning. The East China Sea belongs to it. Prepare to fight. In just a few words, countless people were horrified in an instant. Beast tide. Earlier, that is the so-called unprecedented super beast horde. Once it cannot be held, the entire Donghai City will become a ruin and cease to exist. In the sky, after the sound disappeared, the figure of the barbarian also disappeared. Seeing this, Leng Zhen breathed a sigh of relief. However, go back and tell Feng Ji that evil pen, take care of your claws, don't stretch them around, get out. The voice of the barbarian echoed in his mind. Let Leng Zhen stiffen all over, and countless cold sweats could not help but break out from behind. He got it. How did he know? For a time, countless questions appeared in Leng Zhen's mind. And in his line of sight, the back of the barbarian also appeared. God, it's really here. The little guy is very brave. He just came to Donghai City and made such a big commotion. He deserves to be the barbarian of the Barbarian Legion, ha ha ha. Luo Chanu looked at the young man in front of him who was much stronger than him with a dazed expression. Who is he? The speed of teleportation, but also know that he is a wild bear. No way, no way. Are you the boss of the gods? The brain is quite good, much smarter than Shaoan. When Li Yunxi heard this, he immediately became unhappy. Boss, you say that again, I'm not smart. The man god burst out laughing when he heard the words, and the ferocious aura began to spread again. Suddenly, Luo Chanu's eyes were concentrated, and he actually found a faint bloodstain on Mansion's chest. Thor was injured. The man god also seemed to notice Luo Chanu's gaze. He shook his head and said, "Let's go, the boss will treat you to a drink tonight." What about the Lang family? With the backing of the barbarian, Luo Chanu will not let it go so easily. Forget about the previous things, it is unreasonable that the guy who stood in the cold wanted to arrest him. Hold grudges, he is serious. Little Ion is right, you really hold grudges. Don't worry, you are protected by a master, who in Donghai City dares to touch you. Goodbye Nuo Li. Mansion turned around slowly, looked at Liushan Wuju's Lang Zhen, and sneered, Lang Zhen, I will give you two choices now. First, let your old man go back to the southwest, with the sincerity of the Lang family to go to the Mansion Legion. Understand? Hearing such a wild and reckless voice, Lang Zhen couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Hastily nodded and replied, Understood, I'll go back and report right away. Man Shen waved his hand impatiently, as if chasing flies away, and said, Get lost. Senior Barbarian God, farewell. Without the slightest hesitation, Lang Zhen came to Lang Taki's side and quickly left with him. He didn't want to stay in this ghost place for a moment. At this moment, King Kong came to the body of the man god, bowed respectfully, and said, Leader, what about the law enforcement team, He Tian? He Tian has nothing to do with this matter. Hearing the words, the barbarian stared in a certain direction. Said, Lingu, you can handle this matter yourself, the law enforcement team should rectify it. The words just fell. A cold voice came. I see, I don't want you to worry about this matter. Man Shen grinned and said, I'm too lazy to care about your shit. Immediately, he looked around and shouted, it's over, don't tell me about Luo Chanu, otherwise. Luo Chanu. Man Shen's character is really similar to him. But speaking of it, why does the barbarian look so young? It's a bit unscientific. Bear, bring your girlfriend, the boss invites you to drink, oh. Little Ion is also here. A luxurious Mana speeding car suddenly appeared in front of Mansion. With a wave of his hand, he said, Get in the car, boss will let you experience what speed and passion are. Luo Chanu, can you be more reserved, you are a big boss. Southwest Frontier, South Vietnam Military Camp. So they failed. Feng Ji tapped lightly on the table with his fingers, not knowing what he was thinking, but his eyes exuded a soul-stirring and strange light. Guard my god, the Lang family's plan is too naive, it's okay to deal with ordinary people, but it's a pity that they are facing the reckless man Rong Chanu. The confidant has followed Feng Ji for many years, and at this time, he could not guess what Feng Ji was thinking. But, as Feng Ji's most trusted and intimate confidant, he knew Feng Ji's little actions well, and knew that his heart must be burning with anger at this time. Not only the Lang family, but we also underestimated Luo Chanu's strength. We just received the news that Luo Chanu killed the ground rat protector lurking in Donghai City without the help of outsiders. He can't. Interesting. A surprised expression finally appeared on Feng Ji's face. If it wasn't for the fake news released by that bastard, then we really underestimated him. At this time, Luo Chanu had 7 levels of confidence that he possessed that rage heart. Guard my god, what about the Lang family? Feng Ji sneered and ordered. It's just a bunch of trash, tell the old people of the Lang family, go and stabilize the barbarian god first, and find a chance to capture Luo Chanu. If it's failing, he should know the consequences. The confidant didn't have too many expressions, just nodded silently and said, this subordinate will do it now. A mansion in Donghai City. The Temple of the Gods. The deputy hall master held the goblet and shook it gently, mixing the thick red liquid. It's a bit unexpected that the barbarian god is coming back so soon. However, the plan must go ahead. If Donghai City is not broken, that thing will forever be buried in the ground and cannot appear. The glory of the gods, when will it be spread over the entire Xuanlong kingdom? Luo Chanu, giggling, you are indeed an unexpected factor. Since the 8th order can't help you, can you resist the 9th order attack? Your secrets are all mine. Over Donghai City. A different kind of speed and passion is being staged at the moment. Xiao Luo, you can't do this either. Luo Chanu grabbed Yi Xingtong's little hand tightly. Even though he could fly, he was still full of awe and shame for other people's high-speed vehicles. Driving your own fast car and being someone else's fast car are two completely different things. In the face of the provocation of the barbarian gods, he also turned a deaf ear. The magic energy speeder left the high wall of Donghai City and flew towards a high mountain. There, it was the headquarters of the barbarian god legion. Xiao Yu, when you come back to the headquarters in the future, remember to take the 163 token in your hand, which is the key to the headquarters formation, but we don't usually come to the headquarters, we go to the office in Donghai City. Quote. Li Yunxi sat in the co-pilot position and began to popularize the basic knowledge of the barbarian god legion. Auntie, you better prepare a material for me, now I really can't listen to it. Luo Chanu's mind was empty, and he couldn't hold anything in his mind. When the barbarian god saw this, a strange smile appeared on his face, and he stepped on the accelerator, and the speed of the magic energy speeder became faster. Luo Chanu. From Yunxi. Yi Xingtong. After a few minutes, the magic energy speed car parked in a courtyard outside the garden. The barbarian god led Luo Chanu and the three to the garden, and said, you can do whatever you want, I'll come when I go. Looking at the back of the mad god, Luo Chanu was thoughtful. What is there in the depths of the East China Sea that can actually hurt even a barbarian god who is a demigod? When the figure of the savage god disappeared into the buildings in the distance, a burst of cheers suddenly sounded. Wow, Sister Manlong, I'm your fan, can you sign me? Yi Xingtong lost the pressure of the barbarian gods, and finally released his star-chasing instinct. His eyes glowed with starlight, and he looked at Li Yunxi expectantly. But that title made Luo Chanu a little confused. Li Yunxi was also stunned for a moment, and suddenly laughed heartily. Sister Xingtong, of course there is no problem. Perhaps because of Luo Chanu's presence, the two women have already started chatting hotly. At this moment, Luo Chanu, who was hanging aside, shook his head. He took out his phone and started calling in Chen. After all, he promised to go to Yi Xingtong's grandpa's house for dinner in the evening, but now he was kidnapped by the barbarian god and couldn't go. Unexpectedly, the moment Luo Chanu answered the phone, the sound of Kui Bei sounded like firecrackers. The news of the Magic Guild is very well informed. Even if the matter of Lingyun Pavilion was issued by the barbarian god, it still spread to their ears. After the gunfire on the other end of the phone subsided, Luo Chanu said, don't worry, I know what. By the way, Xingtong and I are having dinner with the boss of the barbarian god at night, Tian. Grandpa's principal can help me with this. After speaking, Luo Chanu hurriedly hung up the phone. He never expected that in Chen's eloquence would be so outstanding, and he was speechless. Yi Xingtong and Li Yunxi were still chatting hotly. After a few minutes, a barbarian god's voice sounded beside Luo Chanu's ears. Little Yuzi, come to the study on the first floor, it's just you. Coming. BCEF. Luo Chanu knew that the opportunity to answer questions came. He had a lot of doubts in his heart, and perhaps only big men like the barbarian gods could give him the answer. I said a word to Yi Xingtong and Li Yunxi. He quickened his pace and walked towards the other courtyard. Get inside. It is found that the layout of the house is very simple. Except for the necessary household items, there are no other superfluous items at all. And the location of the study, he is very intuitive. Luo Chanu took 3 steps into 2 steps, came to the study, and knocked on the door. Big God Boss. In the study, apart from some scattered books, there is only a desk and a computer. At this moment, the barbarian god was sitting in front of the computer. His strong body was tied with a circle of gauze, stained with blood. Find yourself a place to sit. The barbarian god saw Luo Chanu sitting down a little embarrassedly, and said with a hearty smile, you call me the boss, don't be cautious. Luo Chanu scratched his head, and said, shyly, it's strange to be unrestrained in the face of demigods. Ha ha ha. You kid. The barbarian god laughed even more wildly. Demigods are also human, and they can also get hurt. Speaking of which, that thing is really fierce. Boss, what beast can hurt you? It's not a ferocious beast, but the remnant of a god rescued by an earth mouse. Barbarian God shook his head and continued. This is not something you can contact now, I came to you to answer some questions in your heart. Privilege, this is the privilege for supernovas. If it was an ordinary Tianzhao, the barbarian god would not take it lightly, nor would he invite him to his house for a drink and dinner. Luo Chanu's growth rate is incredible even as a savage god. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Chanu slowly opened his mouth and said, the first question, what kind of treasure does that old man Fengji want? Hearing Luo Chanu's question, Mansion immediately burst into laughter. Fengji Laowangba, ha ha ha. After laughing for a while, he said, we don't know exactly what kind of treasure it is, but I heard that it can make the bloodline return to the ancestors and break through the shackles and become taboos. Ah, Luo Chanu was stunned for a moment, and asked curiously, since it's this kind of baby, why Luo? Grandpa didn't use it right away. It's still exposed. Who knows? The barbarian god spread his hands and continued. Fengji Laowangba is a rare dual professional and also has dual bloodlines. He wants this treasure to evolve his second bloodline and completely lay the foundation for becoming a god, so a lot of things, are you suddenly enlightened? Quote. Luo Chanu suddenly laughed wildly. Understood, the value of one more god in Xuanlong Kingdom is definitely much higher than that of a mere Luo family. The barbarian god shook his head. No, you are wrong. Ga. Luo Chanu's laughter stopped abruptly. At least 90% of the high-level people in Xuanlong country did not agree with Fengji's pursuit of your parents, until your parents, after they disappeared, Fengji started to act secretly, and those high-level officials turned a blind eye at that time. One eye. Seeing Luo Chanu who was silent, he suddenly asked, that is to say, that treasure is not with you? Luo Chanu shook his head, not here. Tisk tisk tisk. Unfortunately, the old King Fengji is stunned. He will definitely use any means for what he believes, but you can rest assured that with the boss there, he does not dare to dispatch himself. Facing the words of the barbarian god, Luo Chanu expressed his helplessness. Demigods. When will it arrive? Shaking his head, Luo Chanu continued to ask. Second question, how much do you know about Eternal Arena? The barbarian god smiled slightly, and a mark appeared on his arm. That's the Eternal Mark. It means that the barbarian god is also a player of Eternal Arena. What do you want to know? Luo Chanu. Immediately, he revealed all his doubts. And the barbarian god did not bother to answer them one by one. Turn out to be, the players of Eternal Arena are all from various small worlds in Eternal Sanctuary, while Blue Star is an inconspicuous newborn small world in Eternal Sanctuary. Since we have just entered the era of national job transfer, there are not many real talents. Hence the name, Lost Land. In Eternal Sanctuary, the human race is hated by many races. The main reason is that the human race is favored by the source, which makes several peak races in Eternal Sanctuary feel threatened. They unite with other affiliated races and target the human race everywhere. Delusions of turning the Terran into their slaves. This is the real situation of the human race in the Eternal Sanctuary now. Faced with such a situation, the human race can only resist stubbornly and look for a chance. A silver lining is in the Eternal Arena. Eternal Arena is not the only one, but there are 9 at the same time. These messages are all reminders from seniors. In fact, even if Luo Chanu doesn't ask, as long as his arena rank reaches the gold rank, the chat channel will be opened, and some seniors will tell him these news. Boss Barbarian, what is the use of the Eternal Brand? The barbarian god was slightly taken aback. You killed the player. Yes, I killed 9 arrogant spicy chickens, but then again, the harvest is really good. Luo Chanu didn't care, as if he didn't care about killing players. When the barbarian god saw this, he was speechless. Good guy. When he joined the Eternal Arena, every battle was like walking on thin ice, and he tried his best in every battle to get to where he is now. As for Luo Chanu, he killed 9 on the first day he entered. If nothing else, Samsung's up, steady. People are more mad than people. Little Feather, you are awesome. Barbarian God extended his thumb and gave the highest evaluation. However, if you encounter allies and neutral races in the future, don't mess around. Ally. Yes, the elves, the dwarves, and the feathered are all our allies. Only 3. Luo Chanu paled in shock. In the eternal world, there are only 3 allies of the human race. Alas, it's true. The barbarian sighed and asked, "What's your ID? After you reach the golden rank, the boss will take you to meet the seniors." Okay. The barbarian nodded and continued. The so-called Eternal brand is actually the core power of the Eternal Arena players, and it has no effect on us for the time being. It is said that, after reaching the epic rank, you can open a special exchange interface, and everything in it needs an Eternal brand to exchange. Quote. So, just save it first. One thing to say, the boss has joined Eternal Arena for nearly 100 years, and compared to Eternal Arena he is still a newbie. You work hard. Luo Chanu nodded. Thank you, boss. Thank you. As long as you grow up, it is the best reward for the boss. Tomorrow the beast tide is coming. The boss suggests that you act alone and quickly raise your level. The barbarian smiled and said, as for your girlfriend, she has her own path. Luo Chanu was stunned for a moment, then nodded, expressing his understanding. Since the barbarian gods have said so, the plan of upgrading with sisters has been in vain. But, after the encounter just now, Luo Chanu also felt a sense of urgency and must improve his strength as soon as possible. So, leveling up is the most critical step. Boss, do you know the Demon Dragon Abyss? Luo Chanu suddenly remembered the map he got in 9 Layers Abyss and suddenly had a bold idea in his heart. I heard that it is in the Skyridge Islands, but as far as I know, no one has ever successfully broken through the barrier and entered the Demon Dragon Abyss. Hear the words of the barbarian god. Luo Chanu said in surprise. Boss, you are a demigod, and you can't get in. If the barrier is destroyed with brute force, the entire Demon Dragon Abyss will definitely disappear into the endless void, and no one will be able to enter without the key. There was a pity expression on the face of the barbarian god, and he said, some ancient books record that there are endless treasures in the abyss of the dragon, it's a pity. Suddenly, barbarian god's eyes lit up. If you ask that, do you think you can go in? It should be, I got a map in that 9-layered abyss saying that I can enter the Demon Dragon Abyss. Tisk tisk tisk, that luck, cow. Luo Chanu pondered for a moment and said, Boss, I want to go to the Demon Dragon Abyss tonight. Ha ha ha. When Man Shen heard Luo Chanu's words, he immediately laughed. You have this idea, the boss is very pleased. I'll take you there now. Luo Chanu, don't you want me to have a drink? The barbarian god is worthy of being a barbarian god, and what he says can be executed immediately. After Luo Chanu said goodbye to Yi Xingtong and Li Yunxi, Man Shen grabbed Luo Chanu's arm and flew into the sky. That speed is much faster than the magic speed. This is the real speed and passion. Luo Chanu, numb. In just 10 minutes, he didn't know what he had experienced. He only reacted when he appeared on a beach. Boss, here. The front is the barrier of the Tianji Islands, you can try it first, can you go in? Luo Chanu nodded. Taking out the map of the Demon Dragon Abyss, I saw a black light shining, submerging into the barrier not far away. You can go in. The barbarian god showed joy, waved his hand, and said, go. It's not far from Donghai City. If the boss doesn't come to pick you up tomorrow morning, you must remember to come back here on time. Here is the only way to go in the current dynasty. Clear. Luo Chanu stared at the barrier in front of him, walked straight in with trembling legs. The barbarian god saw Luo Chanu disappear into the barrier. The smile on his face disappeared. Grow up quickly, we don't have much time. Cold family ancestral home. Cold formation is not good. Temporarily cancel the treatment of the next head of the family, and take the battle group to resist the beast tide tomorrow. The ancestor of the Lang family looked blankly at Lang Zhen, who was kneeling on the ground. His tone was flat, and he could not see what he was thinking. Hearing the words coldly, he hurriedly bowed his head in gratitude. This situation was already his best ending. The treatment has been cancelled, and the position of the next head of the family has not been revoked. At this time, the ancestor of the Lang family slowly spoke again. Lengen, go to the warehouse to select 10 anti-war items and send them to the Barbarian Army Corps office as an apology to Luo Chanu. Remember, you can't lose the face of the Lang family. Yes, Grandpa. Lengan took a deep bow and left the ancestral house. Immediately, the ancestor of the Lang family stared coldly at Lang Taki, who was kneeling on the ground. Waste, you can't do a little thing well, go back and don't take a step out of the house for a month. Lang Taki trembled all over, and his eyes did not have any expression, just like a dead man. At this moment, he just kowtowed forcefully, until blood overflowed from his forehead, then slowly got up and left. When everyone in the Lang family left, the ancestor of the Lang family slowly got up, and the coldness in his eyes skyrocketed. In an instant, frost spread on the ground. The evil seed of the Luo family is waiting for this old man. Ah! In a mansion, Lang Taki's eyes were bloodshot, roaring frantically, venting, and endless anger filled his eyes. What happened today made him feel an unprecedented humiliation. But in the face of the powerful Luo Chanu, the tyrannical savage god, the entire Lang family succumbed, and he had no choice at all. As arrogant as him, he could only stay at home and lick his wounds. Handsome little brother, is your daughter-in-law taking revenge? Just as Lang Taki roared, a charming voice rang in his ears. The coquettish voice was like a basin of cold water pouring on Lang Taki's body, which made him feel cold all over, and the whole person woke up, but then his eyes became misty. He kept muttering to himself, "Revenge, I want revenge. Giggle, give your soul, and my sister will let you take revenge yourself. Soul, to my sister. Cuckoo." The charming laughter resounded in Lang Taki's ears, and then he began to laugh wildly. Ding! You enter the special space Devil Dragon Abyss, start the special space challenge, and complete the goal will get rich rewards. Ding! You automatically accept the first trial of Dragon Trial. When Luo Chanu entered the barrier, he appeared in a dim space. A mysterious prompt appeared in front of him at the same time. As the prompt appears, a task panel also appears. Open black lens bracket Dragon Trial 1 close black lens bracket. Trial goal. Go to the entrance of the Demon Dragon Abyss, and defeat the entrance guard, the demonized Triceratops. Trial time limit. 60 minutes. Trial reward. Dragon Blood Essence +1 S-level special item treasure chest +1. Luo Chanu closed the prompt panel and looked around. Immediately he frowned. Today, where he is, there is black fog everywhere, and the visibility is very low. And looking at the trial target, he did not reach the real Dragon Abyss at all. His eyes turned to the map of the Demon Dragon Abyss. There are no hints on it. It seems that this thing is the key to enter the barrier. Luo Chanu sighed and put the map of the Demon Dragon Abyss into the space backpack. Right now, the little loli in red automatically released her state of possession, and climbed Luo Chanu's legs into his arms. Baba. Luo Chanu looked at the little loli in red in surprise and asked, "Zhao Hong, why did you come out?" Without his orders, she was able to release the possessed state by herself. This degree of freedom is a bit wrong. The little loli in red stretched out her little hand and pointed to the southwest. Baba, there is a very annoying force over there. Zhao Hong is very uncomfortable. Luo Chanu was slightly taken aback. Little Lolita feels the unpleasant power. She is a taboo existence, and that force is at least taboo. Luo Chanu touched the head of the little loli in red and said, "You can go back to the pet space first and leave a possession for the big brother. Over there, it is most likely the direction of the Demon Dragon Abyss. There is no other option anyway." Luo Chanu was not tangled, and went straight to the target pointed by the little loli in red. It didn't take long. He came to a stone forest outside the stone forest, which was composed of countless black boulders of different sizes. Even without the black fog blocking his sight, he could not see the edge of the stone forest. Except for the stone forest, there is no way forward. Luo Chanu found a monster wandering in the stone forest, took out his mace Bashan, and rushed into the black stone forest. Eye of Insight. Open black lens bracket essence of black rock close black lens bracket. Rank. Special Elite Monster. Open black lens bracket grade. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket attributes. Close black lens bracket. Strength. Level 6. Chilling cold. Luo Chanu was speechless about Eye of Insight except for his name and strength, he couldn't see anything clearly. What do you want? Next moment. Get over there. Only the strength of the sixth order cannot cause any threat to him at all, just stacking shields for him. Savage charge. The body turned into a purple lightning and rushed towards the Black Rock spirit. Bump. There was a dull sound. Minus 758,821. True damage 156,382. 21,526. 3 consecutive injuries appeared, causing Luo Chanu to frown. Essence of Black Rock's defense ability is very high, and the blood is very thick. This kind of injury only lost less than 5% of the testicles. Fair enough. Luo Chanu showed a smile. The thicker the blood, the more he felt when he fought. In Donghai City, in order to control his strength, he endured very hard. 204. Total explosion. The ferocious mace turned into a stick shadow in the sky. With each hit, the damage is increasing, and so is his shield value. Su Xing from stun with open black lens bracket spirit of Black Rock close black lens bracket. Countless thorns emerged from the ground, and Lu Chunli, who had no defenses, was caught in the thorns. The damage is not high, only a mere tens of thousands. The thorns did not disappear, making the terrain extremely complicated. Fortunately, Luo Chanu is not an assassin, so he doesn't need much room for manipulation, so he just stands there and slaps the essence of Black Rock. 20 seconds later, boom, the ferocious mace bombarded the body of Black Rock spirit, smashing it into rubble. Ding, you killed the level 94 special elite monster, Spirit of Black Rock, and gained 258,530 experience points. Ding, your pet Phantom Heart, Zhao Hong, get 356,450 experience points. Ding, your pet Phantom Heart, Zhao Hong, has been upgraded by 2 and the current level is LV.12. With a thought, the drop of Black Rock essence was put away. Open space backpack. When Luo Chanu was about to check the drop, he suddenly found the pile of skill books. It was only then that I remembered that the treasures that cost hundreds of millions to buy have not yet been used. It's all to blame that bastard Leng Taki. So, regardless of the dropped items, I learned all the skill books. Next moment, the information in Luo Chanu's mind began to explode. Hint. Your skill, Steel Shield, has used the Swallowing Vortex, and the skills /leap/strike, Ice Shield all swallowed, the effect of the skill has been greatly improved. Open black lens bracket. Hint. Your skill, Fortitude and Unyielding, sneak attack skill, Elemental Antibody, and forcibly fuse it, close black lens bracket. Hint. Your skill, Fortitude and Unyielding, sneak attack skill, Shield Proficiency, was unexpectedly dodged by it. Your skill, Fortitude and Unyielding, was furious, beat up the skill, Shield Proficiency, and merged powerfully. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Hint. Your skill, Fortitude and Unyielding, has gained enough skill energy, the skill will start to transform, and you will get additional effects, close black lens bracket. Hint. Your skill, Steel Shield, devours skill energy and activates Super Evolution. Close black lens bracket. Hint. Your skill, Steel Shield, shares pure skill energy, which can be given to your other skills, close black lens bracket. Hint. Your skill, Battle Stance, is dissatisfied with your skill, Steel Shield. Instead of Theory, you were rubbed against the ground by your skill, Steel Shield, and saved by your skill, Guardian of Life, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Hint. Close black lens bracket. A series of reminders sounded, making Luokan excited. He didn't move on, waiting for all the skills to change. Nay, a few mutant skills are also powerful, and they didn't make Lu Chanu feel like a lotus. With a sound of reminders, all skills have their own gains in the end. Quickly open the skill panel. The first thing that catches the eye is the Super Evolution, Steel Shield. Open black lens bracket. Steel Shield Greedy, Awakening, Super Evolution, close black lens bracket, mutated active skill, Damage Absorbing Shield, can absorb up to 70 times the damage of the Constitution, and obtain Frenzy State during the duration. Taunting Halo, Rebound Effect, Ice Halo, and other effects. After the shield disappears, the defense value will be increased by 100% for 30 seconds and cannot be superimposed. Selling Time, Permanent, Cooling Time, 8s. Additional effect 2. After the shield disappears or the skill is reused, it will cause a huge amount of mixed dark attribute damage to the surrounding large-scale targets. If the power is greater than the 20% threshold of the target, it will definitely cause knockdown and knock-up effects, and ignore all blood locks below the 9th level. Effect. Additional Effect 2. Teammate Shield, the effect is slightly. Additional Effect 3. Mocking Ability, the effect is slightly. Additional Effect 4. During the duration of the shield, all attacks can trigger the Destruction Storm, causing 20% of the current shield value of Dark Attribute mixed damage to surrounding targets. Additional Effect. During the duration of the shield, gain a charged state every 10 seconds, increase the damage of the next normal attack by 300% up to 10 times and make the normal attack obtain the effect of Leap/Heavy Hit. Frenzied State. All damage increased by 300%. Taunting Halo. Slightly. Rebound Effect. Convert 30% of the damage received by the shield into real damage and return it to the target. Ice Aura. Slightly. Greedy State. During the duration of the skill, 10% of the damage caused will be converted into a shield with no upper limit. Awakening. Skills have absolute freedom. Super Evolution. The only effect, consumes all shield values, and summons Steel Shield Avatar to participate in the battle. Open black lens bracket Avatar of Steel Shield close black lens bracket will take any damage for you level 9 and below, including absolute damage after open black lens bracket Avatar of Steel Shield close black lens bracket disappears, the shield value of 10% of the damage caused during the period will be returned. Open black lens bracket Steel Shield Avatar close black lens bracket the durability is equal to the consumed shield value, and has all the abilities of open black lens bracket Steel Shield close black lens bracket, which lasts up to 5 minutes. During the duration, you also have all the abilities of open black lens bracket Steel Shield close black lens bracket. Ability. Cool for 10 minutes. When Luo Chanu saw the skill, he was stunned. The improvement of other skill effects is within his expectation. But the effect of the Super Evolution effect, Steel Shield Avatar, is really eye-catching. Steel Shield, Summoned Beast. As long as he is summoned, even a 9th level powerhouse cannot touch him. And this time lasts for a maximum of 5 minutes. This is too fierce. Suppressing the urge to use skills in his heart, Luo Chanu reluctantly turned his attention to other skills. Among them, the biggest change is Fortitude and Unyielding. This guy is very powerful, but his usual, old 6, style has not changed again. After fusing the two skills and obtaining the skill energy of Man of Steel, the effect has also been greatly improved. For example, permanently reduces elemental damage and effects by 30%. All shields take 25% less damage and gain 25% control resistance. Since Steel Shield has a real body, do other skills also have a real body? Luo Chanu was full of anticipation. This point must be paid attention to. Judging from the experience of Steel Shield, it is necessary to find the crystals of the gods with corresponding attributes for several skills and let them activate the awakening state. Perhaps, the next one is Super Evolution. After viewing the skill effects one by one, Luo Chanu glanced at the drop of Black Rock Essence with a happy smile on his face. The level 90 Black Rock suit hat has good attributes and characteristics. It's a pity that I can't see the set effect. He has a vague feeling that level 90 is not too far away for him. The Eastern Sea Beast Horde is his chance. Swipe up. Luo Chanu strode forward, seeing a few Black Rock Essence in the distance, his eyes lit up immediately. Call. Open black lens bracket Avatar of Steel Shield close black lens bracket. In an instant, the Steel Shield on Luo Chanu left his body, slowly condensing into an illusory body, surrounded by purple lightning. It looks very mysterious and domineering. With the appearance of Steel Shield Avatar, the reckless momentum spread, and the range happened to be the explosion range of Steel Shield. Luo Chanu suddenly discovered that he could control the Steel Shield Avatar and let itself explode. The effect was exactly the same as the Steel Shield bombing. But the only downside is that, during the duration of Steel Shield Avatar, although he can add 2 more Steel Shields to himself, but that effect is different from other normal Steel Shields. Same, no mutation effect. But that's enough to kill them. Accompanied by Luo Chanu's voice, open black lens bracket Avatar of Steel Shield close black lens bracket disappeared in place, and when it reappeared, it was already 200 meters away. Steel Shield Avatar waved his arm. The power of Purple Thunder emerged one after another, instantly paralyzing the 4 black rock essence in place. Immediately, its figure disappeared again. With a punch, he slammed into the forehead of one of the black rock essence. Crit 1.522 million. Minus 568,854. Minus 598,521. Minus 601,220. 4 damages floated out. The damage seems to be much higher than Luo Chanu's normal attack, but the gap is not tiresome. And this time, Luo Chanu suddenly discovered that the effect of greed still exists, and it can still increase the upper limit of durability of Steel Shield Avatar. From the original score, high damage, strong life-saving ability, and various abilities. This time, it is really invincible. Think about it. Luo Chanu stepped forward quickly, and a savage charge rushed over his injury. There is no slight decrease, and even a slight increase. At the same time, he found another difference. That is, the damage he caused can increase the durability limit of Steel Shield Avatar, that is, the final shield return is not counted. Tisk tisk tisk. There are still many things to dig. Steel Shield Avatar added. Let Luo Chanu's damage increase exponentially. And because of the existence of the Ice Halo, the attack speed of Black Rock Essence has become very slow, and there is no threat at all. As for speed, they are all standing up and can't see it at all. Steel Shield Real Body, the attack speed is no worse than Luo Chanu. One person, one skill. The normal attack is like a big move, constantly bombarding, especially the normal attack of Steel Shield Real Body, which directly turns the beating paralysis of Eternal Lightning Barrier into attack paralysis, and the effect is very outstanding. In seconds, 4 essence of Black Rock were killed at the same time. In an instant, numerous prompt messages appeared. Ding, you killed the level 94 special elite monster, Spirit of Black Rock, and gained 258,530 experience points. Ding, your pet Phantom Heart, Zhaohong, get 331,250 experience points. Ding, the level of your pet Phantom Heart, Zhaohong, has been increased by 1, and the current level is LV.13. Ding, the level of your pet Phantom Heart, Zhaohong, has been increased by 1, and the current level is LV.14. Ding, your pet Phantom Heart, Zhaohong, level has been increased by 1 and the current level is LV.15. Compared to Luo Chanu's upgrade experience, the level of the red-clothed little loli is even slower. 5 heads of level 94 Black Rock Spirit made her level 5. If it were replaced by him, he would probably be full. 1 went out. Luo Chanu doesn't plan to give up the upgrade of the little loli in red. Her growth is too terrifying and the effect of skills is very abnormal. After the level is high, he will definitely become his right-hand man. Keep going. In the Blackstone Forest, there are not only many Black Rock Spirit but also many traps and magic circles, which brought Luo Chanu a lot of trouble. Fortunately, the Blackstone Forest is not a maze-type map. Otherwise, 1 hour is not enough for Luo Chanu. The rule of the reckless man is that there is no obstacle ahead. Push it all the way. Finally, after half an hour, Luo Chanu saw the end of the Blackstone Forest. It is a strange black stone staircase. At intervals, there are 2 hideous stone sculptures of 983, which look a bit similar to the legendary gargoyles. The stone steps are narrow but long. The stone road to the sky, it seems that the entrance to the demon dragon abyss is above the stone steps. This is not Luo Chanu's vain conjecture, but the 6th sense of the little girl in red. This time, he did not summon the Steel Shield Real Body but set foot on the stone steps alone. After 20 minutes of hard work, he summoned Steel Shield True Body twice, and his shield value exceeded 50 million again. When Luo Chanu stepped on the stone steps, a long black mist appeared on Jia, and in an instant, all the stone sculptures' eyes turned scarlet. Roar! A shocking hissing sound resounded through the black stone steps. Countless stone sculptures waved their wings behind them and rose into the air, and Luo Chanu swarmed over. Eye of Insight. No, Luo Chanu has completely given up this skill. Raising the mace in his hand, he hurried up the stone steps. With Steel Shield he is fearless, and the more blame he gets, the more excited he gets. Facing the attack of the stone monster's sound waves, he kept rushing upwards. When the shield value of Steel Shield reaches 45 million, Luo Chanu finally stopped. Aurora Pillar. The dazzling aurora illuminated the endless darkness and instantly drowned all the stone monsters within 150 meters around Luo Chanu. Boom, boom. Hundreds of millions remember to hurt the screen. Within the range, all the stone statue monsters were blasted into pieces and fell on the black stone steps and the mountain wall beside the stone steps. Ding, you killed the level 99 special elite monster, Obsidian Guardian statue, and gained 312,998 experience points. Ding, your pet Phantom Heart, Zhaohong, get 351,554 experience points. Ding, ding, the level of your pet Phantom Heart, Zhaohong, has been increased by 1, and the current level is LV.20. Ding, your pet Phantom Heart, Zhaohong, has reached LV.20, and the automatic second transfer has been successfully completed, the attributes have been greatly improved, and the exclusive skill Evil Extreme Shadow has been comprehended. Ding, the level of your pet Phantom Heart, Zhaohong, has been increased by 1, but the previous level is LV.22. With the death of the monster, countless experience points made the red-clothed lowly soar. Luo Chanu didn't have time to check the attributes of the little lowly in red. Because at this time, there are more Obsidian Guardian statues flying over the stone steps. Those scarlet eyes piled up in pieces, which looked extraordinarily strange in the endless darkness. Good come. Luo Chanu's eyes were full of excitement when he saw the experience bar that he was about to upgrade. The main reason he came to Demon Dragon Abyss was to find some snacks for Black Dragon Totem, and by the way, he would raise his level to the next level. Now the main goal has not been completed, but the second goal has been continued. Luo Chanu thought for a moment. Still haven't summoned Steel Shield Real Body after all. With his current shield value, those monsters have no threat, it is better to use it to stack the shield value. The entrance of the Demon Dragon Abyss has not yet arrived. These monsters are so fierce, don't the monsters in there want to go to the sky? Without a strong shield, he would not dare to go in recklessly. Step out. Savage Charge. It is worth mentioning that, with the evolution of Savage Charge, the speed is faster, and the most important thing is that the first, locked, type skill finally appeared. That is to say, it is no longer possible to dodge Savage Charge by moving. This is the direction that Savage Charge has been researching. It is a good boy who is eager to learn. Boom. A charge skill, Obsidian Guardian statue, more than 40% of the Blood Emperor. And they are greeted by the next blow with 500% damage. Domineering. The super explosive power is another instant kill. The prompt information refreshes the screen. Luo Chanu's body was also filled with white light. Now that it has been upgraded by 1 level, the attribute improvement is very considerable. The highest physical attribute has a full 60 points, which is 120 points when various bonuses are counted. The third turn is a qualitative change, except for the passiveness of the initial comprehension. There is another reason. Every 10th level, you can comprehend a passive skill, and these passive skills are very simple, and improve the passive high-level attributes related to the occupation. Moreover, these attributes are not in the limit of skills. It can be said to directly increase the high-order attributes. Cool, Luo Chanu shouted and waved the mace in his hand vigorously. Boom, boom, a loud bang echoed over the silent stone steps. 10 minutes passed. Luo Chanu came back to his senses, and there was no longer any Obsidian Guardian stone statue in his sight. Pick up everything that fell. Unfortunately, these equipment level requirements are too high, and it is useless at present. Maybe it was because of the reason that Destiny Origin Fruit plus 10 points of luck, Luo Chanu's drop when killing monsters was very good. Ordinary professionals, it is common to see a piece of equipment in 3 or 5 days of fighting monsters. But there are a bunch of them in his space backpack. Even the 90th level S tier Black Rock suit has collected 4 pieces to activate the first suit attribute. And now, Obsidian Guardian statue has dropped another set part, but it's a knight's set. I don't know if I can still come here in the future, otherwise these suits will not be assembled well, and the price will not go up. In Lingyun Pavilion, he has seen several sets of anti-war suits, and the attributes and suit attributes are not comparable to Black Rock suit, and the difference in attributes is at least 2 times. After a sigh, Luo Chanu walked in the air, and then opened the little Loli's attribute panel to check the skills she just learned. Evil Katakana Middle. Ultra Shadow, Special Skill, Status Skill, consumes 10% of the magic value, makes oneself into the state of extreme shadow. The cooldown of magic skills is constant for 1 second, there is no singing time, and the damage increases by 50%, lasts for 30 seconds, and the cooldown is 30 minutes. Evil. 1% of the damage dealt during the duration of the skill cannot be healed, and this part of the damage can be used to heal itself or the owner. Hiss. Luo Chanu was stunned. No chanting time, all skills have a constant cooldown of 1 second, isn't this an unlimited Gatling? As long as the magic value is enough, the little girl in red is a god within 30 seconds. It also has control and recovery. Outrageously powerful. Especially in PK, the effect is absolutely powerful. If you fight the boss, the level of the little loli in red is too low, and her defense-breaking ability is not enough to exert the maximum effect of Evil Extreme Shadow. Luo Chanu closed the pet panel with satisfaction. Move on. After a few minutes, I finally saw the end of the black stone steps. In front of him, a huge black gate stood. In front of the giant gate, a huge monster with black hair all over its body was lying on the ground, motionless, as if it was dormant. The appearance of the monster was very similar to the ancient Triceratops he had seen in his previous life. Not surprisingly, it was the target of the first trial of Dragon Abyss. Enchanted Triceratops, try first before talking. Luo Chanu looked at the task time, there were still 10 minutes left. Black Dragon Fighter, Savage Charge, fixed starting position, never change. Minus 827.855. True damage minus 175,225. Minus 9,584. Luo Chanu was shocked when he saw this. Judging from the damage of Blood Rage, Magic Triceratops has a strong ability to avoid damage. But, no surprise, taking advantage of the stun time, Luo Chanu directly summoned Steel Shield Avatar and launched a crazy attack. Just 3 seconds, the damage of over 100 million caused the blood volume of the demonized Triceratops to plummet. For a short burst, Luo Chanu believes that very few people can match him. Or in other words, below the 8th level, be proud of the crowd. Even if Faye came, there was nothing he could do. Roar, magical Triceratops, I was stunned, why did it lose so much life energy after just sleeping? And there were 2 thin humans standing in front of it, attacking it non-stop. Tolerable or unbearable, who is it? The guardian of the entrance to the Dragon Abyss, a demonized Triceratops with the blood of an ancient dragon. How could he be bullied by little humans? However, suddenly, its body involuntarily turned to the human being who was radiating light all over, and bit it bloodily. Click. The feeling from the sharp teeth. Is that a human body? How is it stronger than the stone gate of the Dragon Abyss? And this time, there was a sudden sharp pain in its body, and another human actually hammered it with a mace, and from time to time, it felt the power of lightning attacking it. How can it be repaired? But now, it can't move at all, it can only attack the humans emitting light in front of it. Ha ha ha, so this is your weakness. Luo Chanu seems to have discovered the new world, before accidentally attacking the weakness of the demonized Triceratops. The huge damage came out, which made him excited instantly. An unknown and mysterious door was slowly pushed open a gap. This is a real world. For example, if you attack someone's arm, no matter how much damage you do, you can't instantly kill it. You can only shatter or cut off the arm. Unless it's those special attacks. For example, the bombing of Steel Shield. Vulnerability attacks are different. Not only can it greatly increase the damage, but it can also destroy the overall strength of the monster. Luo Chanu smiled, taking advantage of Magic Triceratops being ridiculed, attack crazily. Huge damage emerged one by one. 67%, 46%, 37%. Open black lens bracket avatar of Steel Shield close black lens bracket uses the paralysis effect to control open black lens bracket Magic Triceratops close black lens bracket in the front, while Luo Chanu is an incarnate assassin, cough cough, focusing on the weak point. Finally, with a fierce roar, the demonized Triceratops fell to the ground unwillingly. At the same time, a series of prompts appeared in front of Luo Chanu's eyes. Ding, you have gained 2,502 experience points by killing the level 99 special boss Magic Triceratops. Ding, your pet Phantom Heart, Little Red, has gained 29.82 million experience points. Ding, the level of your pet Phantom Heart, Little Red, has been increased by 4 levels, and the current level is LV.29. Ding, you have completed the Dragon Trial 1 goal, and you have obtained Dragon Blood Essence plus 1S level Special Item Treasure Chest plus 1. Ding, you automatically accept the second trial of Dragon Trial. Open black lens bracket Dragon Trial 2 close black lens bracket. Trial goal. Kill the demonized dragon 0/50. Trial time limit. None. Trial rewards. Magic Dragon Treasure Enchantment Token plus 1, SS level Special Item Treasure Box plus 1. Luo Chanu put away the items dropped by the special boss Magic Triceratops. He didn't rush into the huge black stone gate. Instead, open the backpack and take stock of the harvest. As predicted, the giant dragon essence and blood just obtained has disappeared, and it must have been stolen by the Black Dragon Totem. And there is only one item left from the special boss Magic Triceratops. Positioning Disc Magic can be purified. Quality: SSS grade. Type: Special Space Item. Limit: Level 50, 3 turns. Effect: Record a coordinate point, which can be teleported to this coordinate point anytime and anywhere. Only 3 coordinate points can be set at most, and the longest teleportation distance is 1,000 kilometers. 1.7 The cooling time for each teleportation is 60 minutes. Note: this item has been enchanted and cannot be used normally. Luo Chanu. Artifact. No, if positioning disc is used well, the effect is even more terrifying than that of an artifact. Except for some special space teleportation arrays, I have never heard of a teleportation distance as high as 1,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers, even if you drive at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, you have to run for 10 hours without sleep. Strategic artifact. The only downside is that the item is not usable at all. Go back and ask the boss of the barbarian god how to purify it. If you have any questions, ask the teacher. Boss. Sick. Immediately, Lu Chen saw another shiny golden treasure chest. Use. Ding, do you want to open the special treasure box S-level special item treasure box? Sure. Ding, you got an S-level special item, destroy essence plus 1. Luo Chanu was slightly taken aback, it was the first time he had heard of this. His eyes could not help turning to the irregular spar the size of a walnut. Open black lens bracket breaking essence close black lens bracket. Quality: S grade. Type: Special Item. Limit: Level 50, 3 turns. Effect: After use, it can permanently increase the break rate by 5% corresponding to the block. If the break rate is greater than 2 times the block must be ignored, and an additional 150% break damage will be caused. Note: each professional can use up to 2 essences of the same quality, and the effect of the second use will be weakened. Good stuff. Before entering the real abyss of the dragon, he already felt that this trip was worthwhile. Decisively use breaking essence, and finally, in the high-level attribute column, the breaking attribute is no longer linked to 0. Congratulations! After finishing the harvest, Lu Chanu focused his eyes on the huge black door in front of him. There was no hesitation. Straight into it. When Luo Chanu stepped into the gate of the demon dragon abyss, his eyes changed instantly. The eyes turned from dark to dark red. Ding, when you come to the special space Devil Dragon Abyss, you can stay on this map for up to 12 hours. Luo Chanu was slightly taken aback when he saw the prompt message in front of him. He didn't expect that the Demon Dragon Abyss would have such restrictions. In other words, we will leave here at around 6 in the morning tomorrow. Before he could wait for him to sigh, suddenly, countless hot magma fell from the sky. FK. Luo Chanu was startled, and hurriedly turned on dynamic teleported continuously, and left the location. Looking back, I realized that the place where he was actually still the foot of a small volcano. Those magma, officially volcanic eruptions caused by natural phenomena, not monster attacks. At the same time, he found that the figure of Steel Shield real body had disappeared, and Steel Shield appeared on him at an unknown time, shielding him from the wind and rain. Blood loss of hundreds of millions of shield values. Luo Chanu was speechless when he saw that the shield value was only tens of millions. Roar. The roar of the giant dragon echoed throughout the space, and the magma of the small volcano erupted, becoming more and more ferocious. Staring at the direction where the voice came, Luo Chanu finally found a black dragon on top of a small volcano, with only its hideous head showing, and its fierce dragon eyes stared at him coldly. Ow! Luo Chanu was stunned when he saw the black dragon's head. Is it really a dragon? Such an image is very similar to his black dragon tattoo. Next moment, the black magic dragon opened its mouth, and a terrifying dark red flame burst out suddenly, spraying towards him at an extremely fast speed. Open black lens bracket moving close black lens bracket. Luo Chanu didn't mean hard steel, so he used the last reserved jump to disappear in place. Boom! A violent roar and a scorching breath came from behind. Human ants, trespassing into the dragon abyss, die. The black demonic dragon missed a single hit and spit out human words, and its huge body was also exposed from the volcanic crater. The dragon's wings cover the sky. Immediately, a sense of oppression struck. Luo Chanu's expression remained unchanged, and he used the Eye of Insight habitually, but the situation exceeded his expectations. Really let him see some information. Open black lens bracket evilization black dragon Pinot close black lens bracket. Grade. Special BO12SS. Open black lens bracket grade. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket attributes. Close black lens bracket. Strength. 8th rank. Description. After the black dragon family took refuge in the abyss, some black dragons could not withstand the power of the abyss and entered a state of demonization. Their strength was greatly reduced. Close black lens bracket. Luo Chanu called him a good guy. The strength is greatly reduced, and then there is still the strength of the 8th order. Just terrifying. To his surprise, Hailong Pinot was still able to speak. As we all know, only the 9th order beasts can speak. R.O. Hailong Pinot actually spoke at the 8th level. Weird. 8th order demonized black dragon. How about you try it out? Once you have an idea, you can't stop it. If every dragon in his mission is as ferocious as the boss in front of him, then if he doesn't give up now, his chances in the future are very slim. So, Luo Chanu was also unequivocal, taking advantage of the 10 minutes of tap Kong time. Directly open, savage charge, and bury the upper floors. Boom. Steel shield, short-armed handover with the black dragon boss. The ferocious mace bombards the hard scales of the black dragon boss. A loud bang sounded, just as Luo Chanu thought. Even the black dragon boss with extremely high control resistance cannot resist the control of savage charge after the transformation. Dizziness appears. The black dragon boss falls from the sky. Kill. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. Luo Chanu directly activated Mad Slaughter and swooped down. Crazy attack on black dragon boss. Huge additional damage, high real damage and negligible blood rage damage emerge from the head of the black dragon boss. Boom. The huge body of the black dragon boss slammed into the ground, crushing the hard volcanic rock. The appearance of the 4 feet facing the sky is extraordinarily embarrassing. Luo Chanu's eyes couldn't help aiming at a certain place. Boom. The ferocious mace smashed over without hesitation. Ow. Su Xing's black dragon boss, who had just recovered from the dizziness, raised his head to the sky and shouted loudly, small human, you, don't talk about martial arts. And while the black dragon boss was talking, Mace was in close contact with a certain place. Hey. You should be damned. The black dragon boss flicked its tail violently, trying to blow Luo Chanu away. However, Luo Chanu didn't dodge, and he attacked a certain place crazily. Black dragon boss is angry. He wanted to retreat, but his body turned towards the little human involuntarily. Under rage, the black dragon boss doesn't care too much. If it continues to fight like this, its happiness for the rest of its life will be gone. The blood volume disappears immediately, and the field that ignores the control effect by 30% is opened. Demonization black flame domain. Endless black flames appeared overwhelmingly, all turning into flaming spears and shooting towards Luo Chanu. Innocent. Luo Chanu activated defensive stance. A barrier composed of lightning suddenly appeared on the surface of his body, and an ice blue halo appeared under his feet. Control. Defense skills. There are many of him. With steel shield devouring so many skills, all kinds of abilities superimposed on each other, not only greatly improved the control effect, but also continued to increase the control duration. In the case of a one-on-one fight, the threat of the 8th level to him is extremely reduced. Not to mention, attack is attacking, and the anti-injury shield is not vegetarian, it is all real damage. Carry hard, carry hard. Anyway, in the frenzy state, the output cannot be wasted. Boom, boom. At the same time as the attack, the body was also attacked by the black flame spear. Luo Chanu's shield value dropped wildly, and his blood volume also dropped slowly. The black dragon boss was stunned. Its unique skill was unable to put tiny human beings into a chaotic state, and in the magicization black flame domain, that human being faced with endless black flame attacks did not resist at all, ignoring everything and just hating it like this weak point attack. What hatred, what resentment. When it feels that the body can be controlled freely, it wants to take off when conducting air combat. Suddenly, I felt my body go numb, and I was unable to move again. Weird human beings. In desperation, it could only manipulate the only usable ability magicalization black flame field to attack, and Yongtu interrupted the human's attack rhythm. However, all this is in vain. Even if the human's blood volume drops to 50%, it simply ignores the domain's attack. The most frightening thing is that the lower the blood volume of the human being, the more painful his attacks will be. 1 minute, 2 minutes, its blood volume has dropped to the most dangerous time. 10% critical point. This is its only chance. As long as it reaches this stage, it can activate the last resort, the overlord body of the black dragon blood. Suddenly, it saw an excited smile on the corner of the human's mouth, and saw that his body was slightly blurred. When the feeling of dizziness came, it didn't have any feeling. The ball is over. Here are its final thoughts. Boom. A terrible explosion sounded. The excited expression on Luo Chanu's face is indescribable. He actually can really harden the special boss of the 8th rank of Steel, although all skills are fully enabled except Steel Shield Real Body. Such a record, how could he not be excited? When the Black Dragon boss was about to reach 10% health, he knew that these bosses must have a last resort. So, Savage Charge, Stun and Increase Damage combined with the bombing of Steel Shield, start directly, and prepare for the final lore. The ending was beyond his imagination. Hundreds of millions of shield bombings, combined with a 500% damage bonus, directly took away the last HP of the Black Dragon boss. The prompt message appeared, which made him heave a sigh of relief. There are very few bosses who have resurrected. Ding, you kill the level 120 special boss Demonization Black Dragon Bino and get $2 million in experience points. Ding, your pet Phantom Heart Zhao Hong has gained 68.2 million experience points. Ding, the level of your pet Phantom Heart Zhao Hong has been increased by 2, and the current level is LV.31. Ding, your pet Phantom Heart Zhao Hong automatically comprehends the passive ability Proficient Spell Penetration ignores the target's 30% magic defense. It's time to harvest. Luo Chanu had 2 glamorous objects floating in front of Luo Chanu's eyes, and the excitement in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Reach out and grab 2 pieces to drop. Open black lens bracket True Black Dragon Halberd Close black lens bracket. Quality. SSS grade. Restriction level. None. Restricted attributes. Strength 30,000 points, Constitution 20,000 points. Attribute. All attributes plus 6,000 Basic Power Emperor plus 30%. Additional features. When attacking, there is a 30% chance of summoning Black Dragon Flame to attack the target, causing mixed damage that is 3 times of its own attributes, limiting the target's recovery ability and causing a burning effect. Additional feature 2. Each time you hit a target, you will definitely increase your own damage by 5% and attack speed by 1%, stacking up to 20 times. Additional feature 3. When attacking, there is a 1% chance of summoning a black dragon of the same level as you to participate in the battle. There are at most 2 dragons, lasting 30 seconds. Additional skills. True Black Dragon Fury consumes 10% of HP to cause huge mixed damage to a single target, with absolute damage equal to the amount of HP consumed, and has a probability to cause the target to enter a state of chaos, lasting 5 seconds and cooling for 60 seconds. Durability. 5,500 5,500s. Good, strong, super strong attributes, each of the 3 characteristics is very outstanding. The most important thing is the additional skills. The high damage also comes with absolute damage, which is definitely the nemesis of some locks. But that limit attribute is a bit too high. Currently he is not equipped. Unfortunately. In comparison, I still prefer Bashan, it's so easy to use. Luo Chanu has some regrets in his heart. Then he turned his attention to another item. Open black lens bracket magic source close black lens bracket. Quality, S grade. Type, special item. Effect, make the target into a magic state, increase all attributes by 50%, and gain additional magic skills, which lasts for 30 seconds, and loses sanity during the duration. Effective range, 100 meters. Limit times, 3/3. Items that are detrimental to others. Luo Chanu put away the things, but the corners of his mouth showed a sinister expression. This thing is very good for masturbating people. In some places, you can't shoot at will, secretly give them 1 guangyuan. The Black Dragon corpse, it can't be wasted. The corpse of the Black Dragon boss became somewhat broken under the bombardment of the steel shield, but it did not hinder the value of the dragon's corpse. Luo Chanu smiled and put the corpse of the Black Dragon boss into the space backpack. Next moment, the corpse of the Black Dragon boss actually decayed rapidly, turning into streaks of essence, and no one left Luo Chanu's right arm. Black Dragon Totem came out to steal something again. As the corpse of the Black Dragon boss turned into a pile of skeletons, Luo Chanu felt a force spread throughout his body. He knows. Black Dragon Totem, this old sixth has evolved again. Open to view. Open black lens bracket Black Dragon Totem close black lens bracket growable. Quality, SS. Growth value, 2058 1/millionths. Basic effect 2. Enhance career growth, and increase all attributes by 30 points per level. Basic effect 2. The final effect of each point of physique, strength, and agility increases by 100%. Basic effect 3. Permanently increase magic, physical resistance by 60%. Basic effect H. Complete immunity to magic of level 5 and below except special magic. Additional skills. Black Dragon Battle Body, transformation skills, consume 25% of blood volume, increase all attributes by 500% during the duration, immunity to magic of level 8 and below, last for 30 seconds, cool down for 90 minutes. God's Blessing. Absorbing the essence of the dragon can increase the growth value. 150. Nice job. Luo Chanu laughed. The fourth basic effect of SS level, Black Dragon Totem, is too sharp, and the permanent magic immunity effect. Although it is only 5th order, it will definitely make countless masters collapse. Only, the growth value of up to 1 million made him speechless. I don't know if I can collect enough dragon essence in Dragon Abyss. Looking forward to the SSS level, Black Dragon Totem. It is said that giant dragons like to collect good things. I don't know if the Black Dragon boss has his hometown. The barbarian gods have said that there are treasures everywhere in the Demon Dragon Abyss. Luo Chanu thought about it and decided to take a look. On the steep little volcano, Luo Chanu ran fast. Came to the crater in no time. Standing on the edge, looking down into the crater. The hot breath spewed, countless dark red magma rushed, and black flames burst out from time to time. Suddenly, Luo Chanu's eyes lit up. He really found a strange light on the inner rock wall of the small volcano. A black treasure chest came into view. This was the first time he encountered a wild treasure chest. Many members of the Assassin Guild, Hunter Guild and Adventurer Guild make a living by finding treasure chests in the wild, so it can be seen that the value of the treasure chests will not be very low. The treasure chest in the boss's house. The value is definitely higher than those treasure chests outside. Pity. Now Tap Kong is still on the cooldown, and there are still more than 20 minutes before it can be used. The location of the treasure chest is a bit bad. If one accidentally falls, Luo Chanu will face countless baptisms of magma. Wait 20 minutes. Luo Chanu carefully checked the terrain where the treasure chest was located, thought for a moment, and finally shook his head. The height of more than 30 meters shouldn't be a big problem. Go to the top of the treasure chest. Luo Chanu stuck his head out and looked down, but the shadow of the treasure chest was already gone. Jump without hesitation. The hot breath is getting stronger. The dark red magma is close at hand. Luo Chanu smiled slightly, adjusted his body, and aimed at the position of the platform where the treasure chest was. Savage charge. The body rushed towards the platform in an unreasonable way. Boom! Luo Chanu directly hit the dark crater rock wall, leaving a pothole. Ha ha ha. As expected of me, smart. Seeing the treasure chest in front of him, Luo Chanu laughed wildly. Before coming to the treasure chest, reached out and grabbed it. The treasure chest was not locked, but was sealed with a black seal, which Luo Chanu easily opened. The contents inside made him frown. It turned out to be a scarlet heart. At this time, the heart is still beating regularly. Living heart. Other than that, nothing else. Just when Luo Chanu was surprised, a weak voice sounded in his ear. Human, help me, save. Luo Chanu suddenly smelled the breath of mission. Reminiscent of the previous seal and the weird runes on it, there is a high probability that this weird heart was sealed in this treasure chest. Who are you? Luo Chanu asked curiously. Why do you still talk with only one heart left? Human, help me. However, this voice came from Lu Chen's ears again. But the tone of it has changed a bit. It seems that there is some excitement in it. Luo Chanu choked speechlessly, and said, if you don't tell me, how can I save you? The weirder things are, the more cautious they are. Thinking of the previous adventure mission. It is still on the mission list, and the undead god Andre doesn't know where he was exiled. I am the king of the dwarves. I was dismembered by the demon, and my body was sealed in the dragon abyss. Intermittent voices entered Luo Chanu's ears. Luo Chanu frowned suddenly. The dwarves are the allies of the human race in Eternal Arena. It should be a big family. And the king of dwarves in front of him, strong is strong, probably the king of dwarves in the game world. Human beings. You, save me, I will build you a sacred weapon. Dwarves, no matter where they are the best blacksmiths. Face the temptation of the dwarf king. Artifact. How did Luo Chanu resist it? How to save, help me, break all the seals in my body. I can feel their existence. The dwarves are allies of human beings, this is my favor. Luo Chanu nodded solemnly. Well, for the allies of humanity. Accompanied by Luo Chanu's voice, the mission panel appeared in front of his eyes. On top of that, another adventure mission. Open black lens bracket, save the dwarf king, close black lens bracket. Category: Adventure Quest. Task difficulty: SSS level. Mission description: the king of the dwarves was besieged by the demon god and was dismembered and sealed in the dragon abyss for hundreds of years. Task content: break all the seals on the body of the dwarf king and revive the dwarf king. Mission reward: promise of the dwarf king. Failure penalty: none. Good guy. Luo Chanu always felt that he was cheated again. Breaking the seal was nothing more than that, but he never expected to revive the king of the dwarves. This kind of thing is something that he, a 3-turn Xiaomong, can do. But now, he has no choice. After all, the king of dwarves is also a sincere veteran, and there is no penalty for mission failure. The gap between Andre, the god of undead law, and the king of dwarves is clear at a glance. How can he blame him? Senior dwarf king, what should I do now? He didn't have any idea about the mission. After all, he just found the heart of the dwarf king now, and he had no clue about anything else. Perhaps they are all in the black treasure chest. Looking for a black treasure chest in the huge dragon abyss, isn't it looking for a needle in a haystack? To the southeast, there is my aura over there, very close. Okay, if you go the wrong way, please remind me, Senior Dwarf King. After speaking, Luo Chanu stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the heart of the Dwarf King. Quote exclamation mark quote. Luo Chanu. 10,000 alpacas gallop past in my heart. No way. He once tried to put living things in the space backpack, but that scene was extremely scary. Today, the heart of the king of the dwarves is still beating, and it must be alive. He didn't want to be rash. Take off. Savage charge. Return to the crater in an instant. The burning sensation dissipated slightly, and Luo Chanu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although falling into magma does not necessarily mean death, but as a human being, the awe of nature has always been in my heart. Immediately, he ran non-stop towards the direction pointed by the Dwarf King. It didn't take long. 2 black giant dragons appeared in his sight, slightly smaller than the previous black dragon boss dollar. Luo Chanu was overjoyed. These giant dragons are the nourishment of Black Dragon Totem. It is also his mission goal. Whether it is the adventure mission of the King of Dwarves, or the second trial of Dragon Abyss. He wants it all. Under the savage charge, the ordinary black dragon could not withstand Luo Chanu's frantic attacks, and within a few dozen seconds, one of them was hammered to death by him. As for the other end, Luo Chanu couldn't escape the clutches. Died soon after. Leapfrog to kill elite monsters. Coupled with the high lucky value, the drops are very good. Although there is no equipment, it also drops 2 treasures that make Luo Chanu excited. Breaking Essence, a grade, and Dodge Essence, a grade. After entering the Dragon Abyss barrier, these treasures are generally dropped items. The corpses of the 2 giant dragon elites were also swallowed by the Black Dragon Totem, and turned into a pile of dead bones, but Luo Chanu was reluctant to throw them away even if they were dead bones. Giant dragons are very rare in the outside world. These bones may sell for a lot of money. Go all the way. As long as the figure of the demon dragon appeared in Luo Chanu's sight, he would kill him with lightning speed. As predicted, the essence of high-level attributes, the probability of falling is really heaven. Basically every 3 heads can drop 1. Little human friends. Ahead. It's here. When Luo Chanu came to a wasteland full of magma, the voice of the King of Dwarves appeared again, and his voice became clearer and thicker than before. Strength seems to be recovering in full. It is good. Luo Chanu knew that a war was coming. As predicted. When he came to a lava lake, he threw a big stone into the lava. In an instant, magma splashed all over the sky. A giant red dragon poked its huge head out of the lava. The dragon eyes are cold and violent. Roar, small human ants, dare to disturb the sleep of the great Ruoer, you will become the food of the great Noel. The red giant dragon spit out human words, and the giant dragon's body also came out of the lava lake. The whole body is dark red, and the black magic energy surrounds the body. Violent, domineering, big reptile, the sound is so loud, there is something going ashore, the hammer won't kill you. Luo Chanu was full of disdain and even wanted to laugh. The arrogant dragon, even if it fell into the abyss, still upholds its original character. Put it up in front of your grandfather, your mace is not a vegetarian. In the face of these arrogant dragons, sometimes the provocation of words is more effective than taunting skills. Just like the red dragon in front of him. Red dragon, originally a burst character, impulsive and irritable. Halaz. Hearing Luo Chanu's words, he instantly became furious, soared into the air, swooped down, and the savage dragon mouth opened the boss, as if to devour Luo Chanu whole. A hot and foul smell came. Luo Chanu was not surprised but delighted. The steel shield real body appeared in front of him, and it was the real taunt. Then, Luo Chanu dodged and came behind the red dragon with a mace in his hand. Then, no more than, under the double blow, the red dragon could not stop Luo Chanu's attack at all. Except for the domain skills, there was no effective counterattack at all. In less than 5 minutes, he was completely killed. The death form is very similar to the Black Dragon boss. Ding, you kill the level 120 special boss, Magic Red Dragon Noel, to get $2 million in experience points. Ding, your pet Phantom Heart, Zhao Hong, has gained 67.25 million experience points. Ding, the level of your pet Phantom Heart, Zhao Hong, has been increased by 2, and the current level is LV.33. With the death of the Red Dragon boss, Luo Chanu was surprised to find that a high platform was slowly rising from the lava lake not far away, and above the high platform was a red treasure chest. Above the treasure chest, there is also a rune seal. Open black lens bracket, tap into the air, close black lens bracket. Luo Chanu didn't even think about it, turned on the tap air skill and walked over. Lift the black seal and open the treasure chest. Among them, it is the torso of the King of Dwarves, with a big hole in the chest, and the heart inside is missing. Luo Chanu picked up the torso of the King of Dwarves and walked back. He took over the heart in the hand of Steel Shield Real Body and pressed it into it. Little friend of the human race. You put it upside down. The voiceless voice of the King of Dwarves came. Luo Chanu scratched his head embarrassedly, and said, shyly, I'm sorry. Luo Chanu pulled out his heart and stuffed it in another direction. King of Dwarves. Good guy, he is the body of a god for doing this, or he will die sooner or later. Senior, where are the other parts of yours? As long as I'm not embarrassed people won't find me. Luo Chanu was the first to ask the question, diverting attention from the question. The King of Dwarves did not answer Luo Chanu's question, but focused on the repair of his body. I saw that a burst of red golden light suddenly erupted from the torso, and countless energies began to gather, wrapping the scarlet heart. Boom, boom. The heart is as deafening as a big drum, accompanied by a violent thumping sound. The dried blood in the body begins to recover, like a galloping river. A long time. Little human, thank you. The voice of the King of Dwarves came, awakening Luo Chanu, who was in shock. You're welcome, they are all allies, and they are what I should do. He. It turns out that Xiaoyu is also in the Eternal Arena. As soon as these words came out, Luo Chanu was stunned. How did the King of Dwarves know about this? Is the word, friend, like that? Or, other reasons? For a time, I was puzzled. It seems that little friend doesn't know much about this. After I am resurrected, I will tell you everything I know. It is good. Luo Chanu nodded and asked again. Senior, where are some of your other parts? King of Dwarves. What is a part? Makes him look like a robot golem. In the north, there is a dark forest. Understood, let's go. Luo Chanu nodded, holding the torso of the King of Dwarves, and strode away. Travel room. He opened the backpack space and checked the drop of the red dragon boss. Not many things, just one. Open black lens bracket absolute damage essence close black lens bracket. Quality. SSS. Type. Special item. Effect. After use, each attack will add absolute damage of power x 10%. Restriction. This type of item can only be used once forever. Luo Chanu was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, there is such a sharp essence that increases absolute damage. Now his strength is as high as more than 20,000, and each attack can bring 2,000 absolute damage. It doesn't seem like much, but ignoring life-saving skills such as Bloodlock and Invincible Shield is enough. At least the vast majority of Silk Blood is immortal. It has no effect on him. Just relying on the absolute damage essence, the trip to the Demon Dragon Abyss has already made a lot of money. The second phase of the mission, with 8 goals remaining, appears to be completed soon. At this time, it has been more than 2 hours since Luo Chanu came to the Tianji Islands, which means that there are still more than 10 hours before leaving the Demon Dragon Abyss. The mission progress is absolutely super fast. Now, the environment has completely changed. The scene of magma everywhere disappeared, turning into an endless clump of trees. All kinds of strange-looking trees are everywhere. A roar sounded. Luo Chanu's eyes suddenly lit up. The dragon has appeared again. I have to say that the number of monsters in the Demon Dragon Abyss is really not many, at least not in the magma land. All the way down, his shield value is constantly superimposed, and now it has once again broken through the 500 million mark. Let's fight monsters, and the fields are fierce. In front of the eyes, 3 dark green ground dragons are attacking each other, and each ground dragon has a different appearance. KXF. There are more hybrid components. Moreover, not far from the 3 ground dragons, there is still a group of similar ground dragons wandering around. Finally, I can take a good look at it, and I don't know if these ground dragons count as the second stage of the mission goal. Between murmurs, Luo Chanu's figure galloped rapidly. When approaching the range of 150 meters, directly activate Savage Charge. Boom, terrible damage came out, and then connected with the Ba Tian skill, the terrifying damage directly killed 3 ground dragons in a flash. Ding, you have gained 223,000 experience points by killing the level 90 special elite monster Magic Green Dragon Descendant Unicorn Dragon. Ding, you have gained 223,000 experience points by killing the level 90 special elite monster Magic Green Dragon Descendant Spiked Dragon. This can be done. Luo Chanu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded with a smile on his face. These monsters are mission targets. But there is a little doubt. Why are these strengths getting weaker and weaker? Could it be, is his origin different? Coming to the old nest of the Black Dragon boss, a nightmare start. It's the little things, though. At this moment, he had put away the corpses of the 3 green dragon descendants, and rushed towards the group of wandering monsters in the distance. Less than 3 minutes, more than a dozen descendants of the green dragon all hated the northwest. Ding, you have completed Dragon Trial 2 goal, Magic Dragon Treasure Enchantment Token +1, SS Level Special Item Treasure Box +1. Ding, you automatically accept the Dragon Trial 3rd Trial. Mama Jiao Demon Dragon Trial 3. Trial Goal, kill the demonized dragon boss 2/7. Trial Time Limit, none. Trial Rewards, Magic Dragon Treasure Enchantment Token +2, SSS Level Special Item Treasure Chest +1. The 2 demonized giant dragon bosses in front are also counted as mission objectives. Is there such a good thing? While Luo Chanu was astonished, his heart was also full of surprises. Turn out to be, bosses like the Black Dragon have a total of 7 heads, which is a huge fortune. Elite monsters, the probability of dropping items is not high. But, boss so far, he has not had Air Force, and the dropped things are very useful. Black Dragon Totem is becoming more and more picky. Now I can only look at those boss. While moving forward to find the boss, Luo Chanu opened the backpack. He was very interested in the reward of the second trial task. Dragon Treasure Barrier Token, Quality, S, Type, Special Item. Restrictions, none. Effect, after using the token, you can break the enchantment of the Magic Dragon Treasure and get the Magic Dragon Treasure. Note, this item can be synthesized into a higher level token to open a larger dragon treasure. There really is a dragon treasure. Luo Chanu was overjoyed. This task must be completed. All over the world. Who doesn't know that dragons just like to collect treasures? Dragon treasure means wealth. Ding, do you want to open the special treasure box SS level special item treasure box? Sure, ding, you got a SS level special item elementary soul origin gem +1. Just at this time, 2 voices suddenly sounded in Luo Chanu's ears. Papa, Zhao Hong wants it. Little friend of the human race, can you keep the soul gem for me? Little Lolita in red and the King of Dwarves. They all want this item. That is to say, the value of this thing is definitely high. Immediately, he turned his gaze to the dark gem. Elementary soul origin gem. Quality, SS grade. Type, special origin gem. Restriction, incomplete soul. Effect, repair the broken soul, and increase the strength and recovery speed of the soul source. Luo Chanu suddenly understood the reason. The little sister in red invaded his mind and was taught to be a phantom by several mutant skills, losing her original heart and resulting in a broken soul. The King of Dwarves was even more tragic. His body was torn apart, and in such a situation, it was no wonder that his soul was not mutilated. So, here comes the problem. Who is this item for? If you give it to the little loli in red, it will definitely allow her to repair her broken soul, thereby improving her strength and helping him even more. If it is given to the King of Dwarves, it is likely to complete the task faster. After all, it is not clear whether the final resurrection needs to complete the soul. Underweighing the pros and cons, Luo Chanu will definitely give the primary soul origin gem to the King of Dwarves in the end, but, not now. Put the elementary soul origin gem back into the space backpack and wait until the last step. Zhaohong, don't steal it, this thing is useful, big brother. Luo Chanu was beaten by snakes for 10 years and was afraid of ropes. For fear that the red-clothed little loli would also be spoiled, she hurriedly warned her in her mind. Oh, the voice of the little loli in red sounded in her mind, her tone was full of loss. Don't worry, big brother will definitely find something better for you. Okay, Baba. After hearing Luo Chanu's promise, the little loli in red's mood suddenly turned from cloudy to sunny. Luo Chanu didn't hear the name of the little loli in red, and looked down at the torso of the King of Dwarves. Senior, do you want to use this to restore the origin of your soul? That's right, the voice of the King of Dwarves sounded. In those days they couldn't take action in person, they could only let the demon gods under them wipe out my soul source, which eventually damaged my soul source but couldn't kill me completely. If I want to be completely resurrected, I must repair the damaged soul source. But it's not now. The body is not completely integrated, and the source of the soul is scattered. Even if it is used now, the effect will not be very good. Luo Chanu nodded when he heard the words. Senior, please rest assured, your body will be reorganized soon. Ha ha ha. Perhaps because of the fusion of the torso and the heart, the soul of the king of dwarves was restored, and his voice became extraordinarily clear, no longer intermittent as before. Friend of the human race, these low-level reptiles cannot be stopped by your strength. It is my luck to meet you 857. Senior, it's an award. Luo Chanu's mouth was polite, but his expression was extremely self-satisfied, and it was a joy to praise himself for beings who couldn't even kill gods and demons. Then, let's go. Eternal arena in a certain space. Two phantoms stand out of thin air. The phantom with a pair of wings behind his back said, "The seal of the king of dwarves has been lifted, Moi, what do you think?" Ha ha ha. Of course I'm standing and watching. The phantom named Moi laughed. The world merges, the power of the seal is wiped out, it seems that the professionals from the lost land entered the demon dragon abyss, lifted the seal of the king of dwarves. After Moi finished speaking, he laughed even more wildly, ha ha ha, so what? Wing Phantom also laughed. Indeed, the king of dwarves has the eternal token you and I can't shoot, but now he has not entered the eternal arena for nearly 1,000 years, if he dares to enter, there will be thousands of deaths waiting for him. Though, at that time, even if you and I did not take action, he would have no chance of survival. Okay, ignore the king of lovers. Moi's laughter faded away, and his tone began to become heavy. The 500-year deadline is approaching, and it's time for the two worlds to fully merge. Are you ready, Kanazuki? What about you, Moi? The two phantoms stood facing each other and laughed wildly. World fusion. For them, breaking through the shackles of the world. Step into the eternal world. Donghai City, the headquarters of the barbarian god Kor, the barbarian god's Biyuan king. After Meimei had a drink, barbarian god waved goodbye to Li Yunxi and Yi Xingtong, the new reserve of barbarian god Kor. After returning to the study, the barbarian god thought for a moment, then murmured, I haven't been to the eternal arena for several days in the future, so I'm going to teach a few aliens a lesson and warm up. Next moment, the figure of the barbarian god disappeared in the study, and when he reappeared, he had already returned to the space of the eternal arena. His space is not like Luo Chanu's, there are only 4 walls. Instead, it looks like a martial arts arena. There are various training facilities everywhere. Hey, why are those guys contacting Grandpa? The moment he appeared in the eternal arena space, several private messages appeared in front of the barbarian god. Those are the human friends he made in the eternal arena. The barbarian god is also simply, and all the information is taken care of. The son of heaven online, little Manzi, let me tell you, you didn't come yesterday, and there was an extremely ruthless novice, who is super godly in the Black Iron rank. It is said that he is a rookie of the Bear clan. Close black lens bracket. Zixu Taoist online, barbarian god, could Mengshang be Luo Chanu? Open black lens bracket Yonghengjun offline, are you still alive? Close black lens bracket. Lin Tian online, little Manzi, you are so rude, hurry up to the platinum rank to help big brother share the pressure. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tian Yichen online, I met another little sister from the elf tribe, do you have time to have a drink? Close black lens bracket. Messages one after another. The barbarian god suddenly burst into laughter. You didn't expect it. Luo Chanu is a Mang bear, and he is still called the boss now. But now, he must tell these things to other Terrans. So ever. Private chat group. Barbarian. Mang Shang and I come from the same world as me and the old Taoist priest, and he is also a part of us. I can agree that I must take good care of him in the future. Close black lens bracket. As soon as the message was sent, there was an immediate reply. Zixu Taoist online, infinite heavenly venerate. Really Luo Chanu. He, so fierce. Open black lens bracket Manzi. Old Taoist, why are you lying to me? That kid Luo Chanu is far more vicious than you think. If he hadn't been sent to the demon dragon abyss today, he would definitely have filled it up. Zixu Taoist online, demon dragon abyss. It seems that he made a map in 9 layers abyss. In this case, Lao Dao is relieved, you protect him, Lao Dao is back. Barbarian. Wait, are you giving me some gifts? However, the messages sent out were like sinking into the sea, and there was no reply. Old Niubi, run really fast. The barbarian pouted in disdain and then opened another private chat. The Son of Heaven online, what the hell? Meng Xiang is a human, what profession, what level, what talent, so awesome. Close black lens bracket. Tian Yichen online, what kind of rude bear is not a rude bear, come and support my brother. Close black lens bracket. Lin Tian online, since Meng Xiang is a human being, then we seniors will definitely pay special attention to it. I will copy a drawing for you later, and you can find someone to make it for him. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Farong Chushui online, is Meng Xiang handsome, how old is he? Close black lens bracket. For what is happening outside? Of course Luo Chanu didn't know, at this time he had come to a swamp. Previously, after a period of hard fighting, he killed 3 more demon dragon bosses, namely the demonized green dragon boss, the demonized earth dragon boss, and the demonized wind dragon boss. There are no surprises. The 2 legs and 1 arm of the King of Dwarves were recovered. Now, only the last arm and head remain. Of course, according to the King of Dwarves, he also has the most important soul source, the heart, sealed elsewhere. If you don't gather your body, you won't be able to perceive the existence of the heart of the soul's origin. And the swamp in front of him is where the arm of the King of Dwarves is. Luo Chanu didn't hesitate at all. A hop and landed on seemingly innocuous land in the swampy land. It also sank, and real injuries appeared on the top of the head. And this time, the 2-legged King of Dwarves jumped over Luo Chanu, landed firmly in front of him, and stretched out a sturdy arm. Little friend, you are lucky. Luo Chanu, even a headless dwarf can't compare. How can it be repaired? Follow me. After Luo Chanu got ashore, he heard the voice of the King of Dwarves. As he spoke, the King of Dwarves had already turned and walked towards the depths of the swamp. In desperation, Luo Chanu could only follow behind the King of Dwarves and move forward quickly. There are not many monsters in the swamp, and they are all demonized water dragons BCAJ, their damage ability is not high, but their control is strictly restrained by Luo Chanu. Every one of them died so suffocating. After the door to the new world was opened, Luo Chanu had already begun to develop like an assassin when he faced the giant dragon. It can be simple, why bother? 10 minutes later, Luo Chanu and the King of Dwarves finally met the enchanted blue dragon boss in the swampland. And this time, the King of Dwarves sounded a puzzled voice, this reptile ate my arm. He clearly felt the breath of his arm in the belly of the enchanted blue dragon boss. Senior, you look down on yourself too much. Luo Chanu smiled slightly and said, I'm afraid this reptile hides the entire sealed treasure chest in its stomach. You only have this feeling. That's right, this reptile is quite smart. The demonized blue dragon boss was stunned. A small human being, even a small human being without a head and no arms, dares to mock unscrupulously in front of its great dragon. Uncle can endure, and can't bear it. Bold, 2 small human beings, uttering wild words, the great Neil will eat you. Next moment, the swamp began to boil, and countless dark mud spurted out, turning into a dragon, and biting towards Luo Chanu and the King of Dwarves. That scene was extremely spectacular. Senior, you take a break, the junior will come when you go. The King of Dwarves sighed in his heart. From the moment he retrieved his legs, he had long wanted to take action to deal with these reptiles. However, they were all stopped by Luo Chanu. Along the way, he seems to have become Luo Chanu's little follower. Relaxation is easy, but there is nowhere to vent the anger that I hold in my heart. But he also knew that Luo Chanu didn't want him to steal the experience. After all, this little guy is only in his 50s, and it is the time when he urgently needs to upgrade. The King of Dwarves consciously rose into the air, hovering in midair, looking down, and fighting below. This little guy is really powerful. The King of Dwarves followed Luo Chanu all the way, and when he saw his crazy stand-up mode, he was shocked. Since the Eternal Token blocked Luo Chanu's information, if it weren't for him saying that the level is only over 50, and swearing by his personality, he couldn't believe it was the truth. Who can be so fierce in their 50s? Whose anti-war can stand and slap a level 120 magic dragon, and press the boss on the ground to rub? As the King of Dwarves, after being honed by the Eternal Arena, his strength even surpasses that of the dwarf gods in their world. What a vast knowledge. Even so, he still couldn't understand Luo Chanu's methods. Mysterious, Baotian, if he grows up, can he change the pattern of eternal arena? This question haunted the heart of the King of Dwarves. A time, the King of Dwarves began to dream. Maybe, I can do something for him. When the King of Dwarves looked at Luo Chanu, the battle over there was already over. The speed of this boss fight is too fast. Speechless. Maybe this is the real genius. Recalling the past, he was also the strongest arrogant in the history of the dwarves of the gods and demons continent, and even broke through the shackles and achieved the position of god. Compared with Luo Chanu, under the same level, there is no such fighting ability at all. You can't even see Luo Chanu's back. Soon, small human, the great Neil refuses to accept. With the wailing of the demonized blue dragon boss, the battle came to an end. Ha ha ha, what if you don't accept it? Grandpa is not accepting it. Luo Chanu showed a cruel smile, slowly stretched out his right hand, and stuck it on the hard scales of the enchanted blue dragon boss. All of a sudden, the flesh and blood of the demonized blue dragon boss dried up quickly and eventually turned into a dead bone. Then, the dead bones disappeared, and Luo Chanu took it into the space backpack. On the ground, only the light blue treasure chest was left, highlighting that the Penguin blue dragon boss once appeared here. Immediately, Luo Chanu opened the light blue treasure chest without hesitation, and sure enough, there was a strong arm lying quietly inside. The King of Dwarves trembled and fell from the air. Scarlet golden energy emerged, wrapping the entire arm. Congratulations, Senior, now only the last head is left. King of Dwarves, listening to your words is better than listening to them. What is it that only the last head is left? The King of Dwarves moved his newly fused arm and said, my head, in the east, should be the site of the last metal reptile. The 7 line reptiles have fallen into the abyss, and the giant dragon family is also speechless. The giant dragon clan, that group of arrogant reptiles, if not for the blessing of the sacred dragon god, they would have been sliced by the gods and demons. The King of Dwarves obviously did not like the dragon family. There was resentment everywhere in his voice. Let's go. Facing the words of the King of Dwarves, Luo Chanu did not refute, followed in his footsteps and continued to move forward. One mind and 2 uses. Open space backpack. The drop of the enchanted blue dragon boss was imprinted in the eyes. Tornado Tide 8th Order Forbidden Spell Dragon Language Magic. Consume 1 million mana. Combine the power of the tides of heaven and earth. Summon 8 tornado waves to attack group targets, range and damage. Harm is related to spirit, chanting for 10 seconds and cannot be interrupted during the chanting, cooldown for 24 hours. Good guy. Luo Chanu was stunned. He didn't expect that the mere special boss would even be able to burst out an 8th order forbidden spell, especially dragon language magic. His luck is very wrong. Unfortunately, this does not belong to him, nor does it belong to the Night Star. But one thing is for sure. Chong Yu, want to make a fortune. The price of the Master's forbidden spell can even be compared to the S level hidden occupation quest scrolls of some unpopular occupations. Perhaps, it can be digested internally. Luo Chanu thought of, Grandpa, with the financial resources of the Magic Union, it should be very easy to find him an anti-war SSS level hidden occupation quest scroll, right? SSS level hidden occupation task scrolls are hard to come by. He could only hold on to such an expectation. There were 2 items dropped by the enchanted blue dragon boss. Luo Chanu then turned his attention to the other. Open black lens bracket blue dragon summoning scroll close black lens bracket. Quality, SS grade. Type, summoning scroll. Limit, level 50, 3 turns. Effect, summons a 120 level abyss boss blue dragon 8th order to assist in the battle, and the summons exist for 30 minutes. Another summoning scroll. Now, Luo Chanu has 2 high-level summoning scrolls in his backpack. SSS level open black lens bracket 1000-legged ghost centipede summoning scroll close black lens bracket. SS level open black lens bracket blue dragon summon scroll, access close black lens bracket. I don't know, does the monsters killed by summons count as my experience points and drops? On this point, Luo Chanu is unclear. So, he asked directly the King of the Dwarves who was walking in front of him. The deep voice of the King of Dwarves gave Luo Chanu a clear explanation. As long as you use the summoning scroll, the benefits generated are of course yours, and no matter how high the level of the summoned object is, the benefits will be calculated according to your level. However, there is actually another way to use the summoning scroll. Luo Chanu suddenly became interested. What method? Ha ha ha. The hearty laughter of the king of dwarves sounded. After using the summoning scroll and killing the summoned object, you can get the benefits of the summoned object, although there is no original A, B. Is there still such an operation? Luo Chanu was stunned. What happened to the person who could discover such a usage? That's nature. There are so many wonders in the world. You are too young and not well informed. The dwarf king suddenly thought of something, and then said, when I have time, I will teach you a set of tactics, your attack methods. To be honest, it is rough. Ah, Luo Chanu asked in surprise. Senior, what is a method of warfare? The so-called tactics are actually a whole set of combat systems, which can greatly improve the attack efficiency. Just like you, the attack ability is very fierce, but the attack has no rules. Speaking of this, the dwarf king smiled and said, is your normal attack often dodged by some high-ranking people? Luo Chanu thinks about when he just started fighting monsters. Even the goblins in the novice dungeon can dodge his basic attacks. So he nodded. Yes, is the tactics to improve my fighting skills. Ha ha ha, you'll know when the time comes. The king of dwarves laughed and shut up. Luo Chanu smiled and said, Senior, I'm free now. King of the dwarves. The head and the original heart of the soul have not been found, you call this free? Is it a little too optimistic? The free time does not refer to the time, but after the summer work is complete. Luo Chanu and the dwarf king went all the way. The two finally left the Holy Land, and there was an endless mountain range in front of them, and there was no green in sight. Some are just endless gold, iron and rocks. Senior, it's here, right? That's right. The dwarf king nodded. Well, he has no head, on the highest mountain. $7. Luo Chanu didn't even think about it, and directly activated the treading space skill, rushing to the highest mountain. King of dwarves. How can this temper be more anxious than his client? What he doesn't know is, the reason why Luo Chanu is in such a hurry is mainly because he wants to solve the task in front of him as soon as possible, go to Eternal Arena to make a wave, and get some goods. 1 day has passed, and today's Samsung quota has not yet begun. 10 minutes later, ignoring the roaring demonized ground dragon on the ground, he went straight to the highest mountain. I see. A giant black and golden dragon was sleeping soundly on the ground. The ferocious dragon head is almost catching up with the demonized black dragon boss. The golden treasure chest was quietly placed on a weird altar. Don't do it yet. The dwarf king hesitated for a moment, then said, there is something wrong with that altar, it smells like a magic circle and a god circle. Magic formation. Divine formation. What is that? Based on the principle of asking if you don't understand, Luo Chanu asked softly. ... Before the king of the dwarves could reply, the black golden giant dragon opened its eyes, and its ferocious eyes focused. Small human, how can a dwarf without a head still be alive? The black gold giant dragon had a humanized puzzled expression on its face. Next moment, it suddenly spewed out a black golden dragon flame. The dwarf king just stretched out his strong arm, waved his hand, and the terrifying black gold dragon flame disappeared without a trace in an instant. Little reptile, it's your turn to intervene when the king speaks. As the king of the dwarves spoke. However, Luo Chanu's figure had already rushed over, and the black golden dragon was stunned by the flashing purple lightning. The ferocious mace slammed into the weak point. King of dwarves, ah hey, can you save me some face? Luo Chanu can't control these things. If the black gold dragon angers the dwarf king and is annihilated with a wave of his hand, wouldn't his mission be a tragedy? Be the first to strike first. Dragon Abyss, the third trial task, but there is a SSS special item treasure box. There is absolutely nothing to lose. Boom, boom. Crit 7.528 million, weak point attack. Block 1.256 million, weak point attack. Minus 10.221 million, aurora damage. The ferocious mace struck mercilessly. Luo Chanu suddenly found that his damage was much lower than that of other demonized giant dragon bosses. Even the giant earth dragon boss, which is famous for its defense, did not have such a situation. As the king of the dwarfs said, something is wrong. And this time, the voice of the dwarf king came. Incomplete magic and god formations can greatly increase the strength of the boss. You have to be careful, this little reptile is not that simple. However, this is also a test for you. Hearing the words of the dwarf king, Luo Chanu knew in his heart that the dwarf king would not make a move. Incomplete magic circle and god circle. Ha ha. Luo Chanu's mouth rose slightly. Space blockade. The target, himself and the black gold dragon boss. He has tried before. Space blockade can isolate the magic circle and enchantment, so far there has been no exception. Since it is incomplete, why not try it? As predicted. With the appearance of the space blockade, space barrier, his damage from attacking the black gold dragon boss has returned to normal. Black dragon fighter, abyss fighter, slaughter. When various skills are activated, the blood volume is immediately reduced to 50%. Due to blood of the mad god, the damage is increased by 70%, and the attack speed is increased by 70%. What follows is a terrifying aurora descended from the sky, drowning the bewildered black and golden dragon boss. Minus 21,259.775. In an instant, 20% of the blood volume of the black gold giant dragon boss disappeared. And this is just the beginning. Crazy normal attack. With the appearance of the critical strike, Luo Chanu's blood volume returned to full value. With Pillar of Destiny Aurora, he can recover 30% of his HP as long as he critically strikes and blocks. Although his damage and attack speed have been reduced, his damage hasn't been reduced by much. Every blow is millions of injuries. Roar. The black gold giant dragon boss lost his vision, and also lost his perception of Luo Chanu, so he could only use dragon flames to attack in a full range. 10. Luo Chanu didn't care about this at all, and just hit a certain place crazily. If it weren't for the powerful recovery ability of these demonized giant dragon bosses and the recovery of blood when attacked, he would be much easier to kill. But even so, the blood volume of the black golden giant dragon boss is also decreasing in an orderly manner. The killing spree lasts 10 seconds and ends. Luo Chanu's attack speed suddenly decreased. Then, inside the space blockade, a terrifying explosion sounded from the redoubt. Nuclear bomb. No, this time within the space blockade, it is nuclear fusion. It's so strong. Luo Chanu spoke highly of the black golden dragon's strength in his heart, and the hundreds of millions of shield values exploded, but he didn't completely kill him. It still retains the last tens of millions of blood, and was knocked down to the ground to survive. That being the case, I'll give you another small bomb to eat. Open black lens bracket steel shield close black lens bracket bomb again. After devouring execute if the target of steel shield bombardment is lower than 10%, the damage will be increased by 150%. This is not reflected in the skill panel. However, when Steel Shield used the bombing for the first time after Super Evolution, the corresponding information appeared in my mind. In addition to beheading, there are actually some other special abilities. For example, Forced Knock Up, Knock Down and other control effects. With the explosion sounded again, Luo Chanu's body burst out with an upgraded light. He has been upgraded again. Hey, you killed the level 120 special boss magic, Golden Dragon, ores and gained $2 million in experience points. Ding, your level has been increased by 1, the current level is LV.56. Ding, your pet Phantom Heart, Zhaohong, has gained 57.52 million experience points. Ding, your pet Phantom Heart, Zhaohong, level has been increased by 1 and the current level is LV.37. Ding, you complete the goal of Dragon Trial 3 and get the Magic Dragon Treasure Enchantment Token +2, SSS level Special Item Treasure Box +1. Ding, you automatically accept the 4th trial of Dragon Trial. Open black lens bracket Dragon Trial 4 close black lens bracket. Trial objective. Find the dragon's nest 0/1. Trial time limit. None. Trial reward. Magic Dragon Treasure Enchantment Token +1. Luo Chanu was slightly surprised. The reward for this task is very small. In other words, this task is not very difficult, or even very simple. But it doesn't matter. To be able to have one more trial task is to give him one more reward, so why not do it? With a thought, put away the items dropped by the boss. Just open the backpack and check the drop. Only one thing. Open black lens bracket Ruijinshi close black lens bracket. Quality. SS grade. Type. Special material. Effect. When casting equipment, it can improve the quality of the equipment, and the sharp gold effect will be obtained. Or forging materials again. Luo Chanu already has more than 10 pieces of materials of various sizes in his space backpack, but the quality is all A level or S level, which is of no use to him. This time it fell, it was a pit. Helplessly shook his head and opened the SSS level special item treasure chest. Ding, you open the SSS level special item treasure chest to get Eternal Guardian Clue +1. See the prompt message. Luo Chanu was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. The second Eternal Guardian Clue has appeared. Forbidden skills. Looking at the taboo skills of the little girl in red, the effect made him very envious, and it was only the most elementary effect. And his skills can be mutated. The skill effect is absolutely awesome. As for the question of another taboo skill, Indestructible Shield, he has already inquired clearly. God of War. It was his ultimate goal to join the Eastern Naval Academy, to participate in the University World League, and to win the top 5, he would be eligible to enter the land of the gods of war. The barbarian god has already told him that if he leads the Xuanlong Kingdom into the top 5, this place will be his. In fact, there are more than 5 places in the land of God's battle. Instead, there are 20, of which 15 are given to the most powerful 15 countries, while the remaining 5 are released for competition. In addition to allowing the talents of various countries to experience, it can also enhance exchanges between countries. Luo Chanu happily put the Eternal Guardian Clue together. The old rules: absorb the flesh and blood essence of the dragon boss and the skeleton of the dragon. And this time, the growth value of Black Dragon Totem has reached 230,000. There is a long way to go, and comrades still need to work hard. Luo Chanu murmured and removed the space blockade barrier. The King of Dwarves trembled slightly when Luo Chanu released space blockade. The breath of space treasure. He is the king of the dwarves. He started with forging, and forging artifacts is not a problem, but his only hope in this life is to forge a treasure. Number 1. Throughout his life, Yo-Yo has been running on the road he pursues. Even, the shadow of the treasure has never been seen before, only encountered once in the eternal arena, and that deadly aura was deeply imprinted in his soul. Swear to forge one. At this time, I felt the breath of the treasure, and it was the rarest space treasure. The level of excitement can be imagined. A greedy desire suddenly appeared in his heart, but the desire was completely defeated by him in the next moment. Ha! Greed is the original sin. What a powerful space barrier. With my current body, I can't even spy on what's going on inside, and it's very likely that I won't be able to break through the blockade of the space barrier. The lost place of birth, why is there such a treasure? This is unscientific, even in the continent of gods and demons. The thoughts in the mind are messy and disorderly. Soon, he saw Luo Chanu appear. Ended. Luo Chanu smiled and said, but it's not over yet. While speaking, he stepped towards the eerie altar. The King of Dwarves did not move, but silently looked at Luo Chanu's back. The magic circle and the god circle were specially aimed at him. Although he lost his original power after the fusion of the world, he is now seriously injured. There is no ability to destroy the 2 magic circles at all. All of these, it can only be handed over to Luo Chanu. What? Before Luo Chanu came to the altar, he did not feel any resistance. Thought for a moment. Turn on Eternal Thunder Bulwark, Defensive Stance, and Goddess of Life's Asylum, just in case. Although there is Abyss Lord as the ultimate means of life saving, he doesn't want to die once. Climb the stairs to the altar. Boom. Luo Chanu's eyes changed instantly, and he came to an endless starry sky. Human ants, you are very courageous. Right now. The illusory voice echoed in the endless starry sky, and a pair of ball-like eyes slowly opened, staring at Luo Chanu the size of a mustard seed. Submit to this god, you will have endless rights. The bewitching voice has been echoing in Luo Chanu's mind, and the endless mysterious power is eroding Luo Chanu's will. Luo Chanu's eyes began to become misty. In the depths of the eyes full of holy light, 10 traces of joy gradually emerged. Suddenly, his eyes flickered slightly. I saw. Puff. Luo Chanu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes instantly became clear. If you want to bewitch the Lord, in the next life. Ha ha ha. Those eyes smiled instead of anger. You are very interesting, this God bestows you the highest honor, become a believer of this God. Talking room. From the depths of his eyes, there was a pure white power of holy light, which went straight into Lu Chanu's eyebrows. From today onwards, you are the great God's envoy, eh? The voice was slightly taken aback, because he couldn't perceive the source power that entered the human body in front of him. It's not the first time I've seen something like this. In the face of small human beings, it is indeed the first time to miss. Next moment, he once again sent out the power of holy light and did the same. The ending, as always. This human is very bang. One way. There was a little doubt in his eyes, but more curiosity. He wanted to see how well that human ant could do. Soon after, he suddenly discovered that there was an excited smile on the corner of the human's mouth, a loss. Thanks for watching, please like and subscribe.